if it's a generic question that you want to ask of everyone, if you could put 2 stars before your question, then what we're going to do is we're going to consolidate all the questions and we'll use them through Mike's session later on. As Lord said, we have to stick to our timings today. It's quite crucial because we've got people coming in from all over the world. We've got quite a large number online today. And any suggestions or feedback would be much appreciated at the very end. We're keeping our breaks quite short because we've got a full crammed day today. And that's it really. Welcome and hope you guys enjoyed the first conference.
So just to say, as well as an interactive session at the end that I'll lead, which hopefully will help us to get into interactive mode, for the people who are here. In addition to that, I'm going to look at lunchtime or any breaks, the questions online and mingle with you to try to get some general feedback. I'm doing that for 2 reasons. Number one, we like feedback just as a principle. So just to give us some honest feedback about how it's going, what's good, what's not so good. And number two, we're hoping to put in an article into the IT Now magazine that the BCS produce about the conference about enterprise architecture in general and some of the themes this conference identified. So I'll be looking for some quotes or similar.
Great. And finally, if you've got a mobile phone, could you switch it off? And that fire regulations here, if there's a fire alarm, what happens?
Yeah, there is an exit door on the atrium.
Exit door in the atrium.
Then go straight to the exit door, and then I just show you how to.
Okay. So that's that. Right. So it's 10 past. We've got 5 extra minutes. Could we set up the first presentation, please?
Before we do, for those of you online that want to hear the talk from Egypt or the talk from Australia, we've got 2 separate URL Zoom links, so they're different Zoom links. You should have received that in an email from the BCS. If you haven't got that and you want to hear that chat, if you can post it in the conversation, and then we'll get the email resent out. Right, I'm going to hand over to the first speakers.
Yeah, you would.
Okay.
Just
Happy to enable that. You enable the live transcription.
live transcription.
Is this 2 people in waiting? Yeah, we need to bring them in. Oh, it's complicated.
It's complicated. There's a few moving parts.
We've got more than just having a normal conference.
Any questions?
Genuinely one. Are all the presentation slides going to be available after?
Yes. Yeah. Do you want to? Why don't you introduce yourselves while we're faffing about?
Yeah.
Say who you are.
James Goodwin. I'm from Atkins. You probably know Atkins. So we did a big infrastructure changes. I work in our C-suite delivery team. Over the years, I've worked extensively with Will, and we've been basically setting up, leading, managing enterprise architecture, solution architecture teams, and how those teams basically collaborate in different parts of the organisation. Will, over to you.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Will. I work for EdiFit. We're a consultancy provider of architecture services, specialising in a model-driven approach to architecture. So we can hopefully start.
Yeah, I'll just give you a bit of a background to why we're here today. You're going to talk about primarily collaboration what it means for enterprise architects, solution architects to collaborate with each other and the wider organisation as well. I'm sure that many of you who worked as solution architects or enterprise architects will be well aware that collaboration is an inhibitor sometimes to how you go about rolling out your practice. Are we able to get this?
Can we get the first sort of slides up, please? Yeah.
Within PowerPoint rather than that.
That's right, that's what it's working on here, but not.
So just to give you a bit more flavour for that, I'm sure many of you who worked in different organisations will be familiar with some of the constraints to collaboration. So different budget lines, different team structures, different ways of working. So it can be quite challenging as enterprise architects and solution architects to plug into different parts of the business. So maybe conflicting goals, conflicting different ways of working between those teams. And so what we want to do today is explore the ways in which we can overcome some of those challenges, look at some of the practical ways we can overcome some of those challenges. And I'll go through some of those at a high level, and then I'll hand over to Will, who will talk through a recent example where two of us worked together to specifically bring together solution and enterprise architecture.
It's because it's deactivated.
Activated.
I assume for the slides it's seen online.
Yeah, well, that's the aim.
Can they be seen on?
Not in this one.
Oh, so no, it's
Okay. Thanks, it's come through. See the slides.
You can see that now.
So we just need
And when we're
Number-
moving between the slides,
number one.
And that moved on to who are we?
We need number one, the first speakers.
Yeah, it's what we are here.
All right.
Who's controlling them? Sorry, are you controlling them or not?
It's been controlled from this computer here,
I see.
and it's sort of working.
The next set of slides, you should have, that's O1, then there's 001 next one. Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's all here.
it's just when we're moving between the slides, it's not
It's not
actually
very
moving
good.
it on here.
Could you close that? You see that file with one slide? Would it help if you closed that? This file seems to have one page in it.
Yes.
And you want to get it to a different file, don't you?
Yeah.
Playing Microsoft.
Absolutely. All the things.
So now if you screen share, either it depends on how whether you're screen sharing a screen or a file. There's different ways of screen sharing.
Good.
So it's the two screens on it. You not need to.
Close the whole. It's not been activated. That's me.
But while we're waiting, why don't we just hold some of the observations I made there about collaboration. As enterprise architects, do you sometimes find it challenging to work with other parts of the business? What kind of challenges have you faced?
I'm trying to set up an entire architecture practice on that one. Yeah. So I've done it in the past, and it's always done. So trying to understand how to bring them to what we do. Brilliant.
I think
I
with
think
that,
we're good to go.
good. So hopefully we can get back into the flow of it. Introductions, we've
So
done.
we've done that.
Perfect. Background, why we're here to talk about collaboration, what are the challenges to collaboration, and some of the practical ways in which we can overcome that. So I'm going to talk through a few points, and then I'm going to hand over to Will. So to give you context, I want to talk about value delivery first. So why do we collaborate? How does that support you accelerating value delivery in some way? I'm going to talk about the context in which enterprise and solution architects find themselves in the wider business. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges to collaboration, some of which I've just mentioned there. I'm going to talk about what does it mean to collaborate. And we'll also refer back to things like Conway's law, you might be familiar with. And then I'm going to give you some practical ways in which you can work together, collaborate together better. And then I'm going to hand over to Will, who's going to talk through some of those practical approaches in a bit more detail. We won't talk through all of them, but some specific points about a recent piece of work we've done. And then finally, we're going to come together, both of us, to talk through basically a summary of what we think are the key ingredients to success and how some of those key ingredients relate primarily to mindset rather than necessarily the tooling, the processes, the ways of working. And then hopefully, if we have time, we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. So value delivery. Effectively, what we want to do in any change initiative is deliver value over a period of time. So if we look at this very simple graph, value on the left, horizontally time. For any change initiative, we're probably going to go through some phase that looks like this. You're going to have some form of business case, some kind of initiative at the beginning here. You're probably then going to have some change delivery window where you'll have a project team stood up, an agile team stood up. The people basically are going to do the design work, build some kit, change some process, change your business and so on. And then you're going to have an operation. Sure, all of us are very familiar with that, and you'll see that kind of flow across many change frameworks like MSP, or X2, or TOGAF, whatever it might be, it goes through this overall flow. Your investment profile will look something like this. Up front, you're going to be investing time, people, energy, resources. Yeah? And that might be bigger, lesser, over a long time period. It's going to look something like that. And ideally, when you're up here, yeah, you're projecting out that your change initiative is going to go to some kind of return on investment. Inherently, though, because a lot of the time our change projects and change initiatives stop here, you don't monitor this. So invariably, you might end up down. But ultimately, whatever we delivered doesn't really go downstream. Yeah. So there's a lot of uncertainty in this space about that delivery. What we want to do in any way of working, whether supported by collaboration or any other practice, is in some way accelerate that. Reduce that investment. How can we get to the same point with less effort and faster? And ideally, we also want to be continuously monitoring this return on investment, perhaps improving over time as well. So we'll have periods of updates, changes. Maybe if we're working in a DevOps environment or Agile environment, we can continuously providing new features, new ways of working. So fundamentally, we want to minimize our investment, accelerate time to value, and increase our predictability. So in order to do that, my belief is we really need to change our mindsets, our ways of working, about how we think about change overall, rather than these big boxes. What I want to talk about today is, another one, is how collaboration supports those three objectives. So the architectural context. We as architects tend to work with the likes of solution architects to implement roadmaps, principles, ways of working. we'll work with delivery teams, project teams, we'll work with customers, we'll work with suppliers, and all of those come together to deliver that value point at the end. A lot of our enterprise architecture frameworks lead us to think in a fairly linear fashion. I'm sure most of you heard of VMOS, vision, mission, objectives, a linear activity that's roughly going from left to right. The reality is that actually these pieces of work that are being done across the business are done by teams who are iteratively developing their work. There may be solution architects working together to collaboratively work on a particular solution. There are probably enterprise architects continuously working on roadmaps. So these are all activities that are happening typically in parallel, iteratively. And the communication lines and collaboration lines look like this. They're all over the place, basically. So we really need to start thinking about organizations far more in this way, rather than necessarily a linear approach or a hybrid of the two. So what are the challenges to that? Well, there's sometimes situations where you have a strategy with no plan. I'm sure that many of you have seen many strategies in business and you go, well, was it ever implemented? No, not sure. Is there a plan behind it? Not sure. Or the initiatives with no strategy. So it's not clear what the value is to the business. It's unmonitored to the portfolio. As I alluded to before, different challenges around governance, different budget lines, different ways of working, processes that stifle agility, gateways in your business that stifle agility, customers overlooked, suppliers not involved in the decision. And if you're not working in a collaborative fashion, you are inhibiting or restricting your intellectual capital that you're exploiting as well. So you're employing people, but you're not making best use of it. All of that leads you to this picture. Higher investment, longer time to value, no monitoring of the value that's delivered. I'm going to very briefly talk about Conway's law, because I think this is highly important in this context. Conway's law basically says that if your organization is distributed in such a way and you haven't got communication between teams, the design that they produce will inherently reflect the design of the team. So if you haven't designed your team and your collaboration effectively within the team and across the teams, your design will reflect that. So if you haven't worked with your customers, if you haven't worked with your suppliers, you can have problems with how you interact with customers and suppliers in your design. And this has been proven time and time again. There's many examples of why that's the case. So we really need to think about networks of teams and how they collaborate. So some practical approaches. And this isn't about just bashing people together. This is about how do you find the shared value between teams. So if you want to bring team A and team B together, what is the shared value? Why are you doing it? And what are the touch points? So if you've got an enterprise architecture team and solution architecture team working together, what are the key touch points? What does the solution architecture team require to do its job effectively? Are they roadmaps, principles, etc.? What are the barriers to entry? You don't need to teach everybody, if they're using a particular tool, to become high experts in that tool or high experts in that language. How do we piecemeal some of those arguments? So if you're using tools and languages such as Archimate that we'll talk through today in one of the examples, how do we break that down? You don't need to know the whole picture. How do you bring about governance that doesn't stifle agility? So you're not focused on gateways as such. How do you iteratively grow, land and expand? So if you're going to bring about collaboration in your business, is it a case of you need to look at all the teams at the same time, or can you work with team by team by team basis? And then finally, think of this approach as, or way of working across collaboration as a complex adaptive system. Any complex adaptive system, you need to have a clear purpose, you need to have self-organization in those teams and transparency and a shared mental model. You and I need to be thinking in the same way, and perhaps then the artifacts that we're producing need to be the same format, same style, effectively. If you do all of that, I don't guarantee it, but you'll be able to accelerate your value delivery, increase your iterative growth. So that's the picture. Yeah. Will, thank you. over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, James. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to talk us through a quick example of a recent project that James and I have been working on for a customer within the defence sector. Now, the aim of this project has been to create a framework for solution architecture with some of the goals and objectives that we can see here. So firstly, to standardize by formalizing a templated approach to architecture design activities, but it also has to be flexible, recognizing that it has to support different types of projects. So for example, that a network-focused design is going to be very different to an application-focused design or a data-focused design. We wanted to break down silos, particularly between EA and SA, to increase collaboration, reuse, and traceability. Within this particular organization, they had this term of above the line in the EA space and below the line in the solution architecture space. And really content produced by the EAs and content produced by the projects for their solution architecture designs was completely separate and siloed. There was no mapping or traceability between the two. So we wanted to really break down those silos, bring the communities closer together so they could better collaborate on evolving the architecture together. We wanted the solution architecture community to become more strategic and focused so they could not just focus solely on their own individual projects and programs, but see and shape the big picture, look across the portfolio of projects, but also quite importantly, influence a lot of the thinking in the EA community. So really thinking outside of just their individual projects. We wanted to increase interoperability across the supply chain. There are lots of different stakeholder groups involved, from suppliers to partner organizations externally, to internal EAs and SAs. And obviously we wanted these groups to collaborate, but importantly, we also wanted to drive some consistent ways of working to architecture across those groups. And we also wanted to deliver insights and automation. So for example, through automated view generation, automated deliverable generation, providing consistency for reviews, reports and dashboards that would identify dependencies and duplications across projects, and building up an architecture repository of knowledge so that solution architects could primarily focus on the target state change that they're making to the estate and less on the discovery of the as-is. So in time, we could build up this repository of knowledge that people could dive into and use. So how do we achieve this? So here are some of the key aspects to our framework. So we adopted Archimate as our common language. Architects were trained not just in speaking Archimate and modeling in Archimate, but more importantly, in our tailored meta model. And really that drove a consistent approach to design and modeling work. But it was also something that we could assess compliance against. So for new project designs that were produced, we could almost do a heat map traffic light system against the meta model, see how it's compliant. And really that drove everyone to design a model in the same, singing to the same tune. We also created a catalog of permitted viewpoints. And these viewpoints focus on different domains to architecture. So for example, there were viewpoints in the application space, data, infrastructure, security, etc. And these viewpoints were designed to answer key design questions. We held workshops with SMEs in those domains to identify the key questions, which helped us to design those viewpoints. And we trained architects in getting hands-on experience in producing these views and knowing when to pick and choose them for their particular project where applicable. So we had workshops where we gave them these hands-on experiences, but also we recorded soundbite videos and user guides. And those videos in particular were a great way to target quite a wide audience within the enterprise to drive this consistent approach. We had a big focus on traceability between EA and SA. There were different ways that we achieved this. So one was through every solution design that was produced for every new project, we would do an impact assessment to key EA artifacts. So for example, we could do a heat map per project on its compliance to principles, for example. We could do a heat map of a capability model, looking at for any given project, which parts of the capability model is it touching on doing something in that space? Or maybe looking across the portfolio sorry to clear my throat, looking across the portfolio, where do we have multiple projects that are playing in the same space and touching the same types of capabilities? Is that right? Do we need to maybe get those projects to talk to each other and collaborate to understand what changes they're making? There are various ways that we enable collaboration. One was through working spaces within our EA tooling, where SAs and EAs and external, internal could come together to collaborate on design work. And really the EA tooling supported all of these things, not just as a repository of artifacts that we've built up, but actually through automation, through certain views and deliverables that we could generate in a templated approach, and also through publishing reports and dashboards for key stakeholders who wanted to look across the portfolio and see the big picture of what's going on. So let's look at more closely at the stakeholders within our ecosystem. So at the center here, we had a team of lead solution architects. And it's that team that we were primarily engaged with in this particular project. They were the key sponsor in this piece of work. And within that team, there were different roles involved. So we had LSAs who were primarily producing designs or even assuring and reviewing designs. We have managers who want to look across the portfolio and manage not just individual projects, but the big picture that's being built. And we had repository managers who would perform certain administrative tasks. So we delivered targeted training across those different personas. So training for admins on some of the administrative tasks, training for designers on some of the viewpoints they need to produce, training for consumers on how they could access reports and dashboards. And then if we look outside of that team, we have other stakeholders that are involved in the framework. So there are solution architects resourced directly by the projects. There's the enterprise architecture community. There are partners, customers, suppliers, and who all need to interact and follow this consistent approach. One of the ways that we enabled collaboration was through a centralized repository management team. And this brought together EA and SA to define and agree key decisions, particularly around the tailored meta model and the viewpoints and some of the governance rules that need to be followed. We enabled collaboration through the working spaces that I talked about to collaborate more directly on design work. And we delivered training on the consistent approach and ways of working across all the stakeholders that you can see on this slide. Now, if we look more closely at the design approach, for each project going through the design lifecycle, it consisted of these phases. Now, initially, we had what was called the project proposal phase. And this is where a project would complete a spreadsheet that not just described the project, its purpose, its benefits, what's it all about generally, but it would do an impact assessment of its key EA artifacts. So I talked about the principles and capabilities, for example. And off the back of that, we could generate views, generate deliverables that would go for a TDA review. And then what's represented as the phases at the bottom is where really the core design work would take place in an iterative way across these different domains. And this is where the viewpoints, the catalog of permitted viewpoints came in. So we trained the architects in getting hands-on experience in these viewpoints, knowing when to pick and choose them where appropriate for their projects. The viewpoints weren't necessarily mandated, but it was a catalog of viewpoints that they could pick, which really depended on the questions that their design needed to answer. And we held workshops with SMEs in those domains to identify the questions, and as I said, provided training in those viewpoints. Once the design is then done for the project, we could generate what was called the solution design pack in a templated and automated way. And this meant consistent deliverables going to architecture review boards who would then also recognize those viewpoints. Here are a selection of the viewpoints that I talked about in different domains. You probably can't see this particularly clearly, but we essentially published these to an area where architects could self-serve, click into them to see what each viewpoint's purpose was, the key questions they answered, and see examples of what that view might look like if they're going to produce it themselves. And then finally, I talked about the training. We provided soundbite 10 to 15 minute training videos in some of the areas we can see here. So there was training in the EA tooling, quick start guides to get going, how to install and how to get support from repository management processes. Training, as I said, in the viewpoints, training on governance activities, such as how to check meta model compliance, how to request reviews and interact with the TDA. And then finally, training in analytical features, such as consuming dashboards and reports, generating solution design packs. Okay, so now I'll pass over to James, who will summarize.
Very much. We've got 5 minutes for questions on top of the 5 minutes. So no, that's it. Fine. Whiz through quick then. So I said at the beginning that a lot of what we talked about is not just process change, but it is more about mindset change. So we wanted to shift from this type of thinking on the left, this type of thinking on the right. So just going to run through these quite quickly. But we talk a lot about alignment, and the problem with focusing on alignment is you're never going to be aligned. You're always you can be fruitlessly trying to aim for this alignment pinnacle all the time and never quite get there. The best approach, in my view, is to look at the shared value between those teams. A lot of our architecture practices lead us down the line of thinking about things like the meta model first. What we're talking about primarily here is how do you simplify what those roles are, what people need to know, and break that down. So things like the soundbite training are perfect for breaking down this idea of thinking about meta model first. Certainly think about meta model, think about it as it iteratively grows rather than out of the box. You don't necessarily, if you want to bring about collaboration, need to boil the ocean. Look at all many different departments. You can journey, land, and expand across teams. So we've been working with SA and EAs. We'll build that out across the organisation. Soundbites I've already mentioned. Think about things like iteration, adaptability, rather than really focusing on what gateway we're aiming for next. Don't necessarily be too worried about your organisation structure. Your organisation structure is kind of irrelevant when you start to look at the inter-department collaboration on top of that. I'm sure many of us have gone through organisation changes that try and address this, but it never actually happens because they're never actually focused on the collaboration point first. And then finally, seek to develop shared assets. Too often have I seen one team look at another and say, well, you should have done this, basically. But it's actually you need to work on the point that you're collaborating between the two of you. What shared assets have you got between the teams and who owns that asset? Hopefully, we managed to recover a few minutes there. I think, right, we've got 2 minutes, 1 minute for questions. Quick question.
How did you sell that? How did you justify that effort up front?
That's a good question. I wasn't involved directly in selling the idea of it, but I think through the pain points that the organisation had seen previously, and really we wanted to drive this consistent approach that it was a Wild West, really, that there was no set processes, no set sort of activities that people had to follow to design work. It was just chaos. So we wanted to really, provide a standard approach to reduce that chaos. Essentially, I think it was kind of one of the main drivers.
Yeah, and I think the land and expand point is key there, because the organisations we've worked with in the past, a lot of them have done these big EA initiatives and then failed quite hard. If you go through more of an approach of land something, deliver value, expand upon it, team or individual by individual, team by team, it may seem a very painful, long process, but you're not going to have this big bang failure at the beginning. Yeah. Time for one more?
Yeah.
I've got 2 quick questions, if I may. The first one was, I sense that we've had to change mindsets and behaviours, and I would imagine you may have come across some resistance to the change. So really interested to hear how you coped with that and any tactics that you used. And the second question was around timescales. How long did it take you to achieve the change, and how long did it take you to see and feel the change as well?
Yeah. So the example we just talked about here we've just gone through a 6-month cycle of getting this working practice in place. And we are now at the stage of some of it is starting to land, basically. We've done very similar things with other organisations, and it's typically taken about, in my view, about a year to really start delivering that full value of your investment. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
So can we get the next slide? We've got Simon. Hold on, first bit's the worst bit. Good morning, well, that's warming up.
Yeah, this is next one.
Yeah.
I've been said, so.
Seen that from before. While I was warming up, I'll introduce myself. So good morning, everybody. I'm Simon Field. I'm Principal Architect at Bank of England, just down the road. I'm going to talk about C4 model diagrams and how we've used them or picked up on the idea of them and incorporated them into our enterprise architecture model. So a quick question before my slides come up. How many people are familiar with come across C4 model diagrams? So I can't see the audience online, which is bigger. If this is representative, we're talking about what, 30, 40% of the audience here familiar. Don't worry if you're not, because the first part of my talk is going to be to give you an overview of what C4 model diagrams are. C4 model diagrams were developed by Simon Brown, and I'm hugely indebted to him because I think they're a really interesting way of describing. They've come out of the software architecture and software design world. So we're very much in that kind of narrow world of how you describe software systems and how you help direct, if you like, the implementation and design of a software system. But I think it's a very interesting paradigm. And what we've done at the Bank of England has been to take that model approach of describing and drawing diagrams and turn that into a part of our enterprise architecture model, in part to overcome some of the problems that were described in the previous talk. The discontinuities and disconnections that you often get between enterprise architects, business architects, solution architects, and indeed between the architect professions and the people who are on the ground are actually implementing and delivering systems. So I will give a quick introduction in the first 10 minutes to what C4 model diagrams are. The best place to go and find out about them is to go to c4model.com, which is Simon Brown's website that describes it in detail. There's a lovely presentation, a YouTube video of one of his conference presentations. It's really quite entertaining. He has a kind of chamber of horrors gallery of architecture diagrams. One of his big things is that architects have a habit of drawing diagrams that are completely incomprehensible except by the author. So they always demand that the author have to stand up and explain what every line and arrow and color and shape actually means. And without that person, the diagram is completely incomprehensible. And there's a lovely chamber of horrors sort of gallery of these. And then he introduces his approach to it. So I'll give you an overview of that approach so you've got a very high level view. And please, if you're interested, then dig down into what he's done on his website, because there's lots of great material there. And then you'll perhaps get a better feel, I hope, for why we're so interested in it in our own work and why we wanted to go kind of further and turn it from a diagramming method into a modeling method, and one that can be embedded into our enterprise architecture model at the bank. So quick introduction to it. It's essentially a way of drawing diagrams, and it looks at it looks at 4 different levels of abstraction for those diagrams, and it's fairly strict about what those 4 levels of abstraction mean. It's called C4 because he's labeled each of the layers of abstraction with the word that begins with the letter C. We'll come to that in a minute. And his goal, as I mentioned before, is to give real clarity to the meaning of the diagrams, which should be self-explanatory. So you don't need an arm-waving architect to explain each diagram to its audience. It's kind of model and diagramming language agnostic. So it's not really specific to any one tool. It's open, it's an open standard. And from our point of view, we use Spark's enterprise architecture for quite a lot of our modeling work at the bank. There's no incompatibility there. We could incorporate it in that, but you could incorporate it in any other sort of modeling and diagramming and design tool as well. You could even do it in Paint if you really wanted to. The architect's favorite tool. It isn't a solution for modeling architectures as a whole. Effectively, it's giving you a perspective. It's not comprehensive. You can't ever cover an entire architecture in one diagram. As we all know, you need different viewpoints and perspectives to cover the different aspects. So because it's got abstractions in it, it's throwing stuff out. That's the nature of an abstraction. It doesn't, for example, really address how an architecture deals with data. It doesn't have flow in it. It doesn't look at time. It doesn't give you any sense of customer journeys. So it's a more functional, if you like, approach to the view of what that architecture. So it's only one perspective, but I think it's a really interesting one. I'm using now unashamedly really the example that Simon has on his website. So this is taken from the c4model.com website, and he uses, to illustrate the 4 different levels, he uses a simple internet banking example. So what he's got here is an internet banking system, which is the core system that we're thinking about from the architectural point of view. And there's only really 2 classes, if you like, in this diagram. There's systems, business systems, 3 of them here: the internet banking system, the back-end mainframe banking system, and the email system of the bank, and people. And we've just got one person, the customer, in this example. And this is what he calls the context level diagram. It's very much at the high level. It's effectively a business architecture view of what this thing does. Every line on it has an arrowhead only at one end, not at both ends. You read it, if you like, from the origin to the destination. And I think conceptually, you should be able to make up a sentence by starting at the origin, reading the phrase on the link, and then reading the title on the destination. And that should give you a complete English language sentence that explains what's going on. You'll see at this level, there's no technology involved. All you're saying is there's a business system here, there's a person here. And if you've got color, you should explain what that color means. So the only color here we've got is the blue box in the middle, being this is the system that we're actually focused on. The others are other systems that this system needs to either give information to or get information from. So very high level abstraction. What is this thing about? If conceptually we were to click on the middle one there and drill into it, what we get is the next level down. And he calls this the container level, somewhat controversially, because it's a bit unfortunate that container means something rather technical to some people. He doesn't mean containers as in Kubernetes or anything like that. He simply means a bundle of stuff that's likely to be deployed in a place, which is fairly similar to what's in a container technically in the cloud. So what we've done is effectively broken apart that one box that said internet banking system and broken it up into the elements, the broadly categorized elements. And we can see that we've got a bit more technical information here. We can see that some of them are services, web services like the web application. We've got a mobile phone application. We've got a database there. And there's a bit of technical information about, it's an Oracle database we can see here. It's a Java and Spring MVC web application. And we're now actually showing, again, the linkages. So the whole diagramming meta model, if you like, is the same. We've got the same concept of links and sentences and reading from origin to destination. The linkages on the outside of the dotted line box that is the zooming in of the banking system should be consistent with the previous level. So we've still got the same connections about sending emails from the internet banking system through the email system to the customer. So you can actually do a kind of consistency check between level 1 and level 2 as you drill down. If there's systems here that weren't on the previous level, something's gone wrong, something's broken, we'd need to go back and correct the first level. So you can start to see whether you've got something wrong as you start to drill into a more technical description. And at least from the language that we use at the bank, this diagram is beginning to align to what we might call a high-level design in our architecture series of documentation. And the previous one might be well, a context diagram or even the business architecture diagram. If you were to drill down to one of those, you can actually produce another one. We're into now level 3 of the C4 model diagrams, and he calls this a component diagram. So we've expanded that API application into the 6 components that make up that API. API application component, and again the linkages to the other containers, any other containers that were on the previous one, like the database, or any other business systems like the email system and the mainframe banking system. Those linkages still have to be consistent with the previous diagram at level 2. So again, we can start to see if someone, and if you consider this to be perhaps the equivalent to a low-level design that perhaps the system designers rather than the architects are working on, then you can at least start to see that you can make some sort of consistency checks between these. That if someone stepped beyond the boundaries of what's inside that dotted line, which is their world of design, how they designed this container, the API application, and started changing and realizing they need to go get information from somewhere else, they've actually affected the architecture at the next level up, and that you'd need to go back and either fix the next level up or bring them back on track to the design that you have. So it's quite a good way of tying in what you're actually doing on the ground with what the architects thought, or recognizing that the architects sometimes have got it wrong, which we quite often do, because the practicality when you start implementing means you realize something needs to be a bit different. You could go further. We've got the 3 levels. There are 4 levels. You could go down to the level which equals code. Some of you might recognize this. The older ones among us might recognize this as UML. I think it still exists and it's still used in some places. I think Simon even acknowledges that maybe the level 4 in some modern languages, some development environments, doesn't need to be drawn as a diagram anymore. That really depends, I think, on the nature of the system that you're building and perhaps the tooling that you're using in order to build it. But he's saying that actually there are already quite good ways of describing code in diagrammatic forms. He's not trying to reinvent that. So at that level, he's suggesting you probably drop into UML, or you may be using the tooling you've got in an IDE, depending on the sort of languages that you're writing software. I've mentioned that is giving you a very sort of functional view at 4 different levels of abstraction of what a software system does, from very high level business architecture down to towards code. He doesn't cover all the other aspects that a real architecture needs to look at as well, but he does look at some of them. The system landscape is really just a wide-angled lens on the context diagram at the very top. It says, actually, previously I showed you the internet banking system, and it had the things that it talks to, the customer, the email system, and the mainframe banking system. But if you look at it from the customer's point of view, they interact with multiple systems at the bank that they're dealing with. They go to ATMs, they call the call center sometimes as well. And so if you want to look at that wider context, you can produce a system landscape diagram following the same rules, if you like, that you had for that level 1 context diagram. And he has some suggestions on his website of how you could do a deployment diagram, for example. So you can start to get into some of the other perspectives. If any of you are familiar with 4+1 or other ways of looking at architecture diagrams, you can start to think about similar ways of describing some of the other perspectives you may want to have in an architecture description. But this isn't, I think, a solution for every perspective and every way of looking at architecture. He also actually has some very nice guidelines as to how you should, or rather how you should not, draw diagrams. And this is quite a useful checklist, I think, that you can apply to any kind of diagram, because I think he's right about making diagrams self-explanatory rather than requiring the author to explain it. I won't go any further into that. Okay, so I've got about 10 minutes left to describe why we're interested in this in the bank and why we wanted to go further than just using it as a way of drawing diagrams. Some of our challenges, which perhaps reflect some of the challenges that we heard in the previous presentation, were that, I'm sure these are familiar to many of you, we always felt that we never had enough engagement, and this is a perennial problem. You probably never can have enough engagement with customers, business sponsors, initiatives before it gets started. So inevitably, someone comes along and says, we've decided we're going to buy this tool, or we're going to buy this piece of software. Your job now, IT, or your job, Mr. Architecture, is to figure out how to implement it. And you want to say, hang on a minute, roll back. Can you tell me what it is you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it? And perhaps could you give me a hint about business outcomes rather than you've seen something nice and shiny that you want to implement? I'm sure we're all very familiar with that story, and it's everywhere. But we certainly, always are wanting to find ways of getting that earlier engagement so that before someone's gone too far with their idea, we can help to understand it, think about alternatives, think about options. Maybe the answer is not a technology problem. Another problem kind of at the other end is that we have a habit of having architects draw beautiful pictures and designs, and very often actually our governance says, great, you've got that signed off by your ARB or whatever it is, now go away and we'll go and implement the solution. And possibly there's something of a disconnect between what gets actually implemented on the ground and the beautiful pictures that the architects have described. And the fault isn't always on one side or the other, as I mentioned before. Sometimes the architects have got it wrong because they're a little bit too much in the clouds and they don't see the real problems the implementers have. Now, in theory, a good agile approach with agile architecture continuously engaged through the delivery can help to address that in theory. In practice, when project managers control budgets and decide that architects are too expensive and they've done their job and you've got through the governance, go away and let us get on with the solution. So that's, again, another perhaps perennial problem. And it's one of the things that we could see that the C4 model approach can help you at least detect if you care, and it can help you detect when something's gone wrong before it's too late. And the last problem, which is any organization that has a largely project-oriented culture rather than continuous delivery culture, is it will create lots of beautiful assets at the time they implement the project. And then those assets sit there and go rusty or acquire dust, while the actual asset changes over time. And then you come along 5 years later and say, we need to make a big change to this thing. What does it look like? And nobody knows. Can someone look at the code to figure out how this thing works? Because the diagrams we've got are way out of step with what it now looks like. So that's another common problem. I don't think C4 model diagrams answers all those problems in entirety, but they kind of do help a bit. That level 1 diagram has no technology on it whatsoever. It allows you to have an early conversation that says, okay, draw a box that is the new thing you have in mind. How is that going to relate to other things we've already got? Where's it getting its information from? Who's getting value from it? Who's interacting with it? Let's draw some of those pictures without talking about any technology at all. So it does help with that early engagement. It's the what and the who, forget the how for the time being. I mentioned before, you can do a consistency check between them. You could possibly even automate it. We could talk a little bit about that. We've done a few experiments in that space, but actually a visual evaluation is probably good enough and quite quick to say this level 3 diagram is out of sync with the level 2 diagram. Who's right and who's wrong? Where's the disconnect? And can we put them right now rather than wait until the solution drifts away from the original design? So it does help you connect the low-level design to the high-level design, and it helps you actually maintain those things over time. From our point of view, it's great having a way of doing this in pictures, but wouldn't it be better if this was a way of doing it in models? Because at least at that higher business architecture level, the level 1 and maybe the level 2, it would be wonderful if we could see how, whilst this system has to talk to that system, I want to know whether that system is also talking to all those other systems. All the reasons you do enterprise architecture. So having them in pictures is obviously not that helpful beyond one project. So now I'm going to talk quickly through how we've turned this into a meta model in our enterprise architecture model. So I'll start with, there's the first diagram, the level 1 diagram. And from a meta modeling point of view, I've only really got 2 classes here, business system and person, and a couple of simple relationships between person and system and systems connecting to other systems. And with that meta model in the center of the picture here, I could build and represent that model. See some nodding heads, so hopefully you're with me from a modeling point of view. That's nice and simple, very simple way of modeling a C4 model. If I drill down to the next level, it doesn't get much more complicated. All I've done is exploded the system or reached into containers. I've added the container class, And systems can be composed of containers, and containers can talk to each other, they can talk to people, they can talk to systems. And the whole thing is kind of recursive, really. I'm not going to do the next level down here, but you could see that if I did, I'd just have components kind of spawned off container talking to all the other things there. It's actually fairly simple from a modeling point of view. So I'm not going to keep going down the levels, but it's not very difficult. If you wanted to just to take the C4 model diagram and turn it into a modeling language to be able to do this on its own, that doesn't tell you how we're linking it into our enterprise architecture model overall. So that's the last piece that I'm going to come on to in the next 5 minutes. One of the first things we've done, and I'm not trying to criticize Simon Brown in any way, but he uses the term person, and in our view, they're not really people, they're roles. So from our meta modeling point of view, we've used the class role rather than the class person. We had lots of debates about the relationship between roles and personas. That's probably another conversation. We've actually split the role into two. So we've got partner role and resource role. And that's because from a BPMN point of view, if you want to model processes, it likes to make the distinction between the two. And it's quite useful to have internal and external roles, which is effectively what those two classes do. So that allows us to reuse the same objects in a process modeling world as well. So that's kind of fairly simple modification, if you like, to embed it into the way we're modeling processes. The other small change we've added is a relationship between resource roles and business systems called stakeholder. And we can start to then do stakeholder analyses in here. What I'm not going to call out here is the sort of attributes you might want to put on either the links or the classes themselves. I'm going to muddy that diagram too much if I did that. But if you're familiar with normal stakeholder analysis of interest and power, you could record those against that and effectively use the same model to draw out a stakeholder map, for example. So we think that's quite a useful thing to be able to model in our, and business owners, of course, being something you'd want to call out as a particular type of stakeholder. So a very simple modification to that model. Going a bit further, at the bank, we've kind of got the concept of platforms, essentially the environments in which systems are deployed, either a number of different data centers with different levels of security, as you might expect for the Bank of England, or indeed some cloud platforms as well. And so that links into our infrastructure modeling. I'm not going to all the detail of how we model that, but you can see that you've got a link into where stuff is running and how it's running. You could argue that might be done at the system level, at least at the bank. We find that systems sometimes span more than one platform, and therefore it works at the container level. A container is running somewhere, but a system may span more than one, and so we do that. But obviously, if you want to know which platforms are involved in the system, that's a query just across that model. And I'm only really showing you a sort of an extract of the model, so you can see how it keys into the rest of our enterprise architecture model. And then the last piece that we've done is we've linked it more into our business and data architecture pieces. So again, this is a sort of abstracted representation of it, but we're interested in understanding which information concepts are used by a business system. Obviously, underneath information concept, you then start getting into logical data models and the whole data architecture space. But we have a conceptual model of the data that we use, the information that we use at the bank. And so we can start to talk in this model around what kind of information is used and whether it's mastered in a particular system or it's a slave in a particular system and so on. Again, as I said, this way of modeling doesn't really cover data flows, and they're dealt with separately in a separate way of representation. So that's that piece. And then in the top left there, not surprisingly, you've got linkages of, I should add, roles, of course, link you back into organization, all that stuff, which is not shown in this model, but is represented in the enterprise architecture model. And then you've got a link into business capabilities and value streams, products, and so on. So you're starting to key in that way of using started out as a simple diagramming paradigm to help software developers, has become for us a way of actually still doing that, but at the same time being able to key in, at least at the higher level 1 and level 2 levels, be able to key all of that information into our enterprise architecture meta model so that we can ask questions of it. Just been told we've got 5 minutes for questions, and I think I might be on my last slide. So I seem to be almost about on time. That's a fairly quick rattle through everything. I hope it might have kind of triggered some interest in C4 model diagrams. So I'm not being paid by Simon Brown, but I do think it's a very interesting paradigm. Go and have a look at c4model.com. And then maybe when you thought about that, you might think, oh yeah, there's a way of linking this stuff into an enterprise architecture model. Any questions or comments?
I do really like it because it can introduce a very simple and difficult to debate with way of working that helps multiple architects work together in a common way without being too controversial. It's pared down to be not controversial and therefore isn't all singing or dancing. Yeah. On the flip side, because it's not all singing or dancing, it does some things which I like, but I didn't get how you were using it for data mastering and data fathoming our data. So in my world, the systems are one thing, we need to be good at those, and application portfolio management or whatever, but data is really where things are just really hard. Yeah, and I didn't quite understand how you've made this helpful for data challenges.
I think the honest answer is we haven't. And there's a big danger there. The biggest danger is I've found, because the architects usually get the concept that you need different diagrams and different perspectives to address different things. And we still do data flow diagrams, we still do customer journey maps and so on alongside these artifacts in order to do that. So the only tenuous connection we've got is with that information concept linked to the business system, and then there will be the usual, we'll have data architects who are working on the usual assets that they do, going down into logical data modeling and linked back into the physical data modeling, which I don't see the C4 model world really helping with, other than through that connection. The biggest danger that we've found, that it is a danger, which you kind of hinted at, I think, is that people think when they've got a level 1 or a level 2 diagram, there you go, I've got the architecture, that's all I need, now I can go and build it. And you're saying this is just one perspective. To have an architectural description, you need multiple perspectives, and the data one is really important, very important for us at the bank, because it's all data oriented.
Thank you, that's very clear.
Yeah, I think you were the next one.
Yeah. So your diagrams were very nice. Your examples were very nice. They looked quite solution architecture oriented in a sense. If I'm trying to sort of draw out diagrams at an enterprise architecture level, I'm dealing with multiple systems, often a lot of duplication across systems and so on. How does this scale up at a sort of enterprise level as opposed to a sort of solution architecture level?
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, I suppose the answer is that you probably, from an enterprise architect point of view, we're putting all of this into one model, but you don't have to query it across the entire model. So at an enterprise architecture level, I suspect your interest is likely to be in the left-hand half of this. You're interested in the business services and products of your organization, and that links into your business architecture over there. You're interested in the business capabilities, and we actually make a distinction between atomic capabilities and instances. There's a connection there. Basically, that's the business capability world. So you've got to then you can start to understand, have I got multiple business systems that are dealing with the same business capability, and are there good reasons to have more than one, or is that an opportunity for consolidation? And of course, at the conceptual level, we have a fairly standardized conceptual model of the data that we deal with. Like, it doesn't move too fast. It's the logical and implementation models that are where the mess of reality, perhaps the mess of what you're actually implementing, gets involved. So I think at an enterprise architecture level, that stuff you could start to draw on the picture. And the attraction is because the C4 model diagrams that you draw, when you just put that in one system in the middle of the picture, and you've got a linkage, I can easily get back to that picture, you've got a linkage to the other systems that it links to at that highest level. If I've done the same for each one of these, I've actually built in my model a network of how all the systems actually link to each other. And that's the advantage of putting the whole thing into a model as opposed to drawing pictures. That actually it will scale because I can now ask a question, start maybe at a business capability and says, can you tell me all the systems that are connected to this all the way through? Or I can start at the information concept. The same things you could do in an enterprise architecture tool. I'm told we've run out of time. I'm also conscious that we haven't had any questions that may have come from the internet, but maybe we can find a way of catching up with those offline rather than delaying things. So obviously I'm here for the rest of the day, so if you've got more questions, people who are here can interrupt me. Time for me to walk away and move on to the next thing.
We got Mivy.
Yep.
I think you have slides.
No.
Okay. It's probably just a holding slide for this. Maybe you'd just like to introduce yourself, maybe.
Okay. I don't have slides, and that's actually part of what I'm going to talk about. So I'm Mivy James. I'm Digital Transformation Director at BA Systems. I'll explain a little bit about who BA Systems is. And just kind of on a personal note, this it's a little bit nerdy, but I sort of not afraid of my geek credentials, I guess. It's quite exciting to be here in person. I've been a member of the British Computer Society for more years than I can remember. I joined straight after graduating in computer science. We've glossed over the number of decades that ago that was. And I started my career as an analyst programmer. And one of my colleagues is here today, so he just has to close his ears to this. I'm not very good at admin. It took me a really long time to get to be a chartered IT professional. And then I went straight to being a BCS fellow. So I kind of, having sort of been a bit of a fangirl of BCS for a long time, it's genuinely exciting to be here in person. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit more about BAE. So I'm used to talking about digital transformation and Agile, largely to the Ministry of Defence these days, where everyone knows BAE Systems, but I'm not going to take it for granted today that, particularly with an international audience, that you know who BAE is. So we are mainly known as being a big prime defence contractor, and so more commonly associated perhaps with aircraft carriers and fighter jets. And we actually have our own internal fellowship scheme as well, where my fellows are more likely to be more traditional chartered engineers, but that is moving to have a much more sort of digital flavour to it these days, which kind of shows the direction of travel in the defence industry. I'm from the digital intelligence part of BAE, which was actually a very new part of BAE. We formed only in February this year, pulling together different parts of BAE Systems who are focused on data and digital deliveries. And so digital intelligence, then about 5,000 people, and we cover 16 different countries. And I like to think of this as being instrumental to what I would call digital thread, the security and prosperity mission of the UK. And thank you. In addition to supporting the Ministry of Defence and their friends on their digital transformation journeys, I also happen to be the founder of our Gender Balance Network. And I'm a big advocate for careers in STEM, particularly software engineering and related disciplines. I know that BCS is very active in supporting people in careers in STEM. Now I take a lot of professional pride in what I do, which is partly why I've become a bit of an evangelist and have these soapbox moments about making good use of tech. I often feel quite frustrated that really big transformation programs don't deliver on their promises, and often the technology gets blamed. Now, I might be a bit defensive about technology, but I've drawn the conclusion that technical problems are always solvable if you've got the right talent and resources and money and time. But often the question, or one question, was asked of tech in the first place, or the program has sort of got carried away with meeting arbitrary delivery milestones rather than leveraging technology to solve business problems. And I think that's kind of things that enterprise architects are advocates for. So as we've been hearing from previous presenters, this importance of kind of connecting some of the business challenges with technical solutions. So kind of all of this sort of frustration has sort of led to me becoming this evangelist for doing digital transformation properly. and trying to warn people about bear traps that I've seen over the years, rather than kind of crashing headlong into them themselves. And I think it's interesting to note that digital transformation is such a ubiquitous term these days. I think it's become a very consumable way of referencing what technologists have believed in for a long time. So why now? Why now for digital transformation? One of the things that makes me really excited about technology is that it never stands still. So my smartwatch, and Bixby's not joined us yet, but Bixby does like to join in when I'm giving talks, I find, has more processing power and storage than the entire modelling facility, which is actually about the size of this room, that I worked on in the mid-90s, developing what we would now call a synthetic environment for running digital twins. So it's effectively a bake-off, a couple of digital twins for a defence project back then. And I think that's pretty awesome. I think that something this small actually replaces that kind of processing power that would almost have filled this room. So you can sort of think about what the future holds for technology, you know, what does that look like? And so that pace of change is just getting faster and faster. And I think that's why digital transformation is now so ubiquitous. And I think businesses actually have some kind of anxiety about keeping pace. In fact, if you Google digital transformation, lots of organizations will tell you that it's something that sounds quite passive to me, keeping up with the competition, customer demands and technical change. And I don't think that's doing digital transformation quite right. I think to be doing it properly, an organisation needs to be more proactive or even predictive, looking ahead and anticipating what's coming as much as we can, and planning some options. So kind of having most kind of sort of multiple roadmaps available and getting ready for what we can foresee. And it's all too often, particularly in my world, so in government departments, becomes synonymous with specific technology implementations, such as cloud migration, machine learning, and artificial intelligence fixing absolutely everything for us. And those technical deliveries tend to run away with themselves, where the go live is seen as, you know, big tick, we've done digital transformation, and there's nothing more to do. And as always, technology is just a tool to support organizational drivers. And I hope that means something coming from a technologist. You know, I'm very much passionate about technology. And so for technologists to kind of go, it's a tool to enable your business. It's not the be all and end all, or to carry some weight. We know that cloud and artificial intelligence and machine learning are all tools of today. And soon enough, edge compute will be the norm. And you know, we're not that far away from quantum computing. It's definitely not just kind of sort of within the world of sci-fi these days. And so the main message that I really need to emphasize is that digital transformation is never really done. It's a state of constant change, which is a bit exhausting to think about, really. The digital age demands digital agility, business agility, and that dreaded agile word often gets associated just with software development methodologies, which brings us back to digital transformation being very sort of stuck in the world of technology alone. And so I find it easy to describe a digitally transformed organisation as something with a set of characteristics. It's willing to transform with both continuous improvement, so maybe Kaizen, but also revolution when required, embraces innovation, but it's very important that innovation is not something like isolated pockets, not just within an innovation team. It's really easy to innovate, but very difficult to pull that through to operational benefits. So a digitally transformed organisation needs to have innovation as sort of second nature to its culture. It's got a healthy obsession with improving customer experience, and that's internal and external customers, and is data-driven. So recognises the power in data and uses it to actually make decisions, and uses automation where appropriate, and only asks for data that's used. So one of my own personal bugbears is this cottage industry that happens around internal reporting. So creating lots of management information, people accessing data from big corporate enterprise tools, faffing about with it in Excel, pivot tables and what have you, then sticking it in PowerPoint. And then everybody kind of mulling over it in a meeting and it not actually being used to drive the business. And I think that's a big sort of drain on productivity in organisations. And kind of I sort of find it fascinating that if you're going to talk about something, the first question people ask is, do we have a slide for that? So this is kind of me being stubborn, that's why I don't have slides. Unless they're adding value, let's not spend all of our lives creating these PowerPoint slides. You know, I think they are great if you're going to be showing architectural diagrams, and you want to talk through those with people, But if you're just kind of putting some words up there, it's a bit distracting, I think, from people actually listening to the content. So I'm kind of taking a stubborn stance within BA systems around slides. I don't do them unless I think they're adding value, even if that's the normal format for that particular meeting. But luckily for me, part of my job is being a bit of a rebel in the organisation to drive that change. So it's kind of okay for me to kind of rock the boat and refuse. Would like to do a slide for the sake of it. Organisations that are transformed and value stream driven, so they absolutely understand what their sort of business purpose is and how they provide value, and the kind of how that they contribute across the whole business. And that's really important when you're thinking about driving decisions and some of the prioritisation things that need to be done. Very modern digitally transformed organisations have redefined their work and employee proposition and experience. Now, this was something that was forced on us during the pandemic, and I know that today is a hybrid event, but I still don't think that we've got that hybrid working quite right. And naming no names, there are some high-profile politicians who really think we should all be back in the office 5 days a week, and I think that's just presenteeism mindset. And I think that shows a lack of understanding and productivity and creativity. I know that I have my best ideas when I'm not sat in front of the screen. Despite being a technologist, I'm more likely to have them at a random time when I'm going to make a coffee, or I'm out on a run, or something like that. Kind of sitting there and staring at my sort of run list of emails, ever increasing backlog, that just feels like busy work. It's not when I kind of do my best lateral thinking. It goes without saying that digital transformed organisation is security savvy. So information security is absolutely kind of a given, and not something that's an afterthought. And this is where the tech comes in. It has the infrastructure to accelerate its digital strategy. So with lots of government departments now, this is kind of what's underpinning their migration to cloud, and exploits technology as tools to run the organisation rather than being dictated to by those technologies, and can use their kind of like value stream understanding to make wise investment choices, knowing when to redirect investment, and is fast and agile. So it's an empowered workforce rather than a command control type hierarchy, which is what you can see in more traditional organisations. So digital transformation is really kind of a cultural and a mindset thing, underpinned by exploiting technology that's data driven and has what I would call digital literacy, and definitely uses evidence-based decision making. And I think all of those things are something enterprise architecture has recognised for a long time, but maybe not articulated in quite that way. It's orchestration of business value and technology, and knowing that technology only delivers the value when it's used as a tool to exploit data, and goes glove in hand with organisational change. Just delivering the technology on its own is just a kind of an enabler. Now, I've always had the sense that enterprise architecture is absolutely pivotal to bringing together then tech, information, people, and business value, but it often struggles to deliver on those promises. It's quite easy, and I know this, speaking as an enterprise architect, to get lost in this delightful intellectual activity of trying to model the universe. If you model the universe, then everything will be magic. Worrying about meta models and not speaking the same language as others. And those are all things that can get in the way of the effectiveness of enterprise architecture. And as I said, I know because I've done a lot of those things myself over the years. And there's a tendency for enterprise architecture to get associated with abstraction strategy, which can create tension with operational drivers. I think this has become more acute with the uptake of Agile. So one government department I worked with recently, the very existence of having an EA function became under threat because of the way that they reorganised their software engineering teams and gave them a lot more autonomy. And they'd gone from this model of having these big engineering gateways in the waterfall world, as they moved to DevOps. And this was kind of creating some unhealthy behaviours across the organisation. So I did a few activities with them, and on closer inspections, it turned out that quite the opposite was true. When we pulled together the enterprise architecture teams working in CTO and some of the solution architects and the people kind of making sort of daily decisions for building the software, we realised that with architecture and software dev moving at this kind of really fast pace, it's more important than ever to have a strategic direction, some guardrails for the daily decisions to sit within, so that these dev sprints could move the organisation towards their target state, which creates this great sense of relief all round. So it literally took a couple of years to get to the point where we could get everybody in the room and kind of smash that out. And the target state where individual technologies are no longer considered to be enduring. Like early on in my career, big companies would declare themselves to be a technology X house, and I don't want to name those technologies in case of people here from those things, but kind of an example might be Java, and that. But I think that's a thing of the past. Capability is an enterprise-wide ecosystem, and not these siloed systems or platforms that were delivered by large milestone-driven programs. And kind of just a few notes on Agile. When I say Agile, what I mean is embracing those original principles of Agile, software, so not just limited to software development, and applying them across an entire enterprise. I've seen a lot of organizations kind of decide to flip this switch and go Agile, and it's kind of ironic to think about doing that in a waterfall way without understanding the top-down kind of cultural changes that's required. I think it's sort of straightforward to move software teams to Agile ways of working, but this definitely means that you don't reap the advertised benefits. You need to uproot the entire system, process, and habits. Even when there's a lot of investment in training, this doesn't alter the day-to-day habits, the risk and reward system that we've all been working to for most of our careers. And I've worked with quite a few sort of senior and highly competent people who do a great job of talking the talk, but immediately revert to time when it comes to action. And you can't blame them. A friend of mine is a behavioural scientist and would quite happily tell you, if she was here today, how hard it is to change habits. And so this is why Agile leadership is so important. So what kind of things do we need in order to be Agile? Enterprise architecture, of course I say that, systems engineering governance, technology strategy, and all things CTO. So they all need to operate in an Agile way as well. So some of the things that I've done with EA functions over the last few years is look at how they interact with the rest of the organization, how they interact with software teams, how they share things maybe when they're not complete, and have a lot more transparency about what they're working on, and just kind of sort of work closer in tandem with some of the software teams. Portfolio planning is absolutely key to being Agile, particularly in my world, where there are some very complicated rules around how you spend taxpayers' money. And so how you figure out the finances and where investments get made. And this is kind of a real sticking point in government, is investing in something which has unknowns. So thinking about capability planning rather than working out how much a solution is going to cost. And seem to spend a lot of my time working with senior people in government departments who say that they get Agile and then want to know how much it's going to cost when we haven't defined what it is yet. And getting started, you know, rather than trying to again map out the universe before you get started, just kind of sort of be much more agile on starting solving problems. So being much kind of more comfortable dealing with uncertainty and not having stacks of assumptions which can come crashing down like a house of cards. Like I've worked on some big business cases for multi-billion-pound programs, which have hundreds and hundreds of assumptions on them, and everybody nods as if that's kind of taken as a great prediction of the future, which kind of definitely gives me sleepless nights because I know that kind of just a couple of them to unravel the whole stack of assumptions. And leadership behaviours around empowerment and really giving permission to play our parts. And those leadership behaviours are something else that I'm going to cover. So all our parts of an enterprise need to work in sympathetic cadence in maybe as part of a symphony, if you like, and have this into a common, easy to understand vision. And I don't, I'm not particularly bothered which agile methodology any organisation adopts. Rather cynically, I think it's which one organisation chooses is often down to the licensing and branding, and rather than one really being universally better than the others. And it's a bit like yoga. It doesn't matter too much which version you go for, providing that you understand the core principles and that you're a competent yogi. And you're kind of really thinking of it as a sort of spiritual and not just a physical thing. And yes, as enterprise architects, we're often quite senior. So it's worth thinking about what kind of leaders we all need to be in this fast-paced digital world. And I think leadership is something that often is neglected in the technical world. We focus so much on developing our technical skills. One of the things I've noticed working in the military is their leaders first. And I think something we can maybe take from that. And this fast mover, ever-changing world is exhausting. Only last week I was reading about anxiety being on the rise. And there's a limited amount that we can do with regards to dealing with the external factors and protecting people from those. The economy, let's not go into that gloominess now, the pandemic, the situation in Ukraine. But what we can do is create the right workplace environments for people to feel psychologically safe and to perform at their best. And as I kind of touched on earlier, the world of Agile might seem to be one where leadership is less needed, with much flatter hierarchies, but I think actually the opposite is true. We need to differentiate between leadership and management. Leaders need to be very clear on strategy and be inspiring to get that buy-in and leaders' hearts and minds. And that way people will be empowered to make these daily conscious decisions that collectively nudge an organisation in the right direction. Without the right leadership, I think it's impossible for an organisation to achieve digital transformation. In fact, the wrong behaviours will be these frustrating blockers that result in digital understanders seeking careers elsewhere. So there are 4 key pillars to being an Agile leader in the digital world. Being able to set direction and purpose. So that comes with a sort of prioritisation and being connected with the customers, creating role clarity so everyone knows what's expected of them and with each other, because without that you can't have efficiency. Being authentic, so having trust building, being open and transparent, and role models similar values to guiding good behaviour. Supporting devolved decision making. So as leaders we need to let go of some of that. There's a bit of ego to let go of. Providing an environment where people have the empowerment to act, yet taking accountability for those outcomes and making the best use of expertise rather than obsessing over whether somebody's the right level of seniority, and really thinking about collaborative achievement, teamwork, silo busting, sharing knowledge, and as a leader being open to influence from others, irrespective of their seniority. And finally, I think there's a bit of a leadership paradox, being both an enabler and a disruptor. So by enabler, I mean setting a clear purpose and direction, creating a safe space, being trusted and trusting, and coaching for improvement, devolving decision-making, and it's very collaborative. A disruptor is almost the kind of the opposite of that in some ways, looks out, is very close to the customers, ruthlessly prioritises and challenges the status quo all the time and is bold and determined. People tend to fall more naturally into one category or the other. So it's worth understanding which one you're more drawn to and when to kind of adopt the other behaviours to make sure you're getting that balance right. Risk-adverse hierarchical organisations just don't nurture those kind of leadership traits. And some organisations may actively discourage some or many of those types of behaviours. Without them being the norm, digital transformation won't be successful no matter the budget or technology thrown at it. Now, I don't want to kind of go into all of the different technology things, we'll be here all day, but I've kind of touched on some of them already. Artificial intelligence, I think we need a bit of a spotlight on that. This is kind of a call to arms, if you like. I've always been disappointed by the lack of pace of change in diversity in tech. And I kind of naively thought it'd be a generational thing, that as I progressed through my career, we'd see the kind of the needle move, but it stubbornly stayed where it is. Back from all those years ago, when I was literally the only woman doing computer science at university in my year intake. So we all know that needs to improve, but there's a genuine burning platform on artificial intelligence. If people creating the algorithms that drive the automation are almost entirely homogeneous community, then the bias built into the machine will go unnoticed. We don't notice when we're surrounded by people who are the same as us. We can notice people who are different in the room. And so with the rapid rise of machine learning and when machines teach machines, it's going to be too late to fix that. You only need to Google data sets, like look at any job title and just be horrified by the sexist and racist stereotypes that take place in those images, and those images are used to train the machines already. So, you know, machines have the opportunity to be unbiased, to work around and even kind of mitigate some of our systemic cultural biases, which we often fail to notice because they're normal. So we need to tell them that. So it's kind of like a, sort of call to arms, key to everybody in this room to kind of to build that into our day-to-day working practices. We can't leave it to somebody else's problem, and it's not the responsibility or burden of those from underrepresented groups to fix. And it's definitely not something for HR recruitment to do in isolation. We need to champion it all the time. And definitely don't leave it to an A/B item, which is why I talk about it at things like this rather than a D&I type event, because people who go along to those are kind of already on board with it. So in summary, digital transformation we're never done, and it's a way of being rather than a set of technologies. Agile doesn't just live in the software teams, and the right kind of leadership is key to success. Great, that's it. We've got 5 minutes left for questions.
So Olivia, you make a very good point at the end there about you know, the machine taking in all this stuff, but not being diverse enough. I mean, what is the answer there? Yeah, sure, it's about getting more diversity and into the community. Maybe not just sort of sexual diversity, but also sort of different ways of thinking. You know, we all have different ways of thinking,
yeah,
different ways of presenting. And what solutions have you got in your own work that actually you're coming up with to tackle that problem?
So one of the things that's a hot topic in the government departments that I work with, also within BAE, is ethical considerations for AI. So we've got and we're kind of increasing sort of an ethics council for that, and that's a mix of backgrounds and skills. So everything from somebody who's a professor in AI to people who come from much more management consulting and business change backgrounds, and some people who worked on sort of legislative changes, and somebody from our legal team. So it's a background and career path, not just kind of like some box ticking diversity. So we've got that, and we also have a kind of evolving machine learning and AI community, which again is a deliberate mix of skills. So rather than just coming from one professional community, it comes from a mix of professional communities to bring in that diversity of thought as well.
Can I ask at this stage, we asked for a question from the machine? So we haven't had one yet.
The human on the other end of the machine there.
Keep the diversity going.
Yeah.
So we only have a comment here, and that's have worked for companies that have introduced customer experience in the mix to get closer to stakeholders. And the process paradox can get in a way of agile working. So that's the only comment I want here today.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm struggling with at the moment is how to include the range of stakeholders you want to include in stuff whilst also keeping an agile pace. I'm dealing with something at the moment where everybody thinks that it's been developed behind their backs, which it hasn't, just because it's gone from kind of idea inception to kind of agile pace in kind of 3 or 4 weeks. So I'm dealing with some moods at the moment for some senior stakeholders, because that's, I guess, that similar type of problem there, kind of bringing your different customers in whilst keeping the pace up.
I very much liked your description of digital transformation as a sort of set of characteristics. And I'm just wondering, you've then gone on to continue to use the agile word.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering whether you've felt that sometimes the baggage that now comes along with the term agile,
yeah,
some of it religious, as it were, and some of it very commercial, and very oriented around how to build software, which of course is actually where it really started. Whether you still think that term agile is helpful, and just one example I've experienced is some people immediately associate agile with, you hinted at it, we're autonomous. And if you actually look at the word autonomy and what it means, I say, go read it in the dictionary. Do you think it makes sense for every team to be completely autonomous from all the others and just make its own decisions in a corporate world? But people take that as a religion and immediately think that they can do whatever they like.
Yeah.
Have you wondered whether it might be better to try to kill or drop the word agile?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I don't have a better word for it.
No.
And I think the kind of original intent of the word is what we're talking about, but it becomes associated with a particular thing. So if you say agile, and actually in the Ministry of Defence, people say agile with a small a, and they're kind of almost pedants about it to kind of try to take it away from that, like because people switch off, like I'm not a software engineer, I don't want to hear about agile, and they just mean, just need to do things faster and more efficiently, and yeah. So, but I agree with that. It is a challenge, but I don't have more time to word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were talking about with Agile and trying to change behaviors and so on. What sort of methods would a good company use to try and change behaviors so as to adapt Agile more successfully?
So some of the stuff that that I've been doing in different government departments is working with some of the more senior people who are actually real advocates for Agile, don't recognise that the day-to-day behaviours are at odds with it. And kind of almost coaching them to come sitting in on some of their decision-making bodies. Oh, stop. Well, maybe we'll talk about that over coffee. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Mivy, very much. Thank you to all the speakers and to you to keep on time. We are absolutely on time and we'll stay on time. So we've now got 15 minutes, not long, coffee. And Chris is up at 11. So if you could get back in the room, ready to listen to Chris by 1 minute to 11.
So just to ask, I'd like to quote one of your details. Do you want to? Sorry.
Right, if you can sit down, please, and we'll start on time. Thank you. Chris, over to you, sir.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We seem to have some feedback.
It's yours. And then you're in the room.
That's fine, you should be live now.
Seems to have a bit of a feedback loop. Right. Let's try again.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an echo in the room, so I hope it's coming through okay for everyone remotely. So without any further ado, my name's Chris Banks. It's a bit strange to be this side because over previous years when we've done these conferences, I've been behind the scenes. So today I'm going to be talking with you.
I think you need to turn the sound off that, not the microphone, but the sound.
Has that made a difference? No? Do you know how to do this, Mike? Apologies about this.
To screw them up. Is that better? I think
That's even better.
All right, take two. I'll just repeat, just in case people remotely were unable to hear. So my name is Chris Banks. I'm going to be talking to you today about cost to serve enablement and evolution of an architecture community. This is something that covered a couple of years ago at an organisation where I used to work. And I'd like to thank the chief architect for giving approval for me to be able to talk through this with you and share this with the community yesterday. So let's see if we can get this technology moving forwards. So a little bit about me. I'm now a practicing enterprise architect for a Magic Circle law firm. Alan Overy. I won't be touching on anything about law today. This is going to be about previous experience, and had the privilege of working and volunteering with some of the people in this room in the Enterprise Architecture Specialist Group over the last few years, and now involved with a new community support committee that's going to be launched actually later today, and involved in a community board at BCS. In my spare time, I like swimming. So this is what I'm going to cover with you today, and really going to be starting with the end in mind and the approach that was taken. You'll see that the other areas a little bit jumped up, right? It wasn't perfect. So this is about a real world experience of things that happened and how we went about doing it. And then like to wrap up with some key takeaways and share with you some of the things that if I knew now what I knew then, like some of the considerations that hopefully I'm allowing Q&A. And I'm looking at the ones I know who wants us to. So the context of where we started, there were 4 domain councils within the business travel management company that was working at the time as senior director in enterprise architecture. And one of the things within business travel management, it starts a year with a headwind going into millions around expenses and on costs and so on. Over previous years, there had been a lot of innovation that had been happening through product teams that have become decentralized. But one of the things that then started to happen, not only were there great products that it was then starting to get to the point that because there'd been so much happening in so many different places and so many ways of doing things, getting that end-to-end complete picture was becoming difficult to make a decision. So there were a couple of things that was establishing Tech Debt Guild. So what I started there was really bringing together a community of people who were sharing where they were, the level of maturity, looking at things that were old, things that were new, where there were duplication. So all we were doing was getting the conversation started, and also starting to take some little baby steps, low maturity, just starting to think about cost allocation and a model of how to be able to look at that. We needed to change, right, to make things better. And some of you might be familiar with a book by Eric Ries, and took a moment to reflect about how could we go about change. So really starting to think a bit more like a startup and less like a multi-billion-pound global organisation in over 100 countries with tens of thousands of people. And like a startup, right, thinking about the products. Hands-free. Is that better? Okay. So within the architecture community, it was really thinking about the accountable roles that were being taken and some things that needed to happen. So I took the role of developing the new framework model, and within the community, looking at a lighter way of doing risk reviews and governance so we could move at pace, and establishing a core team. So that I had the privilege of working with the lead from the portfolio and also with someone from finance. So we started with 3 people and we kept it really small so we could start getting momentum quickly. And there was a pivot that was starting to happen, and that was really starting to think about how to move from where things were and thinking more around the value streams and strategic investments that could help us go forwards. So I mentioned starting with the end in mind, we were looking at the portfolios, how we could break that down, thinking about what does good look like, driving decisions with data, starting to think about value transparency, customers paying a fair price for the services that they're receiving, and how we could enable senior leadership to make decisions easier with a complete picture, and thinking about driving outcomes and results but also how we keep doing continuous improvement. So another thing happened. There was a compelling event, a global pandemic. It affected all of us in so many different ways. We didn't have a chance to take our time. We had to move quickly. We couldn't procrastinate about anything. And so literally what I'm going to take you through now is something we developed within 1 to 2 weeks. And we started with process map, ways of working, as you can see here, and broke it down into different levels. So everything from when we were kicking off with the teams, looking at the workouts, we were doing a bit of a blended sort of Kaizen event, sprint ceremonies. We called it Tiger Teams, right? Because they were focused on fixing the problem. And we were blending different methodologies, right? There was a bit of lean, there was a bit of agile, a bit of TOGAF, there was Six Sigma, lots of things were going on. But we were just doing what we needed to do to get it done. And what we really focused on was, what was the capacity of a single person? Because we didn't want to overstretch people in a difficult time of going through change. So as all of this was happening, we were learning, we were discovering, we were evolving, and we found out really quickly we had to pivot. Because what we did discover in the data that we were gathering, some of the things, we had low-hanging fruit, we could go after quick wins in year 1, but then we started to look, if we got to year 2, year 3, you'd start to see some of those quick wins would diminish, and to drive greater value, we had to start thinking about a multi-year strategic approach going forwards. And we knew things had to change. So we were learning all the time and starting to think about how we needed to equip people with the right tools to get stuff done. And so we introduced an architect's toolkit. So all of this is happening, and at the same time, thinking about the framework, thinking about how we can get to the point of making it easy for decisions to get made with the different domain councils, ensuring that there was right representation of the CTO or VP at the time in each of those product councils, but also with the right level of support from the portfolio and enterprise architecture. Then, as I started thinking about how we were going to go about change and making it simple for people to understand, started to reflect on what I'd say the godfathers of methodology. So Dr. Deming, Stuart, who came up with like plan, do, check, act. And that's how we started to look at to drive continuous improvement, to create flow and a pull system that can be carried on and on, but had the right level of governance within the architecture community, bringing together information security, architects, support teams, and decision makers. So we knew we were doing the right checks and balances as we were going through this. One of the key takeaways, as well as defining the activities that would happen within the core cost to serve team, and the in-year and multi-year opportunities, because there were different teams there. A key thing was defining roles and responsibilities. Again, making sure we knew who was accountable to do what, but providing transparency for everyone so they knew what touch points they could have if they were being consulted with or information was being shared. Now, I suppose we're moving on to something that's a bit more architecture-like, right? A reference model. What we realized is that with the different product teams that had been established over time, that they were using different artifacts. So we needed a way that we could have simple building blocks for a digital business platform, common language. We needed a way to align the right resource to get enterprise coverage. We also needed a way to have clear definition, right? To really think about ownership, management, decision-making, and then thinking about lifecycle management and how we could eliminate tech debt. I mentioned about some of the things that we learned earlier on around the dual path approach. So what we looked to do was we focused on the business priorities. So this was really about driving outcomes and results that were business driven. And we broke it down, the teams, into different waves. You'll see, so this was March 2 years ago, and we know we were asked to spend a lot of time at home. So we were having to adapt our normal ways of working remotely as well, all at the same time. And there were lots of factors that were going on. And as we were thinking about the Tiger teams, we were bringing together people with different skills to be able to get the results and to work quickly. So we would have workouts with these teams, and what we would do is we would drive consistency in the templates we were using, in how we were gathering data at a low level, and then the artifacts that we were using within the architecture community, making it simple, getting stuff onto one page that people could digest, understand, and we could repeat. So they knew the products that EA were providing. So we were starting to move EA more as a service. And then as we would go through working as a core team, I mentioned around finance, architecture, portfolio, that we would then start to come up with what were the cost savings. And some of these cost savings might have been thousands, tens of thousands, some even going into the millions. So that it was a very, very large budget that we were dealing with. So how were we getting decisions made? We were having to move at pace and get things done. The core team would look at the ratified artifacts that we'd taken through the architecture light governance that we'd established. We'd then come up with simple views to be able to submit to the group domain product council, giving them full context of all of the systems, everything we knew at that time. So when we were presenting them with recommendations around the current opportunities and how quickly they could realise cost savings and the impact that was being had, we use quadrants, right? You've seen analyst quadrants, right? People just get them. So we thought, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We create our own one and just make it relevant to what we were doing. And once we present this to the main product council, then we get to the point where we knew, was it red, was it green? Were we going forwards, or were we needing to look at other things? We just kept learning, but we were trying to get to the point of making decisions fast. So people focused, 3 E's. It wasn't at the time, but it's the simplest way to break it down now. Educate. Prepare content, make it easy, make it transparent, make it easy to understand for people that are going to be involved, right, what's coming. Engage. So it's very much thinking about those results, making things repeatable. And even if you need to, roll up your sleeves, book the meetings yourself. Don't wait for others to do things. And then enable. We just wanted to get things to a point where we were giving signature ready information to decision makers, trying to make their lives as easy as possible, because the situation that we were in, we didn't have time to take things away, go through, rework. We just needed to get to the point where we were funneling information to drive yes, no decisions. So at the beginning, I said, if I knew now what I knew then, right, this is how I might have started and looked at this, which was something that was very simple, created a little bit of flow, thought about the different aspects that were involved within cost to serve around people and what matters to people, ways of working, make it easier to do the right thing, not the harder thing, but it's always going to change and be ready to. And around the products, technology, managing tech debt, getting rid of waste, and then the cost optimization aspects, which was at the beginning, it was very much thinking about being directionally correct. So we were working with orders of magnitude. So we might be rounding up, rounding down. We were learning as we were going, and we were evolving some of the cost models that we were using as well. But the key thing was keeping outcomes and results at the centre and making sure that we had that framework and governance that was light enough, but it enabled us to create flow. And then the real things that I learned was get early buy-in, make sure your senior stakeholders are bought into this, the ones that are going to make the decisions, get the support wherever you can. Be ready to change, right? It's constant. Things are always changing. The way you work might have to change. So just be ready to pivot. When you're starting to look at tech debt life cycle, all of you know, right? It's just the beginning, right? Things get older over time, things age, things need to be replaced, and new things come along. Collaboration, right? It was all about people coming together, people sharing, contributing, doing great things. I mentioned around sort of aiming to be directionally correct, but don't lose sight of pursuing perfection over time when you're gathering more information. And define how value will be driven. It could be different in different organizations, different sectors, but understand what it means to the organization, your customers, your colleagues, whatever it might be, and what those levers are that you might want to pull to actually determine what is your value-driven approach that makes sense. And thank people for their contributions. If I'm looking back now, there's a couple of key people, if they're remote or watch this at a later date, Matthew Newton, Jonathan Kotke, right? They were great supporters, offered kindness along the way and support, and really helped collaboration throughout the organisation and making this happen with a great team. And it was the great team that really made all of this happen. Any questions?
Yes. With the microphone on. Really interesting, thank you. So a lot of the focus is obviously around the cost saving. So effectively looking at how your business operates now and making that as streamlined as possible. Just wonder whether there will be a point where you start to pivot to a different area of the business, because obviously you really focus on cost savings and that will take you to a certain point. And at some point you start to think maybe there's other value in life and really changing our business model. I just wondered if there's a point at which you might need to pivot or expand upon the approach.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a great point. I'll go back to the slide because, as I mentioned at one point, when we started this, our maturity was at a very, very low level. And I think over time, there's different maturity models that are out there. And I could see that there would be an inflection point. Speaking with the team that I work with in the last 6 months, one of the things I do know, things continue to change. One of the things that has happened though, some of the ways of doing things that we discovered back then are still in practice 2 years later around keeping architecture light. And I think something that really helped was try and get a view of your enterprise and get the right people aligned in the right place. Because if you haven't got sight of it and you can't see, you're not listening, and you're not working with other people in the business, right, you might miss those opportunities. So I think over time things do change. I know that their operating model has changed in a post-pandemic world. And I think as you generally see, right, within architecture maturity, you see improvements and you see different things happen over time. So I definitely think that could be something that would happen in an organisation, and it happened in this one.
Do you have one where domain architects aligned with the product councils? How does that work? Is all of it being done by enterprise architecture?
Yes. So there was representation with leadership. So leaders, senior architects that were in product councils. There was a team, and there was different representation in different places. The reason why I mentioned around the architecture community, that was key because that's where we all came back together. That's where we shared. That's where we worked with solution architects, information security, support side of the business. And so it wasn't about everyone being in the same place at the same time, but getting the right people, coming up with those multidisciplinary councils, teams, and blending things together.
In terms of your remit during this time, were you given as an EA function, given a broad remit in terms of go and find some things for us, or were you being given direction from directly in that?
So, as I mentioned, I've already established the Tech Debt Guild. So we've started to share and learn. We'd already started coming up with a basic cost allocation model. And there was things we were looking at around requirements governance, right, that was all emerging. And at first we thought, is cost to serve a triangle, right? And it sits in the middle of those three factors. With what happened, it was very much, the remit was, we need to pivot what we're doing. We don't have any opportunity. We've got a compelling event, do whatever it takes. I remember some of the nights and when I'd go home, literally getting blank A4 bits of paper, getting Sharpies, just drawing, and then coming into the next day, putting it on the table and saying, what's wrong with this? Will it work? Won't it work? And just being accepting of any type of feedback that as a collective in a core group, we thought could work and had the chance of success. So that's literally how we were working. As I mentioned, this came together in space of 1 to 2 weeks.
That's really good, it's interesting. When you started out, did you define what the scope of an enterprise architecture function would be?
The scope was everything in the organization. So we were looking at the customer domain council, we were looking at the traveler experience, we were looking at our end-to-end supply chain, we were looking at technology, we were looking at rooms, right? All of those factors that were key to the organization, right? So there was already an acknowledgement that leadership and certain people already knew where some of the hotspots were and some of the things to go after. So it was very much through the collaboration that some of those things that people always said, yeah, we get onto that, we put that on the roadmap, right? That stuff just came to the front really quickly. And so that's sort of how we tackled it. It wasn't fully structured and we were constantly learning along the way. Free hands.
Were you given authority or did you take authority, or how did that work? How did you actually get the authority to do change?
Of which part?
Of all of it, as the function, because obviously this is now quite a pivotal part of the organisation making decisions.
Sure. So there was full sponsorship from, I should have mentioned, the new CIO, right? So we had a bit of a change at the top table. And we had already started to work together around cost allocation, tech there. So it was a core team, as I mentioned, from portfolio, myself in EA, and also we had representation from finance. And so we were given the remit, go out, do whatever you need to do to get it done.
Can I ask, did you talk about architecture like governance? Did you base that on an industry model, or did you make that light and governance up yourself? It's interesting to know what you base that on.
Sure. So we already had an architecture model, let's call it ARB, right? Yeah. Where we used to do assessments. So assessments around, were you bringing in new technology? Was it information? Was there sensitive information? Did it change a business process? Have we got an architecture concern that we need to look at across the enterprise? We had some of those things in place. There was a reasonable level of maturity in the architecture practice already. So what we did, we built on that. We introduced the architect's toolkit. So instead of doing big pages and pages and pages of artifacts, we just reduced it, made it simpler. We got it to yes, no questions, and we were working as light and streamlined as possible. We knew there might be a little bit of baggage that we'd have to pick up later, but we had to make decisions and move at pace.
Yeah, what are rooms?
Rooms.
Rooms.
Hotel rooms, Airbnb, places people sleep.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not sort of the internal building rooms.
No.
No. Okay. It's the customer rooms. Right.
Yeah. It was called something a little bit different, but I thought that might create a bit of complication. But yeah, rooms as well. That does too, right? How are we for time?
We're good. We've got 2 minutes. Are there any online questions? No.
So if there are no more questions,
One quick question. Just what kind of scale are you talking about with your architecture community? How many pods is that? And was there a challenge in trying to get people to actually take part in that collaboration effort and change how those architects are working into your kind of using your toolkit?
Yeah, so the architecture community, we were, there'd been a little bit of change. We were in double figures, we were back into single figures, right? So it wasn't huge, but it was enough to give us the coverage we needed. And I mentioned around some of the education. So we would have sessions where we would be sharing content, working through things together, building out catalogs. We were doing lots of the tidying practice in the background. And the support from the chief architect was absolutely key, right? Because we were driving change and we were getting that buy-in as early as possible from the top to say, we're now evolving how we're doing things and we're building on some of the goodness we already had in place.
Great, thank you, Chris, very much. Jill.
Would you like to just introduce yourself?
Yes. Hey everyone. Hello. My name is Jill. Also hello from those audience that are from online. I'm enterprise architect and especially focused on integration. And because I think I've been moving from programmer, solution architect, technical architect, and in the past 5 years, many looking at sort of the enterprise level. And I think the project I work on doesn't matter what project, any other IT project, e-commerce, CRM, ERP, and a lot of these projects, for me, in the end, it's an integration project. So that's why I decided, I think, well, I'm going to specialize in this area and particularly address the challenge from the integration angle. So today I'm going to talk about how to plan your API ecosystem from strategy to execution. And as we only have 25 minutes, so I'm not going to talk about how we're going to define your API strategy at business level or how you're going to build and implement your API at technical level. I'm more trying to share different aspects about API, what you need to take into consideration when you plan your API program initiatives or build that API ecosystem that if you're thinking that we can sustain and also scale down the road. Okay, so just a few examples in terms of the project and also client company that I worked in the past. Not to brag here, just want to share that it doesn't matter which company, in which industry, size, big and small, the challenge they have is the same, and the pain they have is also similar. And so today I'm going to cover in the topic. I think first just wanted to share the common challenge I see in many API programs that I've involved, and also sort of high level view in terms of how we should look at the ecosystems and the boundary, the fields, different dimensions. And so that help us to put things into a spec when we are planning our API ecosystem. And also the key consideration that when we're planning that end-to-end, from strategy to execution, and then key takeaways. So first, what's in the API ecosystem? I guess you probably come across this. People say, hey, let's build some API. Let's maybe we've got a budget that's going to spend it. And then people probably looking at API program or ecosystem from a different angle or very different angle. If we say go to IT manager, they're probably thinking, yes, API system is good because then we can help the team to share, reuse this API. So the knowledge sharing and then also services that build across different teams. So we really sort of focus on that ecosystem. I mean, in terms of that knowledge sharing perspective, team collaboration perspective. And then also for developer, they're probably thinking about, okay, how I'm going to manage that API. API management, lifecycle, different version, how I control, govern the different user group are accessing and then using this API. So that's about sort of an ecosystem with that user group, team group, and then at the tool level. And also down to the architect, we're thinking, okay, yes, let's do API-led integration architecture. I think traditionally point-to-point integration, probably thinking, okay, it's not good. We should focus on reuse. Maybe service from service-oriented architecture to API-led integration. So they're really talking about that architecture, layered of architecture, and how we are sort of planning that API environment. So, and then API economy is more a business view, looking at how we can participate or be involved in that API economy, how we can be benefit from that API economy. So thinking about how we can transform our product, how we can transform our services, what we offer to our customers, or how we interact with our customers or suppliers or outside of the company. So I assume everyone will have some knowledge about API, so I didn't go into the detail explaining the definition of API. And the key message I want to share here is, I think they are all correct. I wouldn't say one is wrong or the other is. I think it's really just about the perspective, that layers of the ecosystem and that we are playing with, and that ecosystem can be within the business domain and can be within the architecture, and also can be within the team, the user group, and also the tool and the technology platform layers. And it's like when we are planning that ecosystem end to end, and I think it's very important to think, okay, which ecosystem we are thinking of, and we need to align with. And because I think usually I see there's a disconnect in terms of we talk about efficiency and we talk about value, but the business goal, what's being probably articulated, also the business goal sometimes not necessary, or the strategy is not clear, or sometimes that need to be articulated. So sometimes I think is when we are implementing at the technology level, sometimes we may need to help to bridge that communication or help to validate, what we're implementing and then exactly what value we are adding in, and then to achieve and meet that business objective. So these are the common business drivers that I see. And I think, of course, business driven, like coming up from the top in terms of the business services, you sort of focus on your product and services. And that probably sort of a top-down approach, business strategy, product strategy, then your API strategy. And then also there's a sort of a bottom-up approach. So it's more tech-driven, looking at, okay, how we can be more efficient. So from the IT strategy, integration strategy, and the API strategy is probably part of that. Yeah, so these sort of usually sort of a different driver for this API strategy. And I would say as long as they are aligned, either way they all fine. And also they are, I think probably the worst situation or something we need to be probably careful is sometimes is the business is thinking that's the purpose that why they start this API strategy. But we are probably working on focus on efficiency. So that probably disconnect between the business and tech. I think that in terms of how we approach the APIs ecosystem and then make sure that it's actually delivering its intended value. I think that's something where I feel it's usually that could be dangerous. So it's making sure that business and technology alignment. And of course, I think sometimes there could be another scenario, which is maybe it's a software company that come in setting about the API product and tool and focus on how probably your team and also everyone's going to be happy because now it's going to shorten those time to implement and integrate and dealing with all the change. And then, of course, we know any change is not easy. It takes time. And so when you new tool in, people learning how to get on the new tool, and by the time probably you're going to start to implement or really deliver the value, and then probably the project by the time it's got sort of pulled out already. So that's the business drivers. And I think for large digital transformation programs, and usually where the architecture coming in is usually when we're doing transformation, not just at business level, in terms of your business, maybe new business model, new sort of services. At the technology level, is also doing the transformation, upgrade to cloud, and they adopting new technologies. So these, when you're doing the change of both, I mean, they need to come together. And I think that in terms of API strategy, API enablement, it's a big role in terms of enabling. I mean, that usually, I think either business or technology, playing a key enabling role in that part. And so here is the challenge, I think, in terms of bridge that business and technical conversations. Because we say, hey, API, let's build the API, and we can notice by the different language they use. People are talking about public API, product API, partner APIs. So I would say these are more sort of looking at the business solution, business view. And we're looking at REST API, how we're going to build the API, event API, whatever. These are technical solutions. So that's sort of the technical view. And also, it's usually not that straightforward, to bridge that business to tech, because we know it's not just straightforward to really craft a good API. Sometimes you need to connect the process, the data, and also capability. There's a lot of other elements you need to join that together in order to make a good API and make it work or make it that valuable. So here is, I think I just wanted to show that sort of my simple way of looking at how we are sort of creating that feedback loop in terms of from strategy to architecture and to execution. And I would say lots of these API initiated programs or API ecosystem, if something that doesn't work, and for whatever reason, whether it failed to deliver its value or being canceled all the way. And then we always can troubleshoot and come back to here and then look at maybe there's one element of these three areas that's been probably ignored or they missed it. So that connection, I think it's very important. And I think that's where most of the enterprise architect is stepping in and then also help to bridge and then that business view and also the value and also the execution, the operation challenge together. So I wanted to just share a very simplified view in terms of how we look at API ecosystem and starting by boundaries. So this is usually our enterprise, our company, and this is the outside world, the markets. And we have these IT systems within the enterprise. And I think these, when you define your API ecosystem, I think it's important to know which ecosystem you are playing in and what boundary you are dealing with, because that means different IT landscape, different audience, and different users that you're going to interface with. So that external view, whether sort of business view, that's how you are going to interact with if it's B2C or it's B2B, or whether it's, for your interact with your partners. So that's sort of the external view. And internal view, enterprise, you may have multiple business lines and you may have a shared services, that how your business structured, how each of them, they interact with each other. And when you're thinking about how you integrate internally, I think it's really important to apply that into the context, align with your business, so the way of working. And also the technical view. I think this is sort of in my more technical level in terms of the API the connectivity to different system, to different application process, how we reuse that, and how we create that API system to make sure connectivity is always easy and people are easily to access the data where they need it. So I would say there are a few in terms of strategy to execution. I always say starting by focus on context. And the following, which is I think are very there are just a few, which is I think we should look at when we look at that business view, and that will impact how we're designing and architecting our environment. So which ecosystem you are in, based on the purpose, the boundary that I mentioned, and also whether you are a player or a creator, you are producing the API or you are just building your solution on top of the API, because that also impacts different tool technology stacks and how you approach those API. And also the number of endpoints, whether it's a user, a group of 10 users, or it's probably 1,000 or unlimited. So it's different sort of a challenge, and you need to think about, and also like how you are handling the monetization, what's your business strategy, what's the value of that. I think that helps you to prioritize. Sometimes there's so many things you can do, but in terms of that value, in terms of efficiency, what is the goal that we try to achieve, and understand and be able to quantify those, and that help us also, to focus on where our effort and where to stay focused. And also, for example, like stability of services and relationship. What do I mean by that is, in order to create ecosystem, I think stability is quite important. If it's a constantly changing environment, it's probably hard when you don't know how the business is going to evolve. So you can try to create put a lot of it, try to build something, but in the end, no one actually using it. So I mean, applying where you think that has the best opportunity for the consumption, for reuse, and also in terms of understanding that dynamic, that relationship, is that something for example, like inside out, outside in, we're talking about API approach in terms of we know how the user is going to use it, and we can try to sort out that complexity in the backend system, and then we produce that API and then for outsider to consume. Or sometimes is we don't know how they're going to use it, and we will just publish those data, from the backend system, and then that sort of make it accessible, and people can build the services on top. So that sort of encourage the innovation and also agility. So I think it's sometimes understand the stability of the services and also the relationship dynamics with the touch point that you're going to interact with. And also, I think sometimes, we have to make strategic trade-off. The challenge is digital maturity is different in every organization. Understanding, this is where we want to go, but currently in reality, where we are, do we have the skill? Do we have even the infrastructure, technology, the tool in place to support it? And that, I think, will help us to say, well, is it something we can apply we need to apply a tactical solution, or something that worth us to, invest a lot and then plan that sort of spend probably 6 months or 12 months and to implement it and then get that perfect shape. So I think sometimes it's that balance in terms of understanding our digital maturity, where we are, and also the business priority in terms of the urgency. Yes, I think sometimes somewhere it's that's something that's probably we need to pivot very quickly. We need to, especially if it's related to business, front-end customer or regulation, sometimes it's coming in. That means we have a deadline, we have to implement it. And sometimes internal efficiency is important, I think, but not every organization probably is in that position. Luxury can spend a lot on improving, optimize the efficiency. And I see also a lot of organizations that usually being deprioritized when there's other priorities coming in. and also complexity of the solution, in terms of low hanging fruit and where we have the best chance to win. I think sometimes we have to find a compromise and trade-off between some of these in terms of which one we're going to start, and to make sure that the API we build and all API ecosystem is actually in the speed and also delivered its intended value, and also the time frame. How much time frame we have? 3 months, 6 months, over 2 years, 3 years. What's the time frame we plan? How far we can plan? I think that all sort of we can play that back into our plan in terms of how we're going to get there, and how in terms of our strategy, in terms of the roadmap, in terms of the priority. And then here is the address the operation obstacle early. So I'm not talking about how we're going to maintain support, APIs. I think a lot of time what I see is because we all know that we need to collaborate, we need to work efficiently together. But a lot of time we are limited by how the organization is structured. So sometimes we find the Ferrari, we had make sure that we have the talent, we have people skill. Yeah, we build the best cars. I mean, the base API, but it's like probably, the process is not there. There's a lot of, you can see these diagrams. It's you can see you can't move fast, right? Because you don't have the process, you don't have a structure in place to empower you to do what you need. You will spend a lot of time and then trying to connect with others. And then I think sometimes it's people, we all want to collaborate, but when we're under temperature, and we can just work on what we got the best we can. So I think to address this operation obstacle early is very important. I'm talking about operating model. Every organization, maybe we have like shadow IT, different IT, and it's like different way of organizing your organization. So whether your IT is where the API program, whether it's a centralized or a local program, I think you need to sort of put that into a context in terms of how you approached it, and also who's going to in that ecosystem to reduce it. And we talk about also, that means where you wanted to govern, where you want to standardize, and where you wanted to delegate. And also team autonomy. So what I say here is, when we're designing services or solutions or API, and I think one of the challenge is whenever we want to make a changes, if whatever you want to make a change, and then it also involves getting someone else from other team to make that changes, of course, you slow things down. So sometimes I think also recently there's about a term called domain-driven design. And it's talking about, yes, how we are structuring our services and using the domain design approach, because basically that helps to minimize the dependency with the teams. So how we are designing our services to make it reusable, but with also consideration in terms of, how we can support that, achieve that autonomy within the teams. And then this is a new idea, which is I'm exploring. It's called integration ops. I think we probably call center of excellence or whatever. You have an integration team, and probably depends on the platform, whether it's probably MuleSoft or SAP, whatever. Basically, they are sort of a technology centered, and also they are sort of one place, basically spending everyone putting into the integration into that space. So I think what my idea here is integration ops is focused on its technology agnostic, focus on the process, like how we are gathering the requirements, how we are capturing requirement, validating, qualifying, and how we are even try to consolidate them together, because that gave us a view early on before they became the requirement. You can capture the synergy earlier, and also that help us to inform the architecture and how we are planning their solution. So here, I think have a successful API program, then what in my view, it means it's going to be sustainable and scalable. And so you have the people on the top here that's doing the planning, and also, you sort of design your logistics, how you're going to deliver it, and also in the end is make sure that someone can actually execute it. So I would say desirability. Make sure you build things that people want, and it means there's a usability. There's going to you have an audience. And also visibility, yes, I think that's where, how you're going to plan and then able to make that happen. And also viability in terms of execution. So that's basically back to strategy, architecture, execution, what I said earlier. So here are some other recommended reads. API strategy for banking and fintech.
Thanks, Sean.
Yes. I think people interested think about strategy, how you join that sort of API economy, the role you play. These are good reference, stimulate ideas, and also design autonomous team and service by Nick June in terms of how to create autonomy team, and also in terms of that's from the architectural perspective. And also Daljit, I think is sitting in the back. Yes, I read his first book and provided a lot of the great clarity on the basic architectural knowledge. And I think this one is a new one, which is I'm very looking forward to look at, because it's talking about operating model and also the technology, join these two perspectives together, which is I think it's very important. So probably architect we are less involved in that space. The Milky Way, this is also another one, which is it's a different model. I think there's so many different models out there in terms of how we build the enterprise drawing, architectural map. And I think this one, I also find it's quite interesting to visualize it. A same fundamental model, but you can use it from the strategy to execution and to serve it for a lot of different purpose. So that's also the reason I recommend it. So, any questions?
How are you drawing together the general data management concerns, I mean, data governance, data quality, etc., into your API strategy? Do you reference those, or are you?
Yeah, certainly I reference those, and if those are available, but there are also situations when they are not perfect, they're not available, then we have to come up with other alternative solutions to do that. Yeah, because sometimes sometimes I think we have to build a solution, but perhaps with perfect data is not perfect, process is not perfect, then we have to think in that situation, then what's the best way to approach that.
So Jill, I'm doing a piece of work at the moment where I've designed a solution for a bank, and the bank strategy is to go API first. That is the bank strategy. They've got billions of customers. But what I recommended, because the transactions occur infrequently, I've recommended a straightforward SFTP approach, right? Because the transactions happen once a month, they're bespoke. I can't justify the cost of doing an API system. Now, what happens when you've got, the strategic direction is API first, but in reality, to deliver the service, straightforward, old school, it's cheaper to actually fax over something, but SFTP, how do you handle situations like that?
So I would say API is not API first, but API is not going to be the solution to everything. API is just one of them. So you're still going to deal with lots of file-based transfer. You're going to still have lots of probably industry broker. And I think API usually is using that very last mile, that delivery. And then to have that end-to-end solution, you might actually have several integration capability needed, in order to join together with the API. Yes.
So my question is, I mean, it's been great. The whole ecosystem alignment and markets are great and very useful. In terms of determining where you are in the journey towards the delivery of business value, is there a model or a meta model that you consider in terms of key performance indicators or key goal indicators to actually see where you are in that journey, right? You link all that together. How can I demonstrate to the business the value received through this model, right? The first model.
Yes,
is correct. It's accurate. And where you are in the journey.
I think this is probably hard to say. There's a model to support. I think is how we are interpreted, how we translate that message from the business, and what does that mean to IT? What does that mean to API? Because API first, for example, the value. We can, if the challenge, the problem we wanted to solve is the connectivity issue. We want to be able to connect to all the backend system. And so that was more sort of a technical view in terms of improve that efficiency. And then I would say everything, if we're going to connect it back to business value, it's always two things, whether increase revenue or reduce our costs. So how we then interpret that in terms of efficiency that we trying to achieve and how much money that's going to save, and or how much it can enable that the direct or indirect revenue generation. And of course, there are many other value. For example, teams going to work better together. They faster to make changes. But I think these things eventually they all link back to that cost, and they all link back to the numbers. Yes, well.
So related to one of the last questions, there's lots of different ways to achieve integration, and the way that I sort of see it is that it's almost like there's different patterns to design of how we can achieve integration. So point to point, or via a middleware system, or SFTP versus API, etc. And I was wondering if you've seen any organizations really successfully provide a patterned approach that enables architects to, one, sort of pick the right type of integration, what they're trying to achieve, but also a patterned approach around how we actually design the integration so that people design it in a consistent way.
Yes. So I have a slightly different view on the pattern. I think usually people think we create pattern to make sure we design right. But I think the pattern usually come afterwards is improve your team efficiency and quality, because you'll have a new team on board. You'll have working with a lot of suppliers. When coming in and then they don't know what system, what landscape you have, they have to learn all of that. And if they have a pattern they can reference, then they could say, okay, this sort of integration scenario connecting system A and B in this sort of context, then we'll apply this pattern. And I think lots of program, if you are just new, just starting, and before you know those patterns going to be useful and reference, and you can sometimes try and spend a lot of time try to reinvent the wheel. And also based on which technology platform you use, they always come with a pattern. And I think those are just good reference for developer, architects to. I might come out.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah. Good.
Morning, everybody. I've learned lots of things about enterprise architects because I'm not an enterprise architect, but I'm very much involved with them. And the things I've heard today, you need viewpoints, you need dependencies, you need diagrams, you want less discovery, you want to drill down to things, you don't like rusty assets, life cycles. You want decisions made without lots of assumptions. What better to understand? If Juliet, you bring in a team to do an integration job, the first thing you have to do is learn things. Where do they get that knowledge from? How do they actually learn? How do they move these things? It'd be nice to have a maturity model. Actually, I'm going to tell you about what I'm doing with all of that. So my name is David Cuthbertson. I run a small UK software company called Square Mile Systems. Probably guessed where we started and the type of customers that we had. But I'm here not as that. I'm here actually for my role in a trade association called TIA, the Telecoms Industry Association in the US. and I chair the committee called Information Management. It's about life cycle management and ICT infrastructure over the long term. So I'm going to take you to where we are at the moment and where we're going. So you can see all of that. The whole point is, how do you understand IT systems to cover all aspects? This is mainly around infrastructure, which is everything from the ground level, buildings and rooms, all the way up to the virtual compute systems and networks on large enterprises. So my customers, all the people that we've been talking today, so UK military, US military, federal agencies, where it's large, distributed. Currently working in New York City, 1,800 campuses. So I need 1,800 network diagrams produced every week and refreshed. But I also need about 25,000 macro diagrams. The technique, which you all use with enterprise architecture tools, is have data and then present it in different ways for different units. The server sits in a rack diagram that sits on a network, but it's also mapped to applications and servers. There's also somewhere an enterprise architect cloud that actually is, why do we need it in the first place? But I like large scale, and it means I get around a lot. That's why I'm working on this, which is not actually a UK trade body, because there is no doing this, not even the BCS. But effectively, what we're looking at is how do we handle not just the change and chaos over a 20 or 30-year period. Everything is going to change at different life cycles. The applications are going to change. The people are going to change. The sourcing is going to change. Knowledge is going to be lost. But also, we're going to have change forced on us by regulations. So even something that was working, the governance has to change. It's actually not easy to understand governance. And we've also got many other factors. Usual IT one. I'm glad to hear that enterprise architects have their own side of the problems and talking with each other and other teams, just those infrastructure teams, networks and servers and outsourced partners and various other things. So let's tell you where we are. I'm not going to read all of this, but this is just about the Telecoms Industry Association. They invented things like the RJ45 plug, the data center design standard that data centers are built to. But they've always been around technical design standards around things. For the first time, what we did in 2020, people got together and said, all these things don't work and don't go wrong. We have no way to manage the life cycle because actually it's how they all come together for the end-to-end view. And so they started the committee. That's grown and developed. And then a month ago, the first standard in a range of a framework, and I'll show you what the framework is, was approved for development. Initially, it was a TIA standard, probably then to become an ANSI standard, maybe even national standard as well. Unfortunately, I didn't run quickly enough. I ended up on point. So it's my responsibility to actually develop this, which is going to do information management of ICT infrastructure. And for the purposes at the moment, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but because people are trying to listen from outside the UK, if you could just speak a bit louder, please. There were a couple of messages. I'm sorry. Very sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Okay. So that's the background. What do I actually do in the day job? Just so you're aware, this is all I'm going to say about it, is I specialize in mapping large infrastructures. So it could be any, it's not just IT, but it's mainly IT systems. Initially, we started mapping the whole of the Barclays Bank physical estate, data centers, networks, everything. Then we did the Lloyds Bank service management estate. So from a CMDB, could we generate, in this case, physio diagrams of every single service or perspective. So that's the sort of things we're used to dealing with. But what happened was most people are turning to us saying, could you go and gather the data for us? So I've got 6,500 racks in my data centers. Could you just deliver them in baseline in a consistent format with diagrams and data that are consistent? So there's always a lot of challenges because nobody's got the data. They have no standards for the diagrams, and they're not sure how they're going to use it as part of a process. So actually, they're going to develop the process once they've got data to make use of it. But before I got to doing this, I helped set up the service management specialist group. So I've always been trying to improve best practices. So I was the original chair and founder. But a lot of my background is all configuration management, dealing with entities and relationships, very much like the diagrams you see. It doesn't matter if it's software or hardware. So everything I've heard today is, I understand all of this, but I understand why you're going to have a problem. So, and TR60 is something I've been doing now. And there's a visual view of badly managed data flows. You can see it, but actually, there's a badly managed wires. But is it a design problem? Was it built badly? Is it not being managed well? Is it just the whole context? Is it a culture? And basically, how do you fix that? Because that's the problem. You can't just fix things quickly, but you have to form a baseline, and it costs just to stay still, but to put yourself in the best position for control. So what benefits would you really like? Is it, and in most cases, the work I do is all about reducing time. You guys come up with a great design, being produced through to solutions architects, and they're basically saying we're waiting for people to do a site survey. We're doing a workshop to discover what the network looks like. We're doing various other things. So actually, cost is never the issue with everyone I deal with. It's always time. We can't deliver our projects quicker until we sort a lot of this stuff out. But there's many other benefits. For me, it's easier to document something that's a bit easier to see. If I had standard symbols, we've heard that before. If I had standard data, standard dependencies, it'd be much easier. But nowadays, cybersecurity controls are coming in saying this, an unused connection must be removed. And you actually should make sure that you zone off things, and your API doesn't have transparent access to all backend systems. It just has access to the ones it needs to. And then somebody will set up a configuration to actually make sure it's limited to that. But I deal with military, government, in many different areas. The aim of this framework, you should see, is basically common sense. It's just, can we do things quicker? Can we make sure we've got the right level of expertise? Can we make sure people are trained to do a job, potentially? Are they secure to do a job? So there isn't just the technical aspect to this. But a key one, which actually has been taught in a number of presentations here, was can we make sure that we have targeted investment to support change? Because basically, we have an issue when the cabling may not support the building, servers have just gone wrong, our cloud provider has just gone bust. We have a number of challenges. Speed is not always something under our control. We have to react to issues. So when people talk to me about Agile, I just think to myself, can you react to something because you already know it? Or do I have to, with a ransomware attack, try and find something that's not been encrypted to actually find out what we have? Where's our disaster recovery plan that has been updated? Do we actually have environment management? So this is actually how we structured standard. I'm just running one of the committees. The first thing is we define the 5 process areas. Life cycle planning, so that there is the governance side of an organization and the funds to make sure we invest so that we don't get rusty assets. We think about turnable evergreen and we constantly post things. Information management, which links and brings these together and provides some of the information for decision making, but basically formatting structures, design processes, implementation, and operations.
Dave, you need to speak into the mic because you're losing the audience.
I'm sorry. Okay. I won't turn up.
Yeah, and speak up a bit as well.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
So there are 5 process committees. It's all about process. And then what we've done is we've split down different areas to then say, let's make it more practical around different areas. And so let's have a standard for actually how we do information management of technology. What about governance? What about security, logistics, procurement, and people side? Because quite often people outsource and lose institutional knowledge. Why don't we actually prepare for that? That's going to happen. I run the TR60.B subcommittee. I'm the chair. My vice chair is Gary Patton, who's with the US Army. So a lot of what we're doing and learning is actually being transferred through. And we have also representatives from American universities, federal agencies, as well as consultants, builders, all sorts of other things. The phasing of this, just to give you an idea, is that the first standard will be released next year, probably 3rd quarter. So we've just started on it at the moment. It is about how do we do information management of technology. So all the things you've been talking about, things we're focusing on, standardization, formats, metadata, other things. Following that, our committee's also got to do governance and cybersecurity information sets. You try working out if you're a pharmaceuticals company, how many regulatory authorities do you have to meet requirements for? And the same also if you have a multinational being across many different countries. But actually, even understanding governance requirements and getting the right policies to give to your enterprise architects is a challenge. And then finally, the third phase, the other phases we're leaving for the moment, because in effect, we have to do some of them as we go along. What's the scope? So the scope really, and this is partly through myself and others, is all technical infrastructure used in supporting or using data comms. So it covers all endpoints, not just IT, anything that's involved. That also looks at all the virtual equivalents of compute elements. And of course, it's very messy. What's a Docker container? Because it talks to things. What's other containers? What about operating systems? And the answer is, you're doing this already. Why not just do it slightly better? So there is everything from the building upwards, because everything's basically going to change. And it's how do we actually provide guidelines? So we're not being prescriptive in how you should do things. We're just saying that from a process perspective, you should think about this, maybe have your own internal standard as either something that you are measurable or audited against. Alternatively, there may just be guidelines. This is a shall rather than a should. It depends on what we have on the standards. But it does mean a lot of the things we've been hearing, I did this presentation without knowing what else was going to be talked about, is establishing common naming, common symbols, understanding dependencies. If I have a component, I might have 5 or 6 different dependencies at system level, at a detailed wire level, at a power level, at a building level, at a contract level with an outsourced partner. So he looks after it, but I have all the kit. So what about management level? And the key thing there is to be auditable. So I'm currently at the moment, as I mentioned to somebody here, writing the maturity model for an information set. What is a good one? Can you be measured against this? So you might see this coming out in a year or two's time to actually help with enterprise architect artifacts and how they're transferred between people and how they're maintained. So little challenges that we have, and maybe you could help me with these as well. Let me do that. Is simple basic things. What do you call a port on a device? Is it the operating system? How it calls it? Is it the physical label on the back? Different operating systems have different names. Is it a module in a card? Just simple things, but nobody even's got these basic things right. So we have to go back to some basics. Anybody here into cloud design and infrastructure? Can you name those icons? If you do AWS or Azure, but these are symbols you can get on Visio, come as standard things. So to put you out of your misery, that's what they stand for. But we have to train people to actually understand how to use the tools that we put at their disposal. And also, of course, the basic one is, where is the latest version of something? Where is it? How do we find out? Why don't we just define where it should be and other things are uncontrolled? But also, how do we make sure that we have governance over this? Because this is quite important. It's all quite practical, really. Not difficult, we would have thought. And of course, you're going to be dealing with lots of different types of information sets. And you'll recognize some of your own there. So we may have a high-level design, and then maybe an equivalent low-level design. Can we match the two? Which is the latest? Or should we just ditch it and say it did its purpose? It was a project-type artifact. What we need is an operational artifact that's maintained afterwards. So we don't want just one system. We want every single system operationally within the organization. You and all the planned things that are coming through all conform to the same formats, which of course would mean you might not be able to use some of the enterprise architecture tools because no one else uses them. But maybe there's a good way to interchange it. At least a picture can be seen by everybody. So often there will be diagrams, but there will be metadata, bills of materials, and various other things as well. But we'll also have to think about disaster recovery, resilience, and all the other things that they need in operations to have as a runbook. What happens if it doesn't work? What happens if we have a problem? And then on the operational side, they want things dumbed down. They don't want anything that's difficult because they don't want to have to learn anything because they're multidisciplinary. They can't learn all the systems. They want things presented to them. Many, many years ago, they probably don't have it anymore, but when we were doing work at Lloyd's, it's about 14, 15 years ago, developing our system mapping software. In their war room, in a place called Lavington Street, they had all these different Visio diagrams stuck on the wall around a table, so that they had all the information about all the systems and all the services to hand. So that was the quickest and easiest way, not to have it online, but to actually have it there physically so that everybody could see the same thing. They didn't have to be up to date. Some of them were maybe 6 or 7 years out of date, but they were adequate and good enough. They helped them understand, and they were effectively system diagrams for service management. And all we did was just automated that. So why don't you produce them out of your CODB? I've got a set of data, you just need a dependency of that. So there's a lot of diagrams, but actually they're not the only thing you need. You need to make it simple and easy for people. So part of what we're doing in our lifecycle management process is how do you hand things across so that you still have the same software in 20 years' time? Because a lot of the tools won't be available. A lot of the suppliers won't be available. So it's about planning. Here's an example of a case study that we're doing. We did it about what information sets do you use to install some servers into a data center? So everybody that's around, there's about 18 of us on this committee, so let's just go through and say, from a process perspective, how do you gather your business requirements to install the servers? How do you assess the requirements in line with what you have available, existing resources, but also against governance rules and other things? How do you then pass that across to actually go do a solution design? And what do we then do in terms of who builds it, often completely different, and then what happens afterwards to update your operational systems? And all we mapped was things that were textual, typically documents, policies, references, a work order to actually give to somebody. What about things that were maybe list forms, bills of materials, a patching list, there's others, things that were diagrammatic. So maybe a Visio diagram of a rack, a floor plan, a network, because they would all have to be changed. And then what about some of the operational systems where we have workflow like service tests, monitoring tools? And everybody looked and said, we didn't realize because we own our own little silo, that actually that's how people do things. But yes, so when we're developing our lifecycle management processes, we need to give them the answers as to how do they do this efficiently. The aim is not more spreadsheets. The aim is faster delivery of services. Can we slim this down, maybe streamline it a little bit? So I hope that gives you a bit of an understanding. It's called a challenge. And it's got to cover any type of environment, enterprise, service providers, education, various others. What does it mean to yourselves? Before I came today, my first enterprise architecture group, thanks Lorne for inviting me, is please develop standards and processes for communication, because that's what we're doing. And there's so much overlap between them. You can't do a risk assessment at an infrastructure level if you don't understand what these things do. What do you do at enterprise level? You're actually taking in, you're actually designing systems to take account of things like risks and issues. Why can't we use the same information sets, or even the same names, same terms? Everything's going to be changed. All your designs are going to be changed. They're all going to run. All the underlying infrastructure is going to be changed. Change is constant. But it should be at least easier if we get our way and deliver what we're trying to achieve. That it's easy for you to not have to keep learning things and to do discoveries and to bring on contractors and say, there is information available to help you do your assessments and to work out your approaches, but also when you're delivering designs, think about the people building and use their terms to start with. So don't just make up things by yourself, see what's already there and use common symbols and common sets. And of course, this is a public standard that we're developing. So there may come a time when actually you might like to participate, particularly when we start getting to some of these areas. TIA is a non-profit organisation, but no one's doing anything like this in the UK. And I've got lots of US customers. So I hope that gives you a bit of an understanding of what we're doing. A little bit of a difference, but you can see everybody has the same problems in all the other technology areas. And if there is more information wanted, the TIA site is there. There are brochures and things on this framework that have just been produced. But real meetings will happen in next year. And if anybody wants to contact me to just get an understanding, some of these areas or the other things that we do, the main job. I hope we've got things there, and we should have a few minutes for 5 minutes for questions. If anyone's doing anything about physio, I'm probably the world's physio automation expert. It's just regenerate thousands of paragraphs because that's what people need. Yeah.
Is there a plan to work with, or are you already working with these like open group and their standards? And
from our perspective, we're focused around infrastructure, and all of the people that are in the current committees at the moment all come from different aspects, but they often have other jobs and other committees and things. So we're working with mainly US trade associations at the moment. And what we're doing is we're looking to reach out. And what's happening is people are coming and saying, can we sit on the committees? Can we see what they're doing? Can we influence them? Retaliate is a manufacturer's organization. So an organization is a member, not an individual. So what it means is people like say BT, is any person in BT can sit on any of the committees. So you don't necessarily have to be an individual member, but we do have consultants. So from a perspective of whether it's the open platform groups, things like that, British Computer Society, it's open to all, because when we go for public release at the end of next year, we'll get comments from everybody, because that's what you do if you're going to do an American standard, ANSI standard. Yep.
So my daughter's an architect, a building architect.
Yep.
Not whatever I do. And I'm just interested to understand, do you think there's anything we could learn from more mature architecture professions like building architecture to build into standards here? Because I imagine they must have gone through a similar sort of thing, maybe that's
funny you
100 years ago.
It's a big problem. One of the things we have is who should actually define all the names of all the rooms when it comes to actually a building? Should it be IT or should it be the architects? Because the architects are only designing one building, but IT are actually looking after another 500 buildings. This is just the new one.
Yeah.
So does the organization have the ability to say, these are our standards, and to push that on suppliers and designers of everything? So that's the way we manage. There is a big issue. What if you join two banks together? Which standard do you keep? And this then comes down to operational efficiencies. Then say, rename all the rooms, but how many people call the data center a data center? They call it the equipment room, they call it room 55, they call it the upstairs equipment room. The first challenge we have with everything is naming conventions. What do you call the building? What do you call the room? What do you call the rack? What do you call the server? What do you call the application? You must have the same challenges yourself. What do you call the document? How do you version control it? And so the current exercise I'm doing with one of my colleagues here is actually to come out and research what are all the industry standard ways that we handle these basic things. So any information set is designed to be reused and more easily found than just calling it network. But buildings is very much part of this because we do the physical side of it. We have to think about all of the information sensors that are going in, the lighting systems, the medical systems in the hospital. How do you reference where something is? And it's manual, so there is no easy way. You have to go at different levels of detail. It's very much like the Bank of England. You have to be able to drill down to the level of detail, which is appropriate at the time, and then say, that outlet, where does it cover everywhere else? And can I show a diagram of that? So, thank you. Yes, we build. Any other questions? No? Good. Well, obviously, give us a shout if there's anything. But I hope it gives an idea. It is work in progress, but it's only really just started. And you see lots of things coming out from us. So yesterday we were talking about mobile phone towers. How do we handle them? I never realised all the problems and issues, but an association that deals with them said, could we include this in? Because that's infrastructure from a mobile phone perspective. But we have health and safety. We have a floor plan for every single mobile phone tower in the US. There's a lot of, guess what, diagrams to show the mobile phone tower and where the different antennas are and how they do the billing for. But how do they do it at the moment? A spreadsheet for every one of the 25,000 phone calls. 25,000 spreadsheets. They don't know what a database is. So that's great.
So we started to broaden our minds out of enterprise architecture with David and looking at some of the physical aspects. Many of the same problems. I'm going to take us even further out of our comfort zone now and talk about sustainability. And I'm not, although it says on the thing presentation, I think that was something Daljit put there. I'm going to start with a question rather than we'll have questions at the end. So I'd like you just to ponder on what does sustainability mean to you and your work. Just think about it for a minute, maybe jot something down and we'll discuss it. And hopefully people on the other end of the security of that. No. Hopefully people on the other end of the 42 or no, gone down 32, 10 people have dropped out. On there, they can share something too. So anybody here got any thoughts on sustainability? Yes, Matt.
Loads of things, right? From energy to data centers to climate change to life. Be specific to
No, general as possible.
Right. So to the 16 points that were mentioned in that sustainability conference that happened a while ago.
Yes.
We measured and analyzed.
Yes.
We're not
17.
McKinsey reports around how that's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
The ability to continue.
Yes, indeed. Are we all doomed?
I suppose do no harm and compensate for the mess we've already made.
Yes. Yeah.
Use fewer resources.
Use fewer resources, yeah, and energy, going back to that, is particularly acute at the moment with the energy crunch. Yeah, anything else?
It's understand the actual constraints that there is. It's finite, is it?
Yes, we're living on a finite planet and we've been living the life as if it's not that finite. I forget what it is. We're living on 2.5 planets at the moment. We haven't got 2.5 planets to live on. So when is the crunch time going to come? Probably now, actually, given what's going on in the world. So that's the point with this short talk, really, is to wake ourselves up to the fact we can get terribly bogged down in our own little diagrams and boxes and lines and everything. But actually, there's something going on out there that's fundamentally going to change the rest of our lives, and certainly is changing the lives of our children or nieces or nephews or whatever you have in terms of that relationship with the next generation. So I'm going to just go through a few sustainability initiatives that are going on. You may have heard of some of them, you may not. Well, certainly some of them you have. And then we'll go finally into a bit more of a deep dive Q&A in terms of what we can do about it. So I'm going to start with CSR, corporate social responsibility. Who's heard of CSR? And how many of your jobs are impacted by CSR? Yeah, so everybody's heard of it, but you're not really interested in it at all. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Okay, it's a self-regulating business model. So it's got business model in there. Perhaps we should be interested. Helps a company stay socially accountable to itself, its shareholders and the public. Yeah, and we heard from BAE Systems this morning, you know, the whole social responsibility, diversity agenda, that's very vibrant at the moment. The environmental stuff, though, somehow is off to the side. The energy thing is beginning to hit us, but really it's a bit inconvenient, actually, the inconvenient truth. We've got the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The man at the back there mentioned that. How many people know about this? Not many, right? Less than, I'd say, 10% of the room. Okay, so learn about this. This is important. As an EA, as an enterprise architect, you should be knowledgeable about this because it's going to impact what you do in some way or another. These were brought up, not all of them, by the way, but some of them. And I'm going to dig into one or two of them as we go along. Okay, particularly around the circular economy, which is, I think, tied into responsible consumption and production. I'm saying you should all know about this, but you don't. Water as well is actually quite key to us in terms of cooling systems and things like that. Who's heard of scope 1, 2, and 3? Again, about slightly more, 15% of the audience. I'm not sure how online are keeping up at the moment. Are we getting any questions or thoughts?
There were a few thoughts about the previous.
Yeah.
So we have to consider energy efficient technologies.
Yeah,
in
energy.
architecture.
Yeah.
Reusability of our resource.
Reusability.
And then codependency in the cloud.
Yeah.
Also the comment about what we have to have now and will there be in the future.
Yeah.
Being able to live without free means forever. Yeah.
Okay. So similar stuff. So scope 1, 2, and 3 is slightly different. This is about greenhouse gases. Okay. Scope 1, top left, is about your own direct greenhouse gas emissions, and that goes down to company cars. It goes down to the building you're in. Okay. I did a job at BT earlier in the year, last year, back end of last year, during COVID. Brand new offices up in Birmingham. I went in. I think the capacity was about 500 people, and there were 5 people there. And all the lights were on, all the air conditioning was on. The amount of energy that was being wasted in the office space is massive. Now, these things are going to become important as people don't go back to work. People are still working 2 or 3 days a week. How many people here have gone back to their offices 5 days a week? Nobody. Okay, good. Okay, how many people here are working 2 or 3 days a week in the office? Probably half the room. How many people are predominantly working from home? The other half of the room. Okay, so that the world's changed. It really has. And this is going to have a big impact on our lives going forward. Scope 2 is more about indirect stuff around purchased electricity, energy, that you're buying in, heating and cooling, all that stuff I was talking. And then scope 3 is the big one. And I predominantly work in the telecoms and IT sectors. Scope 3, 90% of emissions come from stuff we buy in, like servers, the whole manufacturing process. Okay, and these are now having to be reported out on, and people somewhere in your company is going to get interested in this. And why is this important to EA? Well, because we do actually worry about the type of data we're handling across the business. And this is a real jigsaw puzzle in terms of how do you get all this data to come together to produce a scope 1 or scope 2 or scope 3 emissions card. And not only that, but you won't get all the data in your company. Scope 3, 90% of that data is going to be outside of your company. So all your APIs are going to have to start interlinking with systems outside of the company to come together. Your procurement process, if you're about to engage in a large project where your procurement needs to go out to the world, you're going to need to be conversant with some of this stuff, because if you're just going out and buying stuff that is going to be against your policies around your scope 3 emissions, you're going to get into trouble. So there's a whole supply chain issue associated with this. Your carbon footprint now, this is interesting, the carbon footprint now of the ICT industry, so what BCS represents, is double what it was when I left IBM in 2008. The airline industry stayed roughly the same at 2% of carbon emissions, and ICT has doubled. And that's because we now have cloud, we now have the hyperscalers, we now all have computers, at least one, iPhones and all the rest. And this is all creating a much bigger footprint than it used to in the past. And we somehow don't really care too much because it's all a bit inconvenient and over there. This is going to become more and more important in our careers as we go forwards. And we need to find ways to reduce energy so we don't have all these lights up. Could we switch all the lights off? Yeah, let's try an experiment.
And the room is too
Is that
cold.
better? Why not? Let's do it for the rest of the time. It creates contrast, doesn't it? Yeah. ESG reporting. How many people here work for Deloitte or PwC or one of the big sort of 5 consulting companies, or a small consulting company? Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, me too. But ESG reporting is now becoming big. Who knows what ESG stands for?
Environmental, social, and governance.
Thank you. Possibly one of the youngest people in the room actually gets this. And this is what I find as well. My children are educating me on this stuff, okay? Environmental, social, and governance. Why this is important is it's now being written into law in the United States. And Dave Cuthbertson, an excellent talk
making us realize that actually this industry is driven from the US. We used to have parts of the telecoms industry driven out of Europe. We created all the standards for the mobile networks in Etsy down in the south of France about 20 years ago. That's all gone out the window because it's now all the internet. We don't really do this stuff in terms of setting standards much anymore. Okay, these are all coming out of the States. ESG, environmental, social governance, planet, people, and practices. And what's happening is that there's a massive debate in the investment community about which funds and which companies are good to invest in. So if your company can report out, and this goes beyond greenwashing, does anyone understand the term greenwashing? Again, 15% of the room. Okay, so it's a, why I'm doing this, I did a talk last week and found exactly the same, by the way, to a telecoms group. There's an enormous amount of education we've got to do, both to ourselves and to the rest of the industry, in terms of what these terms mean. Greenwashing is when you take a project within a company that's sort of sustainably good, and you just publish it and say, we're a good, sustainable company. You know, it's a sort of just marketing, yeah? And there's no real underlying structure to it. There's no real underlying method, anything else. What ESG is doing now is coming on and overlaying the 17 Sustainability Development Goals on top of the a company or a set of products, and then saying, this is a good company, this isn't such a good company. And we're beginning to see some quite interesting developments in the States now. And I have got a video, which I have no idea how this is going to work, or even I've got the ability to play it. I haven't, I don't think. But util, it's worth looking up on the internet. Now let's try it. Oh no, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Forget it. Okay. I don't even. It's all right. Excuse me. Yeah. So we've now gone into the complete dark. But util is a startup, and it's developing a method of tracking all the products within all the bigger companies in the States and saying how good they are in terms of ESG against the Sustainability Development Goals. And then the fund managers are deciding whether or not that company is worth investing in. So again, external factors coming in and impacting you as a company. Okay. Another development, which is, I think, very encouraging, is B Corp. Has anyone heard of B Corp? Again, gosh, 5% of the room. Okay. Again, really worth looking at. If you're working for a good company and you're proud about it, go and speak to the CEO and see if they want to become a B Corp. It could be seen as yet another set of things you've got to do, but Zen Internet in the telecom space has just become a B Corp. Patagonia is a B Corp, one of the world's leading thinkers on this. And last week, the head of Patagonia, Yvon Chouinard, and his wife and their adult children have transferred their whole ownership of this billion-dollar company, yeah, to a set of non-profit organizations and charities. Basically, the earth is now our only shareholder. And I think that was a massive shift last week when we suddenly realized that shareholder value, and, you know, yeah, I'm in the company here to maximize shareholder value. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Well, you know, it doesn't mean anything, yeah? And yet this guy's gone out there and he's got a billion-dollar company with Olive Clothing, which is from a green sustainability point of view, really well thought through. If you haven't looked at the case study, and he's now giving it to the planet to save the world. The B Corp movement is doing similar things. Zen Internet is now structured itself to give itself a corporate structure going forwards where it's not owned by a person. And we are in a revolution where individuals realize that they can no longer carry the responsibility of owning these large corporations, yeah? And that they're having to give it over to something in terms of a governance structure that's going to sustain that organization, but also make the planet better. And sustainability, I'll come on to it, is a challenge in its own right. I've done quite a lot of work on the circular economy as well, which is, how many people know or have heard of the circular economy? Good, okay, about half the room. Okay, so we're getting there on that one. And a lot on e-waste.
And I developed a model which, interesting enough, I found another university professor a couple of weeks ago had a similar model with a pyramid. But we basically start bottom left with sourcing elements, sourcing minerals, creating products with energy, packaging them up on the left-hand side, trading them, perhaps adding a service wrap like a car around it, and then up to the user at the top, which is completely lost in the technology, but there is a user at the top, I assure you. Sorry, it's the slide's too high, yeah. And then down the right-hand side, people start chucking things away, throwing things away, yeah. The dustmen come and remove it. They pile it into bigger piles of rubbish. Some of that gets sold on to traders, particularly if it's got any value, like copper in the e-waste. It gets further sorted. A lot of it gets burnt and gets this so-called waste to energy label to it. A lot of your municipal rubbish gets actually burnt now and ground to dust and then put into landfill. And the whole idea of the circular economy, and I sort of layered these with different names, which we don't need to go into now, is to try and keep the usage high. So even if you can't carry on using something, you try and keep it high so that you either trade it so someone else uses it, recycles it, yeah, or you might choose to grind it down to dust, as some people do with e-waste, but then you can separate out the copper and reuse that, yeah. And these various spheres, as we go up, are like layers of abstraction really in an EA architecture model, but at the industry level, because the real challenges here aren't in the companies we serve. The real challenges are in the industries that go to make up whatever it is that we're using at the top, yeah? And it's particularly obviously true with physical products. You can see it with the Ukraine war at the moment, yeah? It's very convenient if you're an arms manufacturer on the left-hand side, producing lots of ammunition and spare parts for vehicles if a number of bits of kit are being killed in the field in Ukraine, so you can supply more. I mean, there's a military mentality. I was in the army myself, yeah? My father and mother created a whole right-hand side charity to clear minefields called the Halo Trust, which is quite well known. Diana wandered into it just shortly before she died. Luckily, wasn't blown up. And that's all about recycling or getting rid of armaments on the right-hand side. And so you have in the armaments industry, a kind of interesting juxtaposition here. But if we talk about our industry, the ICT industry, we've got some real challenges, I think, in terms of the way we look at the circular economy. The big hyperscales like Amazon and Facebook have a 3-year, I only heard this a couple of months ago, a 3-year disposal of an asset policy. So if a server, perfectly good server, is sitting there in one of their data centers and it's over 3 years old, it's a bit like, it's like people in corporates. If you're over 50 years old, you know, you've got something on your head saying, you know, watch out. I got let go of IBM at 49. Yeah, I went a year earlier because it's 2008, and they saw the writing on the wall. And I've been sort of, you know, swimming alone ever since. But the large corporate structures have these policies on hardware, perfectly good, could easily be used or reused. But everyone's so scared of the data sitting on that hardware getting out, and nobody knows, back to Dave's thing of whose data is it and where does it sit and is it important? Yeah, so we don't have any of that configuration. That they just kill the machine, they grind it up to dust. Okay, so we're not having a very reusable environment, particularly in the large scale infrastructures that we're in. And this is a real problem because we don't have the energy and we don't have well, we do have the energy, but it's very expensive, okay? So economically, a lot of these business models and these policies that are created don't make much sense. And we need to be much clearer and think much more imaginatively about how we actually do some of that recycling. So that's the circular economy. Anyone heard of the donut model? 1, 2 out of the room. Good. Okay. And I'm sorry I'm not including anyone online, but I think it's probably a fair thing. Kate Raworth, she's an academic at Oxford, and she's taken the idea of this whole environmental sustainability idea and put into a donut. It's quite a nice model. So you imagine the inner sort of green circle is the social foundation on which we build society. This is some of the stuff we were talking about around diversity, but there's even more basic things about for poverty and health, our own health, how fit we are. We are very privileged in this room and online probably, that we have a lifestyle and a job and a way of life that goes with, pretty high level of living. There are many people in this world that don't. And the social foundation for many societies is very brittle, particularly at the moment in parts of Africa and places that rely on Ukrainian grain and things like that. And we kind of end up in our own little bubble. So the social foundation isn't just about where we are in the square mile, but it's actually about how do we share out those assets and make the rest of the world healthy, not from a human point of view and from a natural point of view. And then the outer green circle is around in the environment. And there are environmental pressures that actually we're putting on the planet that create an outer ring that if we go outside of that ring, we make life intolerable. In fact, life starts to break down, starts to diminish. And I think these models are useful when you take them inside of your companies or your own societies, your own communities, and start to actually debate about how you can improve things. And Kate's done an amazing job at making it really simple. It's got a book, it's been out for like 3 or 4 years. And hey ho, the BCS, we have part of the strategy and architecture subset, strategy and planning subset, sustainability bit of Sophia. Who's seen that? Okay, about 20% of the room. Okay, so I got a right at the EA conference to talk about this because no other of these specialist groups are doing it, apart from the Green Group. And I'm pleased to say I spoke to the head of the Green Group, Alex, who's in Germany at the moment. Is Alex online? Alex online? Can you?
Didn't come yet. Says hello.
Hello, Alex. We can't speak to you, but and so we're going to have a collaboration with the Green Group over the next year. And what's really interesting, Alex was telling me, he's ex-IBM too, by the way, is there are a few IBMers who've actually looked at how we create a sort of EA architecture for sustainability. So we're going to be working on that in the next year because this stuff is becoming more and more important. And if we as professionals don't educate ourselves and actually start leading this, A, we're going to get left behind, but B, I think the perspective we take in a company is going to become really important. Yeah.
Very quick one. Sorry, I used to work for IBM 2 weeks ago and I was part of that model with sustainability. But what's also important is there's a lot of sticks coming down the line as well now, especially in the supply chain. So in the US, you get fined and put in prison, but if you still you have human rights violations in your supply chain. So actually, it's some real. It's not just a nice to do.
No, sure.
That's why I'm getting more interested.
Absolutely. And how many people here work for a company that's owned by an American company? Oh my gosh, nobody. Interesting. All right, well, that's good. Brexit did something perhaps. I don't know. But no, I mean, seriously, you're absolutely right. And I'm part of a partner in a New York firm. For one of my sort of strands to my bows. And I am getting a real sense from the US, they're getting very nervous now legally about what the implications are for that. And and it's not just it's not just the investment community that's interested, it's actually going to be underpinned by law. So thank you for that. So I think, we need to bring forward the sustainability part of Sophia into this debate and actually start educating some of the other people within the BCS around the importance of this. And also, I mean, ICT is an enabler, obviously a big enabler. We take data sets, a lot of startups now are creating data sets outside of the company. We were talking earlier on with the API issues around external data, how we bring that in, use it, how we ourselves perhaps have a product or a service which involves data where we have to share that out to our customers and our communities. So we're right at the heart of this. And I think the BCS has an obligation really to step up and do something slightly bolder and more different So we've got a new CEO, and I'm planning to go and see him. He's ex-IBM too, so there's a kind of thing.
It's my boss.
So finally, we're into the final 5 minutes. As I've been keeping time all day, I'm actually going to keep myself to time. We've got 5 minutes. Finally, put the lights back on, please. We've had the contrast. What's your action out of this? Just spend a minute, and then we'll just share a few. Have I got you excited, and what can you do? So when anyone's ready, put your hand up. Yeah.
I always call for the rooms to be less cooled everywhere I go.
Yes.
They're super cool like that. It's terrible waste of energy.
Yes, it is. Right. We need the cooling system put down. Thank you.
Yes, I'm working in machine learning and interested to sort of explore the environmental impacts of machine learning models.
Good. Do you want any conclusions?
I don't have conclusions.
None at the moment. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
So I'm working for a company, and I'm kind of leading the charge on the architecture precisely for this.
Good.
From a consultancy perspective.
Great.
Challenge.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, just starting to putting the architecture practice together. I think things like your sustainability development goals and the scope 1, 2, 3 side of things, actually baking that into thoughts around architecture, building in those models so that we have an answer to each of, well, maybe not all of them, but an answer to those concerns through the architecture.
And I find particularly the next generation down, my children, that generation, if you engage them on this, they really want to stay in the company. If you don't, then they leave the company. So yes.
So one of the interesting things is I'm in retail, and in both sides of my job, my previous job and my new job, this is an ecosystem movement. So we're trying to look at enterprise architecture across multiple firms.
Yes.
Because you can't solve it on your own. So actually it becomes a really interesting but very complicated data issue. So one of the things we're looking at the minute is cotton. So how do we manage cotton through the entire supply chain?
Right.
But that involves the majority of the retailers in the UK.
Absolutely. No, and that's my point about this cannot be cracked at a company level. So as an EA, your duty is to get out there and create a trade association or some bigger group that is thinking industry-wide, because the cotton is a classic example. It uses lots of water, it uses lots of materials, it's energy inefficient. We ship it across the world, we don't recycle it very well, we chuck a lot of our clothes.
So we've created exactly that. We've created a trade group.
Excellent. Yeah. So we need to lead on this. Yeah.
Just like if I'm in a retail company, I suppose the one for me, and it kind of come back to things, are BCS talking to the other standards bodies who are actually doing this? So there's Open Footprint, for example, over in the Open Group. There's the GS1 traceability pieces. Are you guys talking to those guys?
No, because the BCS doesn't really set standards or do that sort of stuff. Sorry, the man at the back.
Yeah. So I work for a very small consultancy company.
Yeah.
We've got less than 10 of us in our team.
Yeah.
We're all architects. And we provide services through G-Cloud. And this year, so we had to renew our services on there, and there was a big focus on social value.
Yeah.
If anyone else knows that. But really, that sort of kick-started us to have a big focus on this around our carbon emissions and diversity, etc. And actually, we've made some investments now to ensure that we are carbon negative and actually have sort of calculated our carbon emissions. It's very small because we're small. But it was the first time I'd really seen this, that all companies now are going to have this big focus and be measured on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, I work for WPP, so I'm probably not regulated in any way. This is probably coming back to point. They're moving to the cloud, so their immediate emissions from the big data centers is actually.
Yeah, I mean the cloud.
Upon the quality.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Lady in the middle.
Yeah, so I work for a university and we're just starting a small campus, and I know a lot of this is going to impact. The universities looking to generate their own electricity, power, energy. So I need to get more into this.
Good. Yeah, do get into it. Yes. Yes.
So at the corporate level, there are decisions around placing data centers and actually how renewability neutral are data centers for the large public cloud providers. So there's definitely some decision making to happen there and some viewing to happen there. But on a smaller scale, we did a couple of startup hackathon activities a while back on how to integrate the financial modeling systems, because a lot of these 17 criteria that you mentioned are around waste, water, electricity, and a lot of other things which corporate usually maps in the financial platforms. And we did find that there are a couple of APIs already, which of course the data we were getting was APIs, we were not accurate. But so an ecosystem starts to appear on how this could potentially then be mapped and explored,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and sharing resources in the telecoms industry. There's a massive amount. I don't know if you've seen it, but people laying fiber optic cables all over the country. And I'm working with a couple at the moment that I mean, it's fairly obvious, isn't it? If they can use somebody else's fiber, yeah, then they don't have to dig up the road and use all the energy and then fill in the hole and everything else.
The same for the water companies.
Same with the water
electricity
companies.
companies. So they all seem to have their own scheduling.
So again, it's this issue of looking outside of your company boundaries. Like what's possible outside to save you money? Yeah.
Where are these 17 goals? Where do they come from?
They come from the United Nations. They were set down about, 8-10 years ago. And they've taken time to come through. But the interesting thing about them is that it's talk about sort of large planetary scale, save the planet type frameworks. It's now become the common language. Okay, because it's been around. I mean, there are probably better ones, but this is what's being used at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe we have a sustainability non-functional requirement internally, but as much as we want to be sustainable, I believe it's usually less compared to other non-functional requirements. Exactly. So the cost of achieving sustainability is always looked at with sort of a doubtful.
So I'm going to end by saying sustainability isn't enough. There's a big debate going on in the sustainability thing. It's too incremental, and we need to go to regenerative systems. I titled this talk about regenerating architectures. And this work was done by a guy called Bill Reed, but at the bottom, going from degenerating, fragmented, green, which is actually not that green, it's just greenwashing, sustainable is right in the middle. And you'll find the leading thinkers now are looking at restorative, reconciliatory in terms of people, and finally regenerative, where the system itself is much closer to the living systems and the way living systems work. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's time for lunch. Back in here at 22.
If you're online, please post to Mike if you want to make any comments about the conference for the press we're going to do. If you're in the room, I'll happily take any comments, feedback from people.
And we're handing over. I don't know if I'm going to say Adnane and Konstantinos.
Yeah, Con. Hi everyone. I hope you're having coffees and teas to join us in this journey. So yeah. So should we kick off? Yeah, good. Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. We're going to talk about a theme that is not usually covered. I would say not given enough. Oh, sorry. Oh, it was. Is it better?
No.
I think the mic is. Let me get it mute.
With Chris, it was muted. Sorry, was turn the volume off.
Yeah. Is it better now?
That's much better. Yeah.
What kind of people online here if you're muted?
Yeah.
So I'll say. So the theme we're presenting today, we got for 20-25 minutes. I want to kind of get a good coverage of this. It's a theme that is not usually kind of given its kind of right, value, right time and focus. It's a theme around organizational culture, corporate culture, change, and the interactions with architecture. I think this started from different conversation than Con and I. So Con and I works in the same organization at the moment, but we had different kind of backgrounds and experiences in the past. And we came to realize that in few occasions we had architects set to fail because of the culture, because of different kind of inherent blockers and challenges within the organizations. And we're exploring ways to present that, to raise awareness, educate ourselves, but also see if we can probably start knocking the door about probably addressing that. For myself, so I'm an enterprise architect, got background as well in of wars, private and public sector, and today I'm working as the head of enterprise architecture and innovation for HSA.
And also equally, I have had a number of different paths, from data to application to security to, well, lots of different things over 25 years now, and I'm really that enterprise architect working in the same domain.
Thank you. Well, let's rock on.
I should probably say that we have a lot of things inside the presentation. We're not going to cover all of them. We're going to very, very sporadically mention some of them and hopefully generate some discussions and some good points further down the road. So I'll let that start.
Thank you. So the points we got, five key main points we want to present. The first one is talking about EA and the enterprise architecture value proposition within organizations. We're going to talk about organizational culture, change, and EA, how they interact, overlap, and so on and so forth. And then after that, Connie is going to go in a bit of what we call it EA culture maturity model. We started to look to share about maturity model of an EA culture within organizations. And then we're going to talk about some examples of what it could mean. And I think the examples will relate to most of us. We've seen that in different organizations. And finally, we're going to close with key takeaways. I think just also to kind of be a bit more interactive, probably, rather than waiting for Q&As at the end, we're going to probably kind of break the presentation in the middle and have some questions in the middle as well. Let's crack on. EA and value proposition. So I think we've already kind of talked about this, the introduction, the context. The impact of organizational culture on EA is one of the usually overlooked factors to the success of EA. I think it's already said. We explain different views of how EA impacts and gets impacted by organizational culture and how EA drives organizational culture change by supporting organizational change. And also, Con is going to cover a bit more detail.
That's right. The maturity model.
Yeah.
And we'll try to see where we are with that and how key goal indicators and key performance indicators may align.
Yeah, thank you. So EA value proposition, I think all of us here probably, if not all of us, most of us would be architect or have been working as architects for organizations. But architects do usually EA. We're expected to align the famous name of aligning business and technology, which is how we kind of bring technology and business closer, how we can make them talk to each other. And we do that by formulating the requirements of the business on one side, translating them through different means, through different levels and layers, through different architecture domains, to different stakeholders to represent different views and viewpoints, to help align those people and make sure that everyone is aware of everyone's point of view. And probably when we got conflicts, then we kind of go in conflict resolution kind of mode of trying to align those kind of sometimes conflicting views to get to a point where everyone is understanding what we're trying to achieve, what change we're expecting, what's happening by when, and what options do we have, what it could mean for the business, what it could mean for technology, and how we kind of simplify those options for stakeholders that often are not tech savvy, and they need to kind of be able to feel that they're, driving the change and they're making right decisions that will drive the expected outcomes. So we got the interpretation of views and viewpoints. We got also governance that helps at different layers, sometimes 3 levels, 4 levels, probably more or less, between TDAs, technology, the design authorities, TRBs, technology review boards, architecture working groups, and so on, to kind of bring in that decision making in the organization in a way that it's kind of influencing and shaping that kind of change to the business kind of needs.
And we try to go for fit for purpose and value for money, right?
Exactly. So the core value of one, we can summarize it as fit for purpose and value for money is what we're driving as architects. So fit for purpose would mean we're covering the requirements, we're making sure that the business ask is getting covered to the right level. Value for money, making sure that the technology options we're proposing are maximizing the value of investment, technology investment and these are two angles that architects EA are trying to achieve. We've got a kind of a fancy diagram here that tries to kind of represent that. On the change side, we've got change assurance around translation interpretation, the alignment and the assurance that is supported by documentation, and we've got tools and methods. We've got the formalism, argument, UML, BPMN, and so different languages that can help translate that, architect, all sorts of and we've got also the tooling kind of that supports us in that journey, whether it's kind of the diagramming or the governance or the collaboration. So let's go to the next one. Organizational culture and the link with EA.
Right. So what's organizational culture? Well, you know, it's the type of attributes and a great way of working shared by employees of So it's the types of attributes and a great ways of working shared by employees of a company or organization. So basically, it's how the ways of working are formed, how our understanding of what we need to do and what we don't need to do, and what are the internal drivers, right? Would be each individual, but aligns hopefully to the organizational drivers and therefore creates this way forward that's defined for the organization. So we have picked up, unfortunately, I don't think we can see them here, we'll see them later on. We picked up a number of elements that we're gonna try and create as a user's KPI or KGI for maturity model. So if we go to next one, right? So,
thank you. So on this slide, I think we're all talking about change, and change could be on different angles. Talking about change on the people side, the process side, the technology. People probably have more impact on the business. Technology has more impact on technology. The technology, and change is usually could be spanning across two or many. Usually, architects, when we have a change just on technology, usually it's not that much on the architecture side, the EA side. But usually when EAs are engaged, it's probably on the process of technology, sometimes people as well, or the three of them. And then we're talking about a change that is also supported by a change management function, where the role of a change management function is to make sure that the change stakeholders, the people impacted by the change, are onboarded in that journey, and they're aware and they're kind of engaged to the right level to make sure that the acceptance and adoption of change is to the right level. And I'm sure many of you might have seen change that haven't impacted the change management to the right level and have kind of resulted in change resistance and probably failures of the change as well as a whole change. That could be a project or a program. So EA are more and more often seen as change advocate and also change catalyst in some organizations. So we kind of advocate change, but also kind of could be also a trigger for change. And EA is also the documentation is also a mean to make sure that the comms team that is usually supporting the change management function would have enough inputs from architects to kind of translate the change to different levels, different people and different stakeholders, make sure that they're grasping what's happening and understanding. So that's in the interaction between change management and architect. Let's go to the next slide. So the kind of big overlap, I think Con have talked about the culture, organization culture. An organization culture is very often derived from the vision and mission that defines the why we have the organization, what is the purpose of the organization, and it gets translated to the vision, and that will influence and sometimes direct the organization culture. We have organization that based on the vision and mission, they would have projects and programs to introduce a new kind of culture within the organization. I think you've mentioned earlier diversity and inclusion, probably that could be one of them. And also vision and mission would influence business strategy, because business strategy would have a span 3-5 years, probably more, probably less. And the further it goes, the less detailed it would be. But it translates the vision and mission over a period of time. And then change is effectively a part of the business strategy that is probably on a smaller scale. on a small scale. So we've got the vision and mission of the purpose of the organization, the strategy that is what the organization is going to achieve over a longer period of time, and then the change that is probably a subset of that strategy that kind of incrementally deliver that business strategy. The business strategy, as architects, we usually do the translation of business strategy to technology strategy and feed that in and out towards change. And this is done through governance to make sure that the change is at all the time aligned to the business strategy and the technology strategy. So I think we've covered this at the right level. Let's go to the next one. Yeah. I think this is about how EA can be more of an active actor and a leader on the culture change. It is the fact that we shouldn't be perceiving EA as a passive element within the organization that receives business strategy as an input, translate to technology strategy, and try to drive the whole or part of that, or probably sometimes participate in that translation of business to technology strategy. Architects could also be a leading element of the change, in which case could be also inputting into the business strategy. I think this is more and more happening in kind of forefront of the organization on the other side of the Atlantic, especially the US market, got a massive competition, and they're much more kind of risk averse than other places. And they're willing to kind of take the bets on different kind of opinions and on options. So we see more and more architects kind of as kind of inputting into also in the business strategy as what the technology could offer to the business to do this. That could also influence the business strategy on that point. So that's for this slide. And then let's go to the maturity model. Over to you.
All right, thank you. So out of a number of different key goal indicators or drivers, we selected for this presentation a few, but we're gonna go through quite quickly. There are a lot more, and we're actually trying to fine tune this model. So take all this with a large pinch of salt, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about organizational agility, product centricity, customer focus, change adoption, security awareness, empathy, and emotional intelligence. And we're going to see how these elements link together, the business strategy, the technology strategy, the organizational culture, and how they drive behaviors, right, within the organization.
Yeah. And just also add on this, so as we kind of started to scratch the shell of the egg on this topic, we started roughly 3-4 weeks ago. This is really a big topic, and we could have seen many organizations being impacted by this. And we believe that probably we need to kind of also spend more time after this session to kind of dig this further and come up with more away from qualifiable elements to quantifiable elements that can be quantifying the impact, quantifying the value, and also building sort of cases around how we should be actively working towards the
granularity and resolution, right? Yeah. So, but we're going to go so quickly in this presentation that we probably won't be a lot of time to do that, right? So we define 5 levels, right? Nothing, basic, average, stable, and mature. And actually, first of all, we're going to talk about emotional intelligence, right? This is the ability to lead by and be aware of stakeholder emotions in positive ways, right? So if there's no emotional intelligence at all, none of the team is communicating with each other. There's no positive feedback. There's no lessons learned. There's no good communication and no alignment, right? If we go to number 3, you can see there that there might be some average emotional intelligence. Lessons learned are starting to come in, but it's a fixed process and doesn't have any elements of agility. And you start having some basic communication, right? If you go to a more mature and continuous improvement, you suddenly have good emotional intelligence in all the teams. You have delivery, these teams are system delivery. You have a communication build up between all the technology functions and the business, right? So it's quite easy to determine, I think, which part of the current organization you guys are at the moment is at that level. I mean, obviously, this is an objective. So this is not a fully objective matter, but the right levels would be there. I mean, in the maximum, you have stakeholders to be continually aware of each other's domains, interests, desires, plans, roadmaps, and you have iterative lens coming in for continuous improvement, right? How can EA help in this journey, right? As you try to go that, and you can have more collaborative work done, so you can get the business architecture and the project architecture to talk to themselves, and in this manner will increase stakeholder interactions and lead to the additional things. And also you can train, right? You can use training. We're going to go very quickly to product simplicity, which is the understanding of organizational product or service. As you go through from 1 to 5, you see that at minimum you have no understanding and you have no way for an employee's work to actually be defined as part of the whole product or the whole set of services that the organization does. And therefore there's a level of isolation, right? About particular team or about particular set of employees. As you go higher, there is a good understanding of the end customer requirements, there's a good understanding of the organization and business and product and service. And the employee knows how their work attributes to the end product and the end service, which is a maximum. There are a number of things EA can do. I mean, Agile, push towards agility, and direct involvement product design, mapping product strategy, the product domains. So EA can in fact help. The next one is going to be customer focused. This is customer centric. And will allow the customers to be satisfied and build more long-term relationships between the organization and the customers. As we move from 0, which is no understanding of requirements, no way to articulate these requirements in any kind of way, we can move all the way down to good understanding and of the customer's requirements and need, a good understanding of how to articulate these requirements in terms of organizational activity. So explain what the organization does, so that these requirements can be fulfilled, and a good contact with the end customer or function within the organization that have the end customer in mind. So good visibility and right, for employees to the end product. And of course, business architecture maturity is linked to customer focused, and EA can help in adding business view to the objectives. Change adoption, right? So again, the understanding of change, right? And ability to handle and progress with the culture of continuous change. From 0, which is no understanding, no enterprise definition of the technical strategy, no formal process for handling change, we go all the way to an average understanding and some alignment between technical strategy and business strategy, all the way down to full change management process, change adoption process, continuous and accurate technical strategy alignment, and a fully documented strategy which is how you're going to handle change, right? And of course, intercommunication and business technology strategy domains are more aligned because of that. How can EA help? Well, the leadership that EA can provide, or you can link easily to, and is linked to change adoption, and this is also linked to the EA tooling process and the alignment with change management processes to drive the organizational strategy forward. Security awareness, I'm not going to say too much about this, it could be from no awareness to full awareness, where everybody talks about security by design, zero trust water, and SaaS trust, DevSecOps, and all that stuff. And of course, security strategy is part of the enterprise architecture domain, right? And in today's organization, the business vision and security plays a very, very important role. And there are some regulatory aspects also that so very, very important. Empathy from 0, which is, everybody works in silo, nobody interacts with anybody else, and to the full good amount of external and internal stakeholder interactions, well-documented stakeholder viewpoints, addressing concerns, and end-to-end delivery, with an agile mindset. So basically full communication across, and again, a catalyst EA, stakeholder management is a large element on that, ability to connect people from multiple disciplines coming together to get the business and the technology and organizational strategy aligned. So I think organizational strategy go forward. This is the ability of organization to renew, adapt, change quickly, and succeed. So basically, how much do you understand change within the organization? How much can you contribute to change? How much do you know the drivers around change? From nothing, which is inability to change anything to reflect external or internal stimuli, and lack of understanding to what enterprise culture is, and no appreciation of the benefits, it can provide to an understanding of change that may happen in light of internal or external stimuli, to finally, full embracement of architectural culture, each organizational agility, continuous self-understanding and enabling employees, learning, absorbing. So basically getting to a point where change agility is well understood and of course agility and change are core drivers in all of these frameworks, and enterprise architecture can assist by providing reduced identification, cost efficiencies, right, with governance and alignments between the different domains.
Thank you, Con. I think we've got I think we wanted to kind of go through real life examples through probably a model where we have an organization that is probably less mature, less interactions, and show an example of how we kind of omit, for example, conversation that needs to happen around security, data, and so on, and the result of that all the time, and probably that could be even the failure of the whole change. And cases where we have a model where more mature organization, people that are actively engaging, not just being pulled by architecture or by BAs and so on and so forth. And that kind of contribute to the overall kind of success of the change and also the organization.
Where you actually have all the functions talking between themselves and this function understanding the other functions, what they need, and therefore it's a generic.
Yeah, I think we have the question, we just got 5 times, just going to play back some of the key takeaways and we're going to move to the questions, and sorry, we're a bit late. So organization efficiency is linked to the EA culture maturity. EA has contributed to change, success of the change means the success of the whole organization. Business strategy alignment to technology is likely to achieve expected outcomes within an organization with a mature EA culture. In an ideal context, EA culture maturity should be measured, regularly assessed, and improved over a period of time. Recognizing the hurdles, challenges, and the root causes by EA's culture isn't, when the culture isn't fully mature or in place, is as important as driving the value of EA. But sometimes we are set to fail, and we need to get awareness of that as early as possible. And lastly, I think this point, we haven't got it here, just wanted to mention this. Anything around people's productivity, that improve people's productivity is important to EA. That will include health and well-being, diversity and inclusion, mental health, work-life balance, and so on. Thank you. Now to the questions. Yes, please comment.
Question. So recently in our organization, we had a new department set up.
Yep.
Business design thinking.
Yep.
So when I first saw them, I thought they are doing all of the things that you've got up there. Focus, so UI design, so driving things on that thing and using change adoption. So that's the question is, from your perspective, do you think they're in competition with enterprise architects, or are they complementary?
It's a good question. We view the enterprise architecture within the organization as a cultural thing, right? So, we are all participants to the same flow model. Now, the main aspect of VA is to increase these communications between all of these different departments. And while we're building the business capability models or capability models, doing all the alignments, getting all the other functions of technology, data integration, security aligned in that place. So I think if one department is doing part of this, that's perfectly fine actually and fully accepted. It will still have to go through some generic governance standards, guidelines, and process.
Yeah, what he's mentioning now, those governance and forums will be the space where they will interact with EA. So EA should be engaged. And if not, there will be missed opportunities, I'm sure of it. So there needs to be some engagements with EAs, otherwise there will be missed opportunities. I don't think they're competing, probably the focus is specific to part of the business, but I think there needs to be a very good level of interaction with EA.
Yeah, any function should be seen as an enabling function, right? So
yes, please come.
So the maturity assessments I've seen in the past around the it's been very functional based. You do this, you don't do this. So there isn't a kind of emotional attachment. Like some of the assessments there can be taken quite personally when you talk about how do those teams. So you have one example there where an organisation assessed as lower emotional intelligence. How did they take that?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Honestly, I was just kind of mentioning this, that we started to kind of knock the kind of the eggshell, just the surface, and this is really a bigger theme. As you mentioned, there could be some sensitivity if people came to realize we're not emotional, sort of present enough empathy for people that needs to have some level of empathy to drive kind of constructive conversations, to drive results to the organization. So honestly, I don't think I have an answer to that because we haven't tested this, but we tried to kind of come up with probably a very early draft way to improve this. And as I mentioned earlier, probably we need to move to the next stage of moving from qualifiable process to quantifiable, bringing more facts about, for example, if you have probably 3 incidents of this category within the deck and try to also locally can all of us feed into this and try to kind of improve it over time so that it can be helpful for everyone. Thank you. Sorry we couldn't take your question. Maybe we can sort out the speaking. Hold on a second.
I've done that.
Is it still on mute? Yeah, we can't. Feedback. Just change anything on here. Got feedback.
Yeah, that's right. Any better now?
Oh, we still got on mute. Can you?
Can the
Click on that button from somewhere.
I can't seem to access that. Right from that.
How are you doing?
Oh, I've done it. Okay, we've got feedback from here now.
Say a few words.
A few words.
Yeah,
Got
that's still
feedback.
going,
Where's
isn't
the
it? Yeah.
feedback?
Okay.
Can people hear online? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we're there then. Okay. Sorry for those technical delays. Afternoon, everybody. My name's Ian West. I'm one of the members of the BCS EA specialist group. Also a practicing enterprise architect and a founder of the EA Partnership, which is a little venture I set up a couple of years ago to try and take architecture skills to small businesses, charity startups. That's not specifically what I'm here to talk about today. What I've actually realised is I'm going to make it a little bit personal now, because I want to talk about architects, not enterprise architecture, and how we, in our role, what do we do personally and serve it. And I was going to ask the question, basically I'm proposing there's 4 types of architect, or 4 personas of architect, and actually which one do we perform? And I do say which one do we need, but which one are you, I'm going to say today. So why these 4 types of architect? Why am I talking about 4 types of architect? Well, what I was finding is I was talking to people and I was sort of saying, well, okay, what do you do? And I say, well, I'm an enterprise architect, getting into a whole conversation about what do I do. And to be honest, nobody really understood what I did. And when I spoke to my fellow colleagues, other people, actually I was getting the same message from other people. And I thought, well, I like what I do, I enjoy what I do. How come nobody understands what I do? Because I feel like I'm providing value to organisations, that I'm doing a good job. So I spent some time talking to some of my colleagues around this to understand, well, actually, what did they do? And I was getting a little bit of a mixed message. Different people were telling me different things about how they were. But what I found as I talked to more and more people is that actually there was quite some commonality about what they were doing. And the reason I was getting these different messages was because they had different clients or they had different quests on them, etc. And it made me realise that actually there is a lot of commonality with what we can do. We can describe what is an architect and what services we can provide in a way that is nice and simple and clear. And I tried this out on some of my friends, and lo and behold, people were interested in what I did and understood what I did. And actually started going, oh, actually, I'm doing this at the moment. Can you help me? So I want to kind of impart this knowledge today and hopefully help people understand and perhaps challenge you about thinking about what do you do and how do you provide those services to, say, your clients or people in your business, and explain yourself. And I'd also like to say that when I talk about enterprise architecture, I also group solutions architecture and business architecture into that space as well, because I find they don't really do anything different, those 3. They just apply it in slightly different ways. And so why I come back to these 4 types is it is all about communicating what we do. And actually, it's to provide clarity to our clients, our colleagues, friends, and actually aspiring architects as well, so that we can bring people into the profession and get them excited about it. So before I get to the 4 types, I'm going to propose what we do as architects. So when people ask me what I do, I no longer describe myself as an enterprise architect anymore. Actually, I design business systems change. And some of us perhaps do more business change, some of us do more systems change, but I design business systems change. And when I go, well, what does that mean? And I go, well, actually, people have ideas about what they want to do in their organisations. They might want to, I don't know, change their department. They might want to introduce a system. They might want to develop a new product. All sorts of things they have about how they would like to do something within the business. And as an architect,
I'll happily sit down with them and talk about what that idea is and help them develop it, turn it into something maybe like some conceptual ideas. I might run some workshops, might do some ideate with them, but help them turn it into something that actually begins to form something that can be created, a plan. And if they like that, I can work more with them and I can create more design. I can perhaps create some maybe some logical architecture or logical designs, or basically some stuff that could be business models that would help them understand how that could be implemented and delivered and changed. And then as they get excited about that even further, and they go ahead and they might employ some people to make that change happen, I could be there to help provide some support and oversight and help them deliver it. So they can go from this idea on the left to having something that they're really happy with and successful. And you can see there, somebody's jumping in the air, punching in the sky. That's the sort of thing we want people to do, so they can get excited about architecture. And so when I say I do business systems change or design business systems change, I'm really helping people develop their ideas and turn it into something that is actionable, something that they can deliver. You can almost say I'm making their dreams come true.
That's stretching it.
I know. Well, just aim high, isn't it? Let's make it personal about ourselves. And I think one of the differentiators about enterprise architecture is actually we span that world of business and technology. And so actually that's something unique to us because we can help translate between the different worlds, as it were. And we've heard a lot about business change and technology change and strategies today, but we span the both, and that's what makes us unique in many ways. And so what do I do when somebody says, well, actually, what do you do, Ian? What is it you actually do for me? Well, I go, well, what would you like? Would you like some strategic planning? I can do some strategic planning with you. I can run some workshops. I can help you develop your ideas, maybe give you material which helps you build a business case or a proposition or a proposal. I can do these things for you. I can help you material there, and I'll deliver you analysis. I might deliver you some kind of conceptual design, something like that, to help with that. So something actually material. And then I can do some design for you. Do you want some design? I can say, well, actually, that change you want to do in business, I don't know, we want to change your division. Well, let's do some business models. I could create some business models, or maybe some high-level processes. Here's how your organization is going to change. Or we could get into the technology world and we could say, well, actually, here's what a cloud migration would look like, or here's how a new product development might look like. But essentially, I'm providing that structure that allows something to be constructed through design. Not dissimilar, actually, to if I employ an architect on my house, they will give me plans that I can give to a builder to construct. And then as we move forward, I can do governance. I can help somebody make sure that as that design is created and implemented, it's actually in line with what we talked about in the first place. And so I can support that change as it moves forward. Or actually, if it's not quite right, I can challenge it as well. So it becomes a very constructive way of governance, not you shan't do this. It's like, actually, that's great, that's moving forward. Well, this bit needs adjusting. So as an architect, I provide people with these free, I call them functions. Now, there's a whole bunch of sort of emotional stuff goes underneath, and we've just heard about kind of emotional intelligence and that. So there's some soft skills around this. But essentially, when I think about what I do, these are the three things that I do. And actually, they're the three things that I see architects do. Which brings me to the architectural types. So I'm proposing there's only 4 types of architects. And depending on what you're doing and where you are and what your client needs, you will be taking on one of these personas. And if you run an architecture practice, you may want to fill your practice with one or more of these type of personas of architects. And between them, they provide the whole sort of set of skills that an enterprise architecture team would need. So the 4 are the ivory tower, the town planner, the artisan, and the corner shop. Now, the ivory tower, almost like the archetypal EA, gets a lot of bad press, but actually is a really valuable skill to have in an organisation. If I'm a board director, if I'm C-suite, I want an ivory tower. I want somebody who could come along to me and talk about blue sky thinking, innovation, get me excited about how I can change my organisation, how I can move forward in new and exciting ways. And that's what the ivory tower does for you. They're not interested in the operational world, which is possibly why they get this bad press, because it's like, oh, they're disconnected from the rest of anybody's reality. But that's the whole point of the ivory tower, because you want them to be disconnected, because the people who want to use them are actually, they want to be challenged, they want something different. And so your ivory tower architect, I'd say, works with your board directors, with your C-suite, does analysis, does get them excited about innovation, that kind of thing. And so when you look at the skills they use, they're very much in that planning space, because you want them to be running, you want them doing things like that. And they don't do a lot of design, because it's not really necessary as much at that level. Do enough to get people excited. And when it comes to governance, just forget it, because once they've done the blue sky, hand it over, get somebody else to move on with it. They're not interested as much in how it's going to be implemented, but they're there to get it all going at the start. Next, we move to the town planner. The town planner is the sort of person who loves cataloguing your environment. They're going to want to know what every system does, what every process is going on, how everything looks, how it's all connected. And then they're going to create roadmaps from that, because they want to show how the world's going to evolve over the next few years. And that's really useful. If I'm a portfolio manager, if I'm a program manager, if I'm part of the C-suite, of course I'm going to want to know what my future is going to look like. And this is why you have your town planner architects, because they're projecting out into the future for you. And they're also normally the people who do your governance. I've tended to find your town planner EA is also that person who loves running technical design authorities and architecture review boards. I know there's people out there who do love that. It's not for everybody, but there are. And I say the reason they're doing that is because as your plan evolves into the future, you want somebody to be saying, well, that's great, that's perfect, that aligns. Or you want somebody to be saying, not really sure about that, let's reassess it. And so your town planner, very much on that planning stage, as I said, producing roadmaps, producing potentially kind of options papers, those kind of things. Again, not much on the design, because actually they're worried more about the planning side of it, but enough again to make sure that things are going in the right direction. And finally, very heavy on the governance, because I say, they're going to be running your technical design authorities, those kind of areas. The next type of architect, or the next persona, is your artisan. Your artisan's sort of a very different beast, actually, perhaps more in the solution space than traditional EAs kind of perceived. But your artisan is someone who likes to see progress, likes to see things being delivered, likes to see change, and therefore much more comfortable working with your program teams at that level and providing them the guidance, the direction that's needed across a large program that is going to be successful, and also provide it in a way that's a bit more incremental. So actually, if you're looking at being agile, you want artisan EAs, because they're going to work with your delivery teams, your program teams, to make change happen, but in a way that is, I was going to say controlled, but managed. And they're going to be on hand that if an opportunity arises, for example, they can help make sure that opportunity is right and guide you in the right direction. Or if a challenge arises, they can be on hand to kind of address that challenge. So you're not having to go back through your TDA review boards and back through your planning stages and that, because you trust the artisan to guide the program to where it needs to be. And so they're less on the planning stage. They do enough to move the program forward, or whatever they're doing forward, but not too much. So it's going to be very iterative, which makes people uncomfortable at times. much more heavy on design because they have to work with your change teams. And they're going to need to, at times, perhaps even get down, chat to your developers, chat to your business change groups about what's really happening. And actually reasonably heavy on the governance because they're going to be there on a daily basis. It needs to kind of help and guide and support things through, challenge it where necessary. And as I say, your artisan sits in that kind of program space. And finally, you have the corner shop, which is a bit of an odd one because the corner shop takes on the characteristics of all the other three, but is also different because your corner shop is actually much more flexible and they often have multiple people that they're working with on any one time. So you find your kind of corner shop EA, perhaps in small businesses, could be within divisions, actually as independents, because some days they might be dealing with, say, a founder and talking about innovation. So kind of almost taking on that ivory tower persona. But they might have other clients who are doing development at that time, and therefore they take on a kind of more artisan position. So these are the 4 types of architect that I'm proposing. And what I'm saying is, at any one time, you're probably fulfilling one of these personas. Which kind of brings me to where do they operate? When do you need them? Well, as with all these things, it depends. One of them is, it depends on who you are. If I'm a board director, of course I'm going to want an ivory tower EA. I'm not going to want somebody who's going to be talking to me about developing stuff. Well, I'd imagine not anyway. If I'm a program manager, I'm going to want somebody who's going to be a bit more dynamic, who's going to help me plan my world out and move forward. And so it's a question of who am I? What kind of architect do I need at that time? And then also there's the life cycle of a project, and we've seen this in various forms. But essentially, if I'm at the beginning of my world, I've got an idea I want something to do, let me go and find an ivory tower EA. They're going to help me kickstart it. As I move through the process, I might want somebody who's more town planner orientated because they're going to help me create roadmaps. They're going to help me plan out what my next year or 2 years or etc. will be. And that person also at the other end of the process is going to help me govern it to make sure it delivers it in the right way. And then you get your artisan who sits in the middle, who's very good at that kind of project program level, guiding me through, as I say, much more in an agile space. And finally, you get the corner shop who just basically can fit wherever you like, which in some ways is really good if that's what you need. Can be a bit of a problem if you're in a large organisation because that corner shop's going to be bouncing around all over the place and probably spending most of their time talking to different people and not really delivering what you need. So if you're in that corner shop space and you're in a large organisation, probably want to be thinking about where do you need to focus, or can I get some of these other types of architects to help me? But essentially, that you think about where you want to operate and then tailor yourself to that. So it kind of brings you back to the beginning, which is hopefully you kind of understand what the 4 types are. And actually think about, well, comes out to personally, as an architect, which one do I want to be, or when do I need to be that person? Because there's a purpose to what we do as architects, and we need to actually articulate that. And if we understand that, that's great. But what functions do we carry out? Well, I've given you 3 functions. You may agree, you may disagree. But if you think about those 3 functions, that kind of gives you an idea about what's being asked of you and also what you're needing to deliver. And then you can say, which of these 4 modes do I need to operate in? And who's asking me as well? Because actually I might, if the board director comes to me and I'm trying to be an artisan, that isn't going to work. I'm going to need to change my persona to deliver. So I suppose coming back to the beginning of this is here's 4 types of architect. Let's perhaps ask ourselves, which one do we need to be? That's it for today. So thank you.
Absolutely, we've got time, yeah. There's a question online, and that's what about delivery/execution? Why don't you think that's a core architecture function as well?
It comes back to the fact that we are designers by trade. We can design, we can create the plans, we can describe how something is to be created. The skills about the creation itself lie with other people. So that's why we have developers, that's why we have business change people, because they're the ones who are the experts in that field. And for me, it's like, well, what do you want to be the expert in? So I'm not saying we're not part of the delivery process, but the role we often should be in when it's delivery is more of a governance position, not a creation.
But that question was actually arose before you verbalised either the corner shop or the artisan, so there might have been a timing thing for that question.
Lorne,
how transportable do you think EA skills are from one business or even industry to another? In other words, how important is it for an EA to actually know the systems and the processes and the history almost of a
company? To be honest, I'm slightly biased because I was chatting to Mike earlier, and I've never worked in the same two industries. I've worked in closely related industries. I think from a skills point of view, if you take the basic 3 skills that I've described in the sense of planning, design, governance, how understanding them is really important. You can always learn the industry to a degree. So I'm not going to say I'm going to walk into an industry on day one and know it inside out, but I would have hoped to expect that if you've been in an industry or in a company rather for a year, you'll get into the position where you're knowing what it is. I'd also say the architect is not expected to know everything. There are other people in the company who do know stuff. So also knowing your way around an organisation is equally as important as knowing an organisation. Hold on, I've got.
I'll come back to that in.
How many hands have I?
I'm just going to ask, have you heard of the concept of the architecture elevator? So there's, I think, I can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it, but he reckons that people that will succeed are those that get up on any form. So you should be able to get to the deep dive by whatever. So I think what he's describing is wonderful. But those that can get up to the C-suite are also then, deep dive and get hands-on.
I'm familiar with what you described because we did some webinars particularly on these topics, and they're actually on YouTube if you want to go looking for them. One of them, unfortunately, one of our colleagues, she did a bit about the elevator where you get off on the floor you're needed to get off on that day effectively.
Do you think there's any link between the architecture types and personality types?
Certainly is, because I think we all lean towards a certain thing. Personally, unfortunately, I kind of end up in the corner shop one, mainly because I like doing all of it. And so I'll do one and I'll then like to do the other one. But it's actually served me quite well because I'm working, for example, I'm working with a charity at the moment and I'm able to provide my skills in a different way. But absolutely, certain people will lean more heavily towards one. And actually, that's good because then you can say, well, I'm more this type of person.
I suppose I've seen similar things in BA space, but the one that comes to me for enterprise architecture especially is the enterprise architect as concierge. Okay. So going back to the previous thing where we're helping the person through the change, where's the right place for me to be, what's the right conversation for me to have. It's a little bit like your kind of artisan role.
Yeah.
But actually it's a core discipline as well. So how do we help people through that, guide them through that? Do you have thoughts about that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it depends on whether you're an individual or you're part of an. If you're forming an architecture practice, you probably want to think about how do I fill my practice up that I can introduce people in at the right stage. So you wouldn't have the same architect all the way across the whole process. You might say, well, this person's better here. I think you're right in the sense of often as I find I'm acting as a introductory service, like a dating service. Come and see you, and whilst I don't know the answer, I'll know who to introduce you to help you along to the next stage. So yeah, I think that is a skill that we need as architects, is to help people through the process
which often there isn't anybody else doing that. But
Yeah, I think Mark, what I was going to say was related sort of to what you've just been saying there, that when you look at an enterprise architecture function, I think there's lots of different roles that are required depending on what the function is trying to achieve, and almost looking at like an EA capability model or a reference model for an EA function. There's lots of different areas that it can focus on and different roles required that are almost extensions of the things you've shown. So there's like the people that are real enterprise architects that fit into those spaces. But I think an EA function would require other roles sometimes around managing some of the governance processes, or some of the sort of project management skills to some degree. And I've also seen a lot of maybe more junior architects who do some of the repository management, model management side of things that you wouldn't put in front of a C-suite as an ivory tower type person, but is someone with EA skills who fits within that EA function that is almost slightly separate to the things you talked about.
Yeah, I've realised I've come to the end of my half hour, so I'll pause. But just very briefly, I completely agree. I think when you build an architecture practice, think about all the things you need beyond architecture. And it is administrators, it is that, because you don't want to be paying your expensive architect to run or line up a governance meeting, essentially. But
can I just ask a quick question? You say you're working in a charity now. Do you find that you've got to adjust to a total different culture than, say, if you're working in a bank or a manufacturing organisation? Although, as you say, the basic business processes the same, transferring data, information, and so forth. But the people you work with, they have different attitudes, aspirations, and different cultures.
The answer is yes. I'm looking at Lorne because he's going to shoot me. We can catch up later if that's okay. Great.
The answer is yeah. It depends.
Seamless transition over from the last session. So thank you, Ian. Dal's not here. Don't know whether it's by design or by accident, but the way the sessions have floated have been really, really good for me, because I learned a lot from what I've seen to kind of help me answer this question and why I came to this question. So I'll start and then we'll go through. So my name is Dipak Mistry. I'm head of architecture for a small consultancy firm called Goodwin. I spend a lot of time at Big Four, Oracle Consulting, and other places, so I've kind of got both sides of it. So it's interesting coming across a lot of what Ian said has kind of helped this question as well. So it's really good to kind of set on board and see where we get to. So this will work. Are they dead? How many of us would say we're enterprise architects? Right, Mr. Chair. How many of us would say we're solution architects? Right. I'm surprised you put your hands up because you're all redundant now, right? So you don't want to. So why is it, to Ian's point exactly, you need to be more than wear more than one hat. It's because organizations ask for many things. They want agile delivery, scaled agile, and they want enterprise architects to set the direction to get them to where the organization wants to go quickly. We live in a world now where business decisions are made a lot quicker. Gone are the days of 5-year plans, 10-year plans, and even 12-month plans. You go and make your goals, set your goals, and you revisit your goals and ensure you can solve them. Data has kind of driven this model as well, because you have more real-time data. Businesses are making more decisions on the spur in real time, and therefore you need to change direction as well. So how do you cope with that? Organizations want results straight away, and where does the solution architect fit in with the agile delivery? So what was interesting, Mivy is not here now. She had the other view of their organization were going to get rid of enterprise architects and keep solution architects, because consider the value of enterprise architects. My view was, if I've got an enterprise architect, we talked a lot about technology, and the enterprise architect knowing a lot about technology. Ian talks a lot about enterprise architects knowing a lot about the business. There was others who were talking about business value. Simon, you talked about some areas where the solution architect, there was a disconnect of what's the point, what value do they have? We only keep them at the beginning, then we get rid of them, and lose traction. So it's really interesting to hear all these views, and that's what I want to kind of touch on. So as I do go through this, I will touch on the views and comments that have gone through as we go through the deck. So what really made me think of this? So my story is, I head up an architect practice. I have a plethora of architects in my practice. To Ian's point, I have a Dynamics CRM architect. I have a .NET technical architect, I like to call him, because he's got 15 years of Microsoft stack. Technical, can still code, read code. Questions of developers on the code, they hate him, but that's just what he does. I've got an Azure architect, 15 years Microsoft Azure experience, cloud architect, and so they're all, for me, they're all principal architects in my practice as a title. But what do they do as a job day to day? What do you want to be today? What do your client want from you today? Okay, you're a solution architect today. Tomorrow, actually, you need to be a technical architect because you're performance tuning their solution and telling them how they can do better. So it's really good to see Ian's presentation. Say, okay, there are multiple guides and has to achieve. So don't worry, solution architects are still needed. There is a market for them. We like to call ourselves enterprise architects. It's also the market side. So on my journey, on a project, I had to have more slides.
I mean, too much to interrupt your flow or not.
No,
Let me say this.
Let
me say this, and you can choose to pick it up now or pick it up at the end. It's genuinely your choice, because you've always got material I want to hear. Traditionally, people talk about it as a pyramid with the greatest number of technical architects, because there's an awful lot of stuff in the weeds to do across the many domains. And then above that, solution architects who know less detail but more breadth. And then above that, enterprise architects. And by numbers of people, it tends to be a pyramid. There are fewer enterprise architects than there are solution architects, and there are fewer solution architects than there are the totality of all of the domains of technical specialists. So I'm surprised you framed it this way round, because I would have thought that as you said, people don't want 5-year views as much as they did. They still want them, but not as much. Surely it's the enterprise architects, not the solution architects, that are more at risk.
It's a good question. So let me tell you about my story, my journey on one of these projects I worked on recently. And I'll come back to Lorne said, Susanna back said as well about the architect elevator. So I'll come back to why it's important, where they sit. Remind me if I forget that.
Okay, no problem.
So for a project, working on insurance client, reinsurance client, they wanted to work with the CIO on their view. So I need to understand what the business objectives are, business missions and objectives, and the CIO is scratching his head. Okay, how do I deliver what the business needs using the technology that I have? So we had to look, and they've had lots of legacy technology. We want to move to Azure. We want to go back to 5 years' time. I'll be asked the question of why are you still on tin in a warehouse and not in the cloud? So I looked at this day. I was working on the vision and roadmap to help him plan and develop a roadmap. That inevitably was a technology roadmap. It's so much of a roadmap, and with that, we had to take dependencies on what does the business need over those years, and how do we deliver what they need going forward? So we deliver this roadmap as Mivy mentioned, a good way. It's a blueprint of a vision. We're building a city. It's a landscape, taking a whole estate, working out what's that going to look like in 5 years, and what does that vision look like? And you're right. One of the things I implemented or we're doing is actually review that every 2-3 months. You cannot leave it 12 months. You have to keep reviewing it iteratively with the business to understand how that moves as well. So it's not static going forward. You take each of those projects. So each of those from a portfolio program comes projects. And as with anybody, everybody says, let's do Agile. Let's go run Agile. Everything's going to be Agile. Do they really mean Agile? We'll do some, you said, what does Agile mean? Agile is software development, how do you deliver software? But we use in terms of I want to deliver a project in an agile fashion. Well, the project's more than just coding, it's a whole end to end. So we work in those ways of agile sprints, and we produce something at the end of a sprint, put it on the shelf, wait for the next component, build it up. We'll do a big test at the end. Big testing phase, still agile though. And then we'll release it and we'll deliver something, right? So we'll deliver one project, which is like one building out to that estate. We start carrying on that role. Now, if I'm an enterprise architect, I have an agile sprint, I have a scrum team, I then have a deliverable. At enterprise level, I've set my principles. So I've set my business principles, my technology principles, such as API first, interoperability, I think any others better. And then some data ones, data is secured, data is shared anywhere necessary. And then I've also got business principles on business continuity, so we'll be kind of non-functional ones as well. Now I've set them at the enterprise architect level. So okay, if we follow these guidelines, we have a principle, a kind of standards in place, such as David was talking about, have your standards at the front, define them once, have them set. Why then can I not just go and deliver that with a team of developers? What happened in our agile process was we had a solution architect as part of that. We had a development team. What happens is developers say, okay, I'm waiting for the solution architect to give me what I need. Well, you're doing a 2-week sprint. How long can you wait for? Well, let's go start doing something on based on assumptions that the architect will catch up on what needs to be done. So then the solution architects got quite a bit of bad press because they felt like they're not getting the collaboration they need. They're not getting the time to actually document and update the diagrams. You know, so we have this vision. That vision's never always the deliverable at the end, right? You know, we said blue lights, nice building. What you got is a kind of a basic towel at the end. You know, and that's fine if that's an MVP that we want to get to, and then iterate over time. So the kind of point here was, you know, if I've got a really good enterprise architect role that's defined clearly what I want to vision, what my roadmap is, what my principles are, and the guardrails, I've then used data architect to say, okay, take these data principles and break them down into lower level detail as principles and guardrails. Networking, go and do the security and networking and tell me what those are that everybody should adhere to. Kind of structures of how we then take on infrastructure as well. What the guidelines around infrastructure? You know, do I have policies around what services I can use, what I can't use? How are they defined? So we're kind of working within some boundaries. We then used something I started called, we call it TDC. So instead of TDA or authority, we used the term community, so technical design community. The reason for that was to really make it feel more inclusive. So people felt it's a safe place. Come and share your designs, come and share your options. Don't feel like you're being judged, because this is agile, things move, the world moves forward. 2 weeks later, cloud has introduced another service, doesn't really work well. So, you know, we're working in an agile way. One of the project streams we worked on was quite good. I had myself as the EA, and then had a really good developer, the lead developer, in that Scrum team. So we had a front-end team, front-end, with a back-end team. Then we had the lead developer who would sit over both and stitch all together. And it was a time when we didn't have a solution architect because we were kind of in the process of recruiting, and he kind of fulfilled that role. So he was kind of by default fulfilling that role. We were just touching base when needed, technical design communities to ensure designs were in line. Well, that went really well. So, you know, the question arose, do you need a solution architect? If you've got a really good development team, what more do you need? It comes back to the Agile Manifesto principles, which I'll come on to in a second. So I'm going a bit too fast. It's just catching up. So at the EA level, thinking, well, if I don't have a say, and if I'm working in this kind of larger scaled agile way, can I just focus on the areas I need to focus on, so I can think more pragmatically, more broadly about the process, the sense thinking, think about how they move the project forward, ensure we're not hitting any dead ends, and move forward, and keep the project moving. So talking to the CIOs, talking to the C stakeholders, ensuring that what we're delivering is what they need. I can take that view at a quite high level and be able to deliver what's needed to be delivered. If I then have a scrum team, so there's other types of teams available, take the kind of the 4 key manifestos that this card now, it's 4 at a time. Individuals and interactions over process, customer collaboration over contracts, working software and comprehensive documentation, responding to change following a plan. Well, I need a good team of developers with kind of a low degree of governance to be able to deliver and change and adopt the product owners' requirements, the business needs and changes, and deliver what we need to deliver. One of our guys in our team, head of development, is very important to the Agile methodology. And his view is very much of it's the team, we all work together collaboratively, you all get stuck in when needed. So if that's the case, you've got to kind of be kind of a Swiss Army knife and get stuck in. So the solution architect angle was great because he could then do some coding, code. He understood some of the business rules, so he could build some test plans to help test. And just kind of break the mold of why we put, what kind of team do we need? Do we just need the right team, the right people? Do we need to assign, as we do on the project plan? Here's my team of, I have an enterprise architect, I have a solution architect, I have a lead developer, I have a developer, a tester, and a VA. What is do we need? Do we need to kind of evolve our thinking in terms of the attributes of what the individuals bring to a team and how we bring that to us? So that's really got me thinking. Now, when I looked at this diagram, I put it together. I said, okay, so got an EA. I've got time to think about what I need to do. Focus. I've got a good scrum team that knows how to deliver. Where does ESA sit? You're thinking they just change your job title to EA. So keep the concerns in your job.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, no,
gap.
please do.
That's why the question is, there is a gap. Sometimes it depends on the gap. That enterprise architect might be running 5 or 6 programs joined together at a higher level, and so their ability to go up and down the elevator depends on.
Yeah, so the point was it depends on the quality of the team. That's exactly what my principal architect said. Well, he goes, in the perfect world, on a spectrum of agility, we've got kind of the unicorn agile team that is just kind of self-sufficient, really productive, really high. EA could just have a light touch. He goes, in reality, how true is you've got the perfect agile team?
So I've been having this discussion with our team.
Yeah.
It's reframing that solution architecture from a job role to a capability. It's the actual question for the project is, what do you need in terms of solution architect capabilities? Who is the right person to deliver that and frame and expand that? To the point earlier, what is the value of that activity over other activities? So choice would be, there is always choice to do solution, more or less solution architecture, but what is going to be the most valuable next step for the Agile team?
That's great. And I'll come back to your question. One of the things when we talk about Agile is like when we talk about Agile, we talk about delivering software. That's also it's software development. But should we think about Agile about team dynamics? We talk about running a team of the same size and structure for a period of time and delivering within a certain sprint. So we've been Agile by delivering software early. What we want to do is how do we deliver value? Yeah, if we deliver value, we're going to talk about 2-week developments, which we're talking about the right team at the right time to deliver what you need. To your point of the first 3 months may need a scrum team of three architects. But once you've got that in place, you can change into more of a development testing team. And then after that, it's just a testing team and a DevOps team. And that's the kind of the life cycle of the project. But these kind of the thoughts, I welcome. Just that first.
Yeah, and I would agree with that I think having capabilities on these Agile projects as opposed to allocating out architects is probably a better idea. But what I'd also like to add to that is that let's say you've got an architect that you can develop, and you decide to use that architect to do some development because it's an agile program and you can swap around different tasks and are certainly encouraged to. And that's just not architecture tasks. It could be business analysis tasks. It could be testing tasks. It could be all sorts of things. And I've seen it done, and I've worked on agile programs that have done precisely that. But what I challenge at the end of it all is that how cost effective is that? Has anybody actually sat down and said, right, if we do it this way, by mapping to capability, it costs this much. If we do it this way, mapping more to architect and role, that it actually costs this much. Has anyone ever done that? I've never done that because I've never had time to do it, unfortunately.
The gotcha is in weight states.
Sorry?
The gotcha is in weight states. So people don't tend to measure, well, I've got a solution architect, and actually, in order to utilize and start that other project, I can't start that other project because actually they're locked to another project. So the capability and the ability to have that short-lived, long-lived capability within the team allows you that team to be able to form at the same time, so you get past the capability. So there are some
organisations.
There are some
I think
stuff
as
in it.
well.
Yeah, there is some.
It depends where you work, because people execute agile differently, depending on the organisation, from what I've seen and experienced.
In a consulting firm, because everything's done at the cost of the person, everyone's priced out at a rate, so that is probably, they probably do understand the price.
Yeah, that would be, I suppose, more in the instance that you're working for a consultancy, but I don't work for a consultancy, and I think many of us sitting in this room don't work for a consultancy. But I'd love to see that challenge. I'd love someone to realise that, and I'd love it if I had time to do it.
I do agree with this answer here, that there's an awful lot of, you can't boil particularly architecture task down into a task to do on Monday and then do the next task on Friday and the next task following Thursday, because you need more continuity of influence and advice, and also the dependencies of that task versus another, which is what is meant by weight states, becomes really complex. And if you try to plan it at that level of minutiae, you will spend far longer planning than you will achieving anything with respect, because you're getting right into the weeds of how long is it going to take you to reorganize 3 database tables, so that how long is it then going to get you to, you really are at a low level of
can we hand back control to him? Yeah, no, it's a great point as well. And Simon, I'll grab your question in a second as well. But the whole idea was this to be engaging and thought provoking, because I don't have the answer, but I'd love to kind of be able to work with them to get something, so work how we can.
I wanted to start one more thing as well. Obviously, I'll be succinct. Brownfield. This conversation has felt very greenfield.
Yes.
Yeah. And as soon as you're in a brownfield environment, the reality of the technical detail goriness of the legacy systems kicks in bloody quickly. And that's not an enterprise architect's role by most enterprise architects' profiles.
Exactly. One of the things I want to show down a lot before was you don't know enough detail as architects.
I'll probably add, you mentioned brownfield, but also at the other end in innovation. If you're innovating, you might hit something new, either an opportunity or a challenge. Actually, that's a point where you probably do want the solution architect who can step outside of where we are currently and go, oh, there's something new here. How do we address it?
That's the interaction between the flight levels.
Yes.
So the EA as providing architectural runway and thinking about platforms and big plays. And then to your point, with the whole thing, the solution architect has capability, that's a long running capability in the product stream.
So I'll come back to that. Yeah, I'll get that totally, and that's what I'll come to. Yeah, this is great, because this is what I wanted. That's the best thing. Feedback, because that's I want to be engaging, because it's not, I can't solve this for myself. It's great, everybody's on the same page. So about a year ago, actually, I did this on for LinkedIn, because I sat down and I was looking at architects, looking for new people, getting back to the point on. And you mentioned it, expensive architects, junior architects, how do you kind of break it up? So I've left the link on here, so when the slides are shared, there's not much on it, but it's kind of just a view. And I sat there and said, okay, how did I become an enterprise architect? Because I didn't wake up one morning and said, I graduated 24 years ago, so I'm become an enterprise architect. Following a journey. And I've been using this with our graduates as well, just to give them a flavour of you're at the starting point, but don't worry about which way you go because you can go anywhere. But when we talk about the team, you know, if I've got a really good team of technical people and they can deliver what's needed to be delivered, and I've got an architect setting a direction, where does that leave the solution architect? This was me afterwards thinking about it. And it just came back to the point of Ian's view of the 4 different types of architecture. Is there anything different? Is there anything more? One of the things one of my colleagues been talking a lot about is we're not architects when we're Agile, we're designers. By that he means you've architected, so you've built the building, the shell, you've got the structure. Designers now fitting out the room, so they may move a wall here or there cosmetically, change a wall. Doesn't change the structure of anything. It might move the plug socket. It might change. Okay, there's better upgraded speakers or hi-fi systems I want to use on instead now. That's kind of designer shop. Do you need a solution architecture? Is that kind of a designer, kind of cloud architect where they're using the services and seeing what's best at that point in time? So that's kind of a. That's kind of got me to where we're thinking was. So you can kind of think about what's needed and how that shapes. So I put this quote up, and then I realised just like how much does it actually make sense. But the thing is, great things are done never done by one person, done by a team. And that's what Scrum is. When we work in Agile, we work as a team. I need people around me. A lot of the guys on my team don't actually. All the guys on my team know a lot more technical things than I do. And that's why I need to share that knowledge. You can't all be one person. So when we talk about enterprise architecture, solution architecture, is it all in a minute? Do we go with the 4 new types? Or do we just have 2? You're an architect and you're a designer. It kind of depends on where you want to sit. Put my details on there because what I would love to do is obviously get around a round table and discuss in more detail. We'll have a discussion because I think we can really take this further. A great question about how do you then utilise them, how do they budget, how does it cost the project? It's all probably thoughts that I have to go through as well with my team as a consultancy. I have to work on utilisation billable, so I can't just have them 2 days a week. I've just got to plan the time. So we've had lots of thoughts. It's great. Any more would be more than welcome.
There are a few observations online. So one is continuously developing the business capability, value and maturity mapping, guardrails, patterns, communicating at all times, self-service knowledge flow, and lean governance. That's the key area to enable and empower our teams and ASA work in my experience. Does it make sense?
It does, but then what does the EA do? I said I just. Exactly. The more you can empower your team. One thing I've been really big on is I don't manage a team. I lead a team. I want them self-empowering, ensure they understand the roles, their roles, and what they can do and work within an environment that they can kind of progress and grow. So absolutely, if we can get to that stage, I think that'd be perfect. You've just got to be careful of the size of your team because obviously it's called the Scrum team for a purpose, for a reason.
There's another one.
I would say this.
Yes. So in Agile, the business wants results, which usually result down in the weeds with SA. The collaboration usually result in just enough architecture.
So if I understood that right, the EA and the SA have to work together in the weeds to get to the results. Again, at the moment, yes, until we can get to the point of the right Agile team. So as you build the team's knowledge and expertise, you should have the processes and guidelines and processes to be able to work autonomously without that direction and getting into the weeds. We have a
yeah, I was just gonna say that as in any team formation, you try to select the right attitudes or characters. So even if you have a Scrum team of people who have mostly been developers, you still need a visionary to see into the future and imagine scenarios and certain resiliences that the system needs to have. Sort of classical team composition, you need a warrior, you need someone who sort of gets out with the source and gets it done, as well as visionary and stuff like that. And conventional architecture, as an architecture education, the architect does not have to have been a builder, but he needs to be able to speak the language of the builder, of the service engineer, of the interior architect, of the structural engineer, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So being able to speak different languages is really very important, and at the same time accommodate all these visions and try to weave them into something that would work functionally now and later on. So I think it's worth bearing in mind the special role, I think, of the architect, even if you're talking about people who've mostly been developers in the past.
That's a very, very good point.
That.
True. One of the things I've just probably have to finish on this note is I've been recruiting architects recently, and I've struggled to recruit kind of principal architects at a high level architects 13th grade. And I'm introduced, I've hired now, I've got 2 junior architects. Now, when I've hired them, I've really looked at less at their technical skills, and I've really focused on their soft skills. Can they articulate themselves? Can they speak? Can they do that? So lots of what I'm teaching them is their soft skills, because I believe anybody can learn technical skills to a certain level. It's needed when they need it. If you cannot articulate yourself or that information, then it's no good to you. So I'm going to stop on that. Like, we can catch up just there.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, so well done, everybody. They were very good. Thank you. So we're now going to coffee break, and we're back in here at Aqartit to listen to Daljit. So make sure you're on time.
Well, on the coffee break, we do have a LinkedIn group. I was mentioning it earlier. So whether it's potential for follow-on conversations or even sessions, outside the annual conference, let's talk today and we'll arrange one, right? Because I think the last 2 sessions really stimulated a lot of great thoughts. So I think it's just
Put it on your recording in progress, that's good. Right. That transformation is going to be on your ecosystem of some kind, right? Someone wants to come in. Okay, so I presented you with a simple picture. I've now elaborated it a bit. What I'm now going to do is say, right, okay, so what are typical disruptive forces? And I'm going to pick 2 examples. Now, the first example is the COVID pandemic, right? What impact did the COVID pandemic have on your organisation and you as individuals? Well, a lot of organisations, the focus was in keeping the lights on, yeah? The focus was in the efficiency, cost drivers, squeezing assets, because you weren't generating sales, yeah? New channels, etc., etc. And we can use the COVID pandemic as a great example of a disruptive force, but I'm not gonna, because those things like the pandemic come once in hopefully once in a blue moon, right? But the thing about the pandemic was it came from nowhere and it's gone. Well, so we're led to believe. But there are things like regulatory changes, and these changes we know are coming, right? GDPR is a prime example. We knew it was coming. We knew the downstream effect that was going to have on our organisation. We could have and we should have prepared for it. Right. So when we talk about regulatory change as a disruptive force, I'm going to use one example, right? And it's in the financial domain, and it's in the European legislation, right? PSD2. You guys have probably heard of it. If you haven't, I've got the links and you can have a look at it. But PSD2 is a major, or was and is a major disruptive force to the financial sector. Major, right? And the reason it's so major is because it's forcing organizations and banks to do things in different ways, and also making sure that they expose their information if they want to stay competitive. Yeah, the old banking model is changing big time. Yeah, retail banks, we've seen a lot of new fintech companies. We are seeing the change, and that change is being driven by PSD2. Right. So, say for instance, you work at a bank. You know the regulation's coming. You know what the regulation's going to do. What do you do about it? As an enterprise architect, what do you do about it? All right. So, what you do is, first of all, you read the regulation. Right? one of the things, my biggest bugbear is that if you look at GDPR, right, people preach about it, right, but how many people have actually read the legislation, right? PSD2, there's loads of fintech companies. How many people have actually read the legislation? Yeah, so read the legislation. Okay, so I'm saying PSD2 was a major disruptive force. Now I'm going to show you why I think it was a major disruptive force. Right. The legislation, if we go back to our original our old diagram, it's an external force. It's an external entity that's pushing the change. It's legal, so we have to be. If we're working as a bank or any financial institution, we have to be compliant, okay? The other thing is, it drives new services, okay? And I'm going to give you examples of 2 services that it drives. And the third thing is, it allows new entrants to the market, okay? So we got this massive change, right? And just by reading the legislation, you should be able to pick this stuff up, okay? Horizon, this is where the horizon scanning comes in. This is where the drivers for change come in. Now I'll call this the influence for change, because things like regulatory stuff. So we've got, you know, if you read any of this stuff, it's all going to happen in 5-10 years' time. In the insurance game, IFSR 17, you know, they gave you 5 years warning for that. PSD2, they gave you enough warning. So these things happen. They take time. So I've called it influence for change. Yeah, okay. So those influences, that legislation actually resulted in a driver for change. Okay, so you know your organization, if you're a bank, you're a financial institution, you're going to be doing some kind of change. All right. Now, that change, before you start thinking about it, you've got to think about your impact assessments, and I've highlighted that. I've highlighted that more so because what we're going to do now is we're going to look at the effect on the actual ecosystem. Okay, all right. So we all get that. Do we understand all that? You see where I'm coming from? Good. All right. All right. So here's the first change that came from PSD2, right? And if you actually read the legislation, it talks about payment initiation service providers. Okay, and this is how the model of banking has changed, always changing. Okay, so payment initiation service providers are regulated. They are regulated bodies. So in the UK, they are regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Okay, so you can't just go out and set one up, right? There's a lot of controls, checks, balances that have to be done, right? So you're a customer. You can log on to a website. That website, you've now, before logging on to the website, you've actually given your consent to the payment initiation service provider, right? That consent is filtered down to your bank. You've given your bank the consent that the payment initiation provider can actually initiate payments on your behalf. Yeah, okay. Now, you go off, you go to a website, that website makes a call to the payment initiation service provider, and this is where the API ecosystem comes in, because what PSD2 is driving is the open banking initiative. It's driving that open APIs. Yeah. The payment initiation service provider would make an API call. It's a public API call. It's a trusted call to the bank. It says, right, the first thing it does is check the balance. Yep, this is fine. The balance, the funds are there. Please transfer the funds to the third-party bank. It sends a receipt back. I mean, this is the old credit card model as well. Yeah. Okay. And this is the biggest. If I was a credit card company, right, I would look at PSD2 and think, it's not forced in America yet. It'll come. I would look at this and think, shit, my business model is going to change. Okay. All right. So we did some horizon scanning, right? We saw this PSD2 was coming along, right? There's a lot more to it than I'm actually letting on. There is a lot more to it. And we know that there's going to be these new entities called payment initiation service providers. Now, if I was an organization, if I was a bank, I'd be looking at these open APIs and I'd be thinking, right, how do I expose my back-end systems via this API? Yeah, okay. So anyway, that's the first disruptive force, the introduction of payment initiation service providers. And you're going to see more of this. This is in mainland Europe, this is happening. We've seen new entrants to the markets. We're seeing disruption in a major force, right? Now, what I'm trying to highlight is that you should have seen this coming, right? If you haven't seen this coming, then you as an enterprise architect aren't doing your job. Anyway, but that's for another discussion. Right, the API call between the bank and the payment initiation service provider, that's over a secured channel, all the usual kind of stuff, it's a very secure connection, okay? But that is the business model, okay? Right, any questions on that? This is fully documented in my new book. Feel free to have a look at it. Right, okay. Right, so the other thing, and this, I actually witnessed this last week, right? And this is the introduction of account information service providers, right? And what this allows is basically, you're giving your consent to allow the payment AISP, you're allowing them to source the information. They can't make changes, but they can actually go off and get account balances. So, and I'm going to use this as an example. If you've got a Barclays bank account, right, they now have introduced this new service. I don't know if it's on my business account, I know this for a fact. They can hold all your balances of all your accounts. So what they're doing is they're making a call to the other banks via an AISP, but actually they are the AISP. Right? They're making calls and getting your balances. So if you've got 10 bank accounts, you can now show that information on one screen. Okay. All right. So these are two, and what this has allowed, what this has done, and the previous model has allowed the new fintech companies. This is where they're all coming from, because now banks have to expose your customer information because you're giving your consent. It's part of the regulation. The model has changed. You now have a massive disruptive force, right? Okay. So if you're an enterprise architect working at, I don't know, pick any bank you want, and you didn't see this coming, right? Then you're not doing what every enterprise architect should be doing, scanning the horizon, understanding the environment, okay? All right. So, now, okay, so what I've done is I've introduced two disruptive forces, okay? And as I started at the beginning, these are no-brainers. You see this and you think, yes, this is going to affect the industry I operate in. And then, as an enterprise architect, this is right. But now the exam question becomes, right, okay, I know these disruptive forces are going to happen. How can I plot them onto my ecosystem? Yeah, where do I start? What do I do? Right. Now, I've only got 10 minutes, so I can't go into the details of this. Right. If you read the book, it's documented. Right? So this is what I call my notional stack. Right. Anyone who's seen any of my work has seen this before. Right. At the top level, we go levels 1, 0 to 7. At the top level, we have the business operating model. Okay. So we know PSD2. Yeah. We know it was an external force. Right. We knew that the drive for change was via the regulators. Okay. We knew that the business models were going to change. So we had new opportunities. Okay. And we knew that there was going to be new entrants. Right. So when we look at our business operating model and we look at the top part of that, we knew that these things were going to happen. Okay. Right. Then as we go downstream, we say, right, okay, well, this is an external force. What does that actually mean for me? Well, straight away, we know that these calls are going to come into our organization. We know that these calls are going to be automated, not manual. Yeah. So when we start looking at the business process layer, we start saying, hold on, we're going to have so many more automated transactions coming in our direction. And we got to prepare for that. Okay. Now, those transactions, sorry, everyone on camera, I have to move to highlight this, but those transactions are coming in via an API, application program interface. Yeah. So we have to then start thinking about, and as Jill was talking about earlier, we have to start thinking about our API ecosystem, because Open banking, open API, wow, that's a massive load of traffic coming to your organization, and it's all going to hit via an API. So you have to start planning for that. Right. So then you think, right, okay, we've got a lot of APIs coming. What are we going to do about them? These are public APIs. They're fully documented. You know the structure, you know the syntax, you know the data that's going to be pushed and pulled. You then start your development work. And what else is that going to affect? So straight away, it's affected our business processes. It's affected our capabilities and services. It's affected our execution services at the application layer. It's affected our data and information services. It's affecting everything, right? So that one regulation, if you had mapped that onto the stack, you can start thinking, right, these are the work packages that I have to start thinking about. Okay, does that make sense? Right, okay. All documented in the book, feel free to read it. How do I pay for it? Right, okay, enough of the plugin. Right. So we started off by saying, right, we should be looking at what's out there on the horizon. Yeah. We said, right, it's PSD2, right? We then go off and we read the regulation. And from that regulation, straight away, we know that the European Union and the British government have adopted this as well, you know, irrelevant of Brexit and all that nonsense. We know that this open API and a set of standards are coming our way. Yeah. We then say, right, let's look at that. And we say, right, well, what is the impact? Yeah. Okay. And then we do our impact assessment and we say, right, and those things that I mentioned on the stack, yeah, I've documented them here. So when you get the slides, you can actually have a look at them. So stepping back, we look at the cause. The cause, we examine the environment, right? And we now have a kind of structured way by mapping things to the stack of actually looking at the effect, yeah? And from that, between A and B, between A and B, we can actually define some work packages. We can trigger work that needs to be done in order to meet that regulatory requirement, yeah? Okay. Does that all make sense? Right, good. Right, let's move forward. So, going back to the exam question, right? How do we address disruption? Right, okay. Now, I can't answer that question, but what I could do is I could give some tips. Yeah, okay. Now, there are things that will happen, right? Like the local, like the current government being totally stupid and the pound just going and you know, your imports are going up. So things that we just don't know were going to happen. COVID happens. But there are things, okay, that could not happen. Anyway, sorry, I get that. That's good. So my 3 tips are this: constant horizon scanning, not just technical, but business, right? Look at the regulations that are coming out. The odds are, if the EU is publishing a regulation, then we in Britain will follow suit. Okay, so always appreciate, by looking at what's going on there, understand the elasticity of your capabilities. What are the things that you are providing as a ICT function or whatever function? You know, what's the elasticity? How can we expand and shrink that? Yeah, based on your horizon and the scanning. The second thing is, understand your stack. Yeah, a good enterprise architect understands the business operating model, the capabilities, you know, the full stack that I mentioned. Yeah, for me, a good EA is someone who understands all of that. Okay, within the boundaries of their organization. And the second thing is, and this is, I don't know, we live in a funny world, right? Be prepared for the next shock. Yeah, and there is a shock coming. Right, we might get nuked, you know. And I'll put pandemics, wars, political madness, etc. And you know, I put this up because I'm a Tyson fan, boxing fan. You know, everyone has a plan, but those plans will change. Okay, those plans will change. Right. Okay. And what I've also done here, sorry, I'm looking at time. I'll put some useful links up. Okay. PSD2, if you're not in the financial game, don't waste your time reading it. It's a long document, you know, but it's worth knowing that it exists. I've also put up the UK because we have left Brexit and we've got our own versions of it, if you look at the UK Payment Services Regulations up there, okay? And also a link to the new masterpiece, so feel free to read that. And that is it, right? So we started with a question, right? We started with a question. I hope I've answered that question. Hope I've given you something to think about. And now I'll open the floor to any questions.
You kind of took us through the path of the implications of the change, particularly for the reaction in technical things, what a bank would need to do. But you left open, if you like, another one, time to go down the other track, which was, crikey, the bank may no longer exist because of the competition that could come in, or here's a great new business opportunity. My question to you is, if you hide the enterprise architecture function inside the IT department, how will the business leadership respond when somebody buried down inside IT said, there's an existential threat to our business here?
So everything I do, and this is everything I do, I always call it enterprise systems architecture. Yeah. Enterprise architecture is a different ballgame, right? And at the end of the day, I've had this argument so many times, and me and Tom Greaves are constantly battling about this. For me, who's paying your bill, right? If your budget is within the IT department, then the odds are very strongly that your focus, your line of sight is going to be on the system, the technology ecosystem. And that's all we can do, So my answer to that question is, if you come at it from an enterprise systems architecture viewpoint and the IT department is paying your bill, your line of sight will be the IT environment. But no, that's a really good question. We've had that so many times. Anything else, anyone? No? Anyone?
I think one of the questions we had earlier was about should an enterprise architect be able to flip between different organizations and industries. But actually, I would say what you're saying there is no, once you understand that business environment and the regulations and the cultural issues, you should be able to then say,
no,
I'm not provide more value to another one. Because I already understand the external environment. So
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
And we're going to have Mike's going to be running the conversation later on. There are set practices and processes. Look, if you work in the finance game, then the key thing is for you to understand the environment you operate in. Yeah. But conversely, if you work in, I don't know, manufacturing, yeah. And I've worked in all of these environments. The processes are the same, the thinking is the same. Yeah. The artifacts may be different and the drivers may be slightly different, but the overall enterprise architecture thinking remains the same. Yeah. And we're going to be covering that during Mike's session. But I think we've got a set of skills that are cross organisation, cross industry.
Yeah.
It's different. Manufacturing, you've got to know about manufacturing execution systems and all of that stuff, and that's a different ballgame.
They have different regulatory
exactly
as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've got a question. If you bring it into the present, and you well sort of articulated it, we might get nuked, hope not, but as an EA, you're scanning the horizon. How do you prioritize the scenarios, the likely outcomes? Yeah, because you've got to place a few bets, haven't you?
Yeah, there are things. Okay, so say for instance, if we took PSD2, right? Okay, you may have a zero budget. You may say, right, okay, I can't do anything because I've got no money to do anything post-COVID. However, this regulation's coming, but the systems you are managing, right, and the systems you're exposing. So, for instance, your API ecosystem, yeah, you can then start gearing that up to do new, not refactor it, but recalibrate, realign it. So I think, you've got to be constantly scanning the horizon. You've got to, because things will come, and the way you manage them is, if you've got no budget, then the projects you're working in, if you're designing, so say for instance, you're designing a new file transfer mechanism, from A to B, that's your integration plan. You've got to start thinking, well, hold on, we're going to be exposing this out via API. Maybe we need to start thinking about an API gateway and then put that as part of the project. So there's other ways of doing it. Does that make sense? Anything else? Anyone?
Yeah, I've got more of a comment really to make. It's kind of interesting where I work because I do see a lot of horizon scanning going on, but it's actually occurring within the business. It's not really from regulatory horizon scanning. Anything that's horizon scanning that affects regulatory stuff is coming in from the business. It's not actually coming from the architect, so it creates a very interesting set of scenarios.
Yeah, but okay.
Because our architects are kind of underneath they work underneath technology.
But then it goes back to the role of the architect. What is the architect? You know, is it?
Yeah, it's not a great way of working though, because we can't capture everything that's on
well,
our
then I would
horizon.
argue if you've got business architects, that is their role. Yeah, if you've got a group of business architects, they should be horizon scanning. They should be talking to your business. Your business is quite different. Okay?
Yeah.
However, saying that, there are, you know, there are other central banks, and look at, you know, look at what's going on with. Not allowed to discuss it, but you know, look at how currency is going to change. You know,
yes,
and the new forms of currency. You know, and that is both technical because you need the technical people to explain the realization of that. But then at the same time, you know, your processes are going to change. You know? Your whole compliance mechanism is going to change.
But this presentation actually has been really interesting to me because it's now beginning to really show me what we could do to fill in some of the holes. You know, it's exposing where some of our holes are and how we could actually work a lot better. Just looking at this plan, so I look forward to you know, to getting the presentation, you know.
Reading the book, I think.
As well.
I do what you want, there's no money in for me. Look, the thing is this, what I've tried to be promoting over the past few years is this, the stack.
Yeah.
Right? The only thing difference from this stack is level 0, right? It's the business operating model. Because I see that as for me, that is the start for 10. Once you start looking at the business model and look at all the other factors, because that has the downstream effect on the technology ecosystem. You know, anything else is bottom up. And I think if you start at the top, that's where it should start. You know? And I think, well, I could go on, but yeah, you could take any regulation, and I've done this a few times. I've taken 3 regulations and transposed them onto this stack to show where the work packages could happen. And also, this should also allow you to actually drive your strategy, your IT strategy. But yeah, right, I've been told to stop now. I hope you found that useful. Thank you very much.
Well, we're getting set up. So my name is Subhendu Maji. I get an enterprise architecture division for Konstantinos and built environment company, and quite a few different type of architects working for us, different capacities and so on. Before I start, probably one of the things I want to signpost actually, it's we do have a lot of student attendees or aspiring attendees, but I'm also aware that we have a lot of veterans in the architecture space in this room as well. So some of the content I'm going to talk about is going to be a little bit low level. So please forgive me for that one, because I'm trying to cater for everyone in the audience. Now, the other thing there is that I also encourage everyone to bring in a bit of an exploratory mindset. So I'm going to talk about a challenge. Don't know whether we're going to solve it or not, but give it a go and we'll see what are the different options we might have. And feel free to ignite different thought processes, feel free to challenge, feel free to discuss. But what I'm trying to get to is that if we can solve that problem and we have any opportunity to do that. So the problem here is that most organizations in the recent past or for the last decade or so is trying to go through some digital transformation. As we have heard, the digital transformation is a ubiquitous term now, it is so, but COVID probably has expedited the digital transformation in many organizations as well. When the organization is trying to do that, one of the key challenge we are facing is that, yes, they want that agility, they want to do that fast, but architecture organizations or the teams, in most cases, are not able to catch up with the speed of the way the business wants to do that. Whether it's a lack of investment, whether it's a lack of capacity, it's a lack of understanding of the business, there is that gap that's becoming very apparent. Now, it's about how do we balance that? How do we really get to the architecture governance, whereas we want to facilitate that demand for agility in there. So we also see whether, and we also know that different type of center of excellences exist in businesses and so on. So whether a center of excellence can actually solve it or actually can help to remediate some of that thing. As I said, going with the basics, architectural governance, just in a nutshell, very simplistic way, it's to support the business technology decisions, it's to ensure the enterprise architecture compliance, foster adoption in the architecture standards and principles, provide architectural assurance to key stakeholders in the business, ensuring architecture coherence, and last but not the least, keep reinventing itself to meet the changing demand of the enterprise or the environment as well. Many cases, which we are trying to address here, is that because the environment is changing, it's time the architecture probably needs to reinvent itself a little bit along that journey. And how it is done traditionally and how it is evolving over the last maybe a decade or so. You all know that in most cases, either we follow a framework or follow a modified framework in many cases, or in some cases they combine frameworks to suit the organizational need. When talking about this domain-specific center of excellences, in most organizations, we have some form of center of excellence, whether we formalize that, we call it community of practice or something else. Basically, have a community where we expand the reach of architecture competencies so that we can talk to business, so that we can talk to our stakeholders and so on. And some of these examples are innovation center of excellence, cloud center of excellence, low-code, no-code is the recent additions as well. There is also an interesting aspect coming recently is that event-driven EA modification triggers. So while a security event happens, all of a sudden, most organizations, there is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction is that you have to resolve this, and that becomes the highest priority at this point of time. So it's event-driven cans in there. We're also seeing a trend of unification of different competencies within the business. So for example, strategic planning, enterprise architecture management, portfolio management, project portfolio, and then the organizational change management. While historically we used to see like these are collaborative, but at the same time competitive organizations within themselves, we're definitely seeing those groups are coming together because the benefits are really mutual. And the competition is not really internal anymore. It's the competition is a lot more external facing. So the vector of that competition is changing a little bit. And also the heightened awareness around the compliances breach is definitely more. And I believe some of the regulation has definitely heightened that a bit. I mean, there were few highly regulated industries anyway, like financial sector or the defense sector. But I think of the charity sector or maybe the built environment sector or I work in. Before GDPR, there was very little to adhere to in terms of compliance. It was only a couple of handful, health and safety rules and so on. But since GDPR, everyone in the board knows that they're going to lose a lot of their turnover if you get wrong with something. So that heightened awareness is definitely changing that landscape. So what are the common challenges actually we are facing in this changing environment? So as I was mentioning, that ubiquitous quest for digital transformation or digitization, some people are calling industrial revolution as well. unfortunately. But yes, that's a challenge. There is that rapid growth there, or the rapid demand there. As mentioning again, the difficulty in balance between this architectural governance and greater demand for agility. The end user or non-technical developers are in rise. So whether we like it or not, I don't know, probably architects never actually like people creating macros in Excel, but we had to deal with it. There was a little bit of a pause in between. Now we have a local mobile solution for almost major vendors now. And it's about like, where do we fit it? How does it actually go? They are building applications. They are actually serving use cases now. The other challenge is that end user driven subscription and integration has become a lot easier. And just use my credit card, buy an off-the-shelf application, and not just buy it. If I have the credential for other services, I can very easily integrate with that as well. And oddly enough, most vendors are also now taking that direction, is that they are packaging point-to-point integration within those applications itself, rather than having it to go through, you know, centralized integration systems, ESB or anything like that. The other aspect, I mean, feel free to be challenged around that one, and that's a very interesting observation from a couple of recent articles I've gone through, is that still now most CIOs actually report to CFOs, or in some good cases, chief operating officers. So that means in most cases, IT is still seen as a cost center rather than as opportunity center. I think that has become clear from few of the other discussions when we were having the other sessions there as well. Is that if we're still seen as a cost center, how do we bring that inside? How do we bring that disruption there? That's still a challenge. That challenge hasn't changed over the last decade or so. And last but not the least, I think this is an ever-standing challenge, the scaling challenge. How do you scale in a safe, secure, and compliant way? Now, having looked into those challenges, what I want to think about is that whether a center of excellence to do it for many other specific areas or domain-specific areas, whether those sort of things can actually help us to create a self-governing body which works with architects to enhance that architectural governance. Now, the way it could work is that it would be a user-centric. So when I say user-centric, especially you take the power users and few others coming to like who would be the members of that group and so on. But essentially what they do is that they self-govern themselves. That's the purpose of this group. It's rather than EAs or SAs or any other compliance bodies telling them like what needs to be done. They would have the guardrails in place. They would have the standards to be followed. And they would have the responsibility to follow those things. There is an education element that whether they could do it or not, will come down to later, or the challenges of this center of excellence as well. But whether there is an opportunity there to do that. So the way I also want to see that is those people can share the best practices amongst themselves. So they can capture and share the lesson learned within themselves as well. They can understand the challenges and recommend the way forwards, while EAs or the ASs actually try to resolve the technical problem. They will also bring the wider insights. Because remember, if they are deeply embedded within the business, they have definitely a very good insights of what's going on there. And in some cases, personally, I've tried a few things, for example, like leveraging the PA network within the organizations to understand how the business dynamics is changing. Same as if you get the power users, they can bring that power business dynamics information to you as well. So having said that, it's about which way it would work. I've basically adopted it from one of the center of excellence model from which Microsoft and Gartner proposes. And that's essentially is either a centralized, hybrid, or decentralized or federated model. Now, the obvious benefit of a centralized model is that you have one center of excellence where everyone comes together, share and do all these things together, but it's really not that scalable. It's really good for small organizations, but for large organizations, how many people you bring into a particular group, and different areas might have different interests and so on. So it works there for small size organizations. Whereas on the other side, the contrast side, is the decentralized or the federated model, where in most organizations where we have a structure of, it could be a conglomerate or anything like that. They have different business areas. They have least interest in their own business model. That means they would have their own center of excellences to run, but they're really disjointed from each other. Might really serve their own interest, but it really doesn't follow a centralized view or a model or a principle from that perspective. Now that's where the hybrid model comes in. It's about, you have a centralized center of excellence in that enterprise level. And then for each of the business areas or each of the teams or each of the geographies, it's completely flexible. Depending on which way you want to slice and dice it, you can have different center of excellences which comes under them. So it's more like you could have a tree structure there. You have a central center of excellence, then few more under that, and then few under that. So what happens is that the directives cascades from top to bottom, and the lesson learned and the observations flow from bottom to top as well. So you have a structure there in place. And this is, I personally, when I've tried that in a small scale in few charities and small organizations, to be very honest, I really haven't seen much success with the centralized or decentralized model, but mostly seeing success with the hybrid model. It has that flexibility, but at the same time, it's got the governance and controls in place. And in terms of operation, so slide. So it essentially works like a coordinating function, like any other center of excellences. And the first objective is obviously, or the first task it starts with, is the monitor and discover. It's about what's changing, what do we need to change, how do we change it. So it first starts with building a community, agree a problem statement or the themes there, filter out or shortlist those problems, and finally workshops to splash out what do we actually accept to solve. So really making sure that we are focusing on the right problem. The next thing is experiment and nurture. So this is where the real value of the center of excellence comes into play. It's about, rather than following a rigid governance structure, it's about following some ideas or different ideas which comes from the forum, try it in a safe environment. If it works, then nurture that one so that it can mature and move to the next step so that we can adopt that one and govern it going forward. And that smoothly brings me to the next step, into the adopt and governance, where effectively we also need to ensure that we have some smart metrics to measure the success of what we have experimented and produced as a product from that step. The other thing is that we need to foster a culture of accountability in that step as well. So as was mentioning previously, they be self-governing, but it's not like Wild West. They have to ensure that they are complying to those standards which they set themselves, which is based on either the industry standards, your architecture principles, guardrails, or anything like that. Last but not the least is the mature and manage. So while we deliver a product to that level and govern that, it has to be mature. It's not a one-way journey. It's a continuous cycle which needs to continue. So again, at each of those iterations, we'll have the maturity defined, maturity assessed, and then based on that, the cycle will start again from the monitor and discover, because essentially the lesson learned in the mature and manage becomes the input into the monitor and discover. It continues the cycle like that. And the other aspect of this one is managing risk versus complexity. So in this matrix, basically, we're just trying to show how, where the journey starts from. So the journey would always start from the basic maturity at that corner. And as you go along into that journey, to basically be able to make us more risk adverse, or even to make that center of excellence more adaptive to take complex problems to solve. So it always starts with a small problem, almost no risk problem. But then as you go into that maturity journey, it has to get into that level. So in terms of membership of the Center of Excellence, this is adopted from the exponential organization model, and essentially it's the same thing there, is that the core team can be formed of architecture community and power users. So when I say architecture community, it could be taking architects from different areas and so on. And the power users are essentially who has influence on the business or who can actually win things. So this is the word I always use, is that it's not about who is the best techie or the biggest geek in the organization. It's about who has the highest influence there, who can, and who is also willing to be part of your Center of Excellence. Because at the end of the day, CEO or the CTO might be the most influential in the board, but it's very hard to get into the Center of Excellence, right? So it's about whom do you get to play the role there. The next circle is obviously the community. So it starts with all users, so all the customers, if you're external facing, alumni, so anyone who wants to be core into the core team, could be that regulators, vendors, or even fans, because sometimes they have good insights, they have good ideas. The next circle obviously is the extended community. So it's more like if we need more knowledge, more support and specialist expertise, then you can definitely go to the internal and external resources on demand. So for example, consultants, third-party knowledge providers, you can basically buy or borrow that knowledge from there. Last but not the least, you have in this resource of crowd, you can crowdsource solution. So while it may not always work, you may not always get some ready-made solutions there, but you could always get some ideas there, right? So some of them may work, may not work. And this is what the purpose of the Center of Excellence is. You filter what works for you, just assimilate what doesn't work for you. And so with that one, a few of the lessons learned, I won't go too much detail into this one, but essentially what it tells us is to focus on long-term vision, but at the end of the day, be useful. As business just changes, or objective changes, the Center of Excellence have to have some useful purpose, otherwise it becomes there's no point running it just for sake of running it. If there is no measurability, there is no viable output from there, no one's going to care about that. So with that, I'm still exploring, as I said at the beginning, is that whether you can actually do that. And now I can say I'm in a position where I've managed to cock the dial a little bit. So if the dial is between, yes, it can solve it, and it cannot solve it, I managed to move the dial a little bit and say, maybe, potentially, I'm thinking it could be, right? It is because the simple thing I'm seeing in result is that by doing that, is that it's changing the shadow IT instead of an IT, most cases. It's delivering more value with less effort in some cases. It's definitely nurturing new ideas and perspectives, and that's the biggest win probably I'm getting from this one. And last but not the least, we talk about powering digital transformation by people quite a lot, but this is one of the, I'd say, one of the way the digital transformation can be powered by people. So with that one, I'll open the floor to all of you. Where do you think we have an opportunity to do this? Where do you see that there are challenges? What sort of thing you see in your organization if you want to implement this one? So with that one, I'll open the floor for questions. Thank you.
So
yes.
Changing shadow IT into citizen IT, how successful have you been in doing that?
I'd say mostly because I think, as we were discussing previously, that this is probably again an ubiquitous challenge that in many cases a business go along a long journey before they come to IT saying, I need something, right? So that rather than coming with the use case, they are coming with a product or a technology saying that I need that. What's happening with the Center of Excellence is that maybe that business unit is still not telling us that thing. The person who is coming from that unit is saying that, we're talking about this one. And then the business architect who is sitting in the same forum, they are getting a lead that they need to speak to someone, and it's basically helping them to start that conversation. So rather than blocking them when they are into that journey, we are able to tap them upfront and have that conversation. And I would say, personally, in my current organization, I mostly managed to elevate that problem. So, and again, as I said, not just by the center of excellence, but by using other social network as well. So personally, I also work on enterprise social network research. So for example, as I was mentioning, the utilization of the peer network or different other center of excellences as well. So just this one may not be the whole solution, but if you combine all of those together, that's definitely bringing the hope on that.
Yeah, our previous organisation I've worked for, we've used a sort of end user computing charter, which we're not saying no because we can't stop it, right? But we just try and get them to be included and of course make sure that some of those, you know, those things that they actually care about, but they don't have to care about.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm saying that where there's been a previously sort of ungoverned very autonomous way of working. So in WVP, for example, there's 6,500 companies and they've had a previously ungoverned, centrally ungoverned. So some of those companies are very big and have been governed quite well in terms of maturity. But still there's a lot of stuff not even known about really. But there's, unless it moves along, not just IT, this is just my thoughts on it, along with procurement and finance in terms of there being a consequence of going out with your credit card and buying something and nobody then actually can it's very, very hard to get that balance between, you know, there is no consequence in certain industries. If you don't conform in like pharma industry, then you lose your license to operate. But in certain industries, there's no real consequence. So yeah, I was very interested in this subject, but its influence is hard over a very, very wide remit with sort of vertical escalations, because what happens is if you're centrally governed, you get escalated in terms of the managing director from a certain company coming and saying we're going to lose all our clients because so it's a very sort of difficult balance in
yeah, I think absolutely. And learning from some of the sessions today as well, I'd say like what person I've also seen, like there is a good relationship between how mature an industry is and how regulated they are. Normally, if the regulation is tougher or they're having to comply with certain regulation for a long period of time, it's usually seen that those organizations are more mature in terms of governance and do not need to do that. They usually always have that flexibility. That means we have developed that complacency is that no, we don't have to do it. I can just do it that. So I really actually like the quote from the session it was, but it's like, you know, Agile doesn't mean Wild West. It's the difference between, you know, autonomy and self-governance, I think, from your session. So that was quite interesting. I always find that that's a very challenging balance to find. But again, for these type of situations or these type of concepts, it really comes down to what's suitable for that organization. Now, if an organization has got different parts of it in different maturity, that's what the federated model actually can help. Whereas the lesson learned or the maturity from one organization can actually go into that center of excellence and again cascade into the other organizations as well. So a mature organization can actually help to uplift the maturity of the other organizations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think for me, really, there's a fundamental tension between being user-centric and coming up with architecture. I taught several courses in user-centric design, and in no case I found direct mapping really between the two, except for very, very thin slice. The reason being that the fundamental function of architecture, in my view, is to enable an envelope of future states they don't even know about yet. So it's about resilience, about being able to adapt and extend and accommodate various scenarios that no user, not even CEO, would have predicted that this can happen in future. On the other hand, the user-centric approach would be about satisfying the user, making them happy, reducing the loads, and all the sort of attributes that you have there. So for me, I think the only input of user-centric design to good architectural design is to find out what are the fundamental core concepts that will be preserved or be persistent as long as this system lives on, and basically pivot your architecture around that. Because what the user wants would be, in my view, the sort of top layers, the ones that are more rapidly changing, more easily changing, which you don't take into account until later.
Very good question. And this is, I think I was expecting someone to ask that question. Is that because I really don't like that user-centric word to be monopolistic with the interface design or application design. Anything could be user-centric. Governance could be user-centric. A law could be user-centric. A product which now when I say product, not like the usable product, but anything in the back end also could be user-centric. So when a user takes part in developing their own product, it can be user-centric. It doesn't have to be an interface or because if you think of it,
I didn't mean just interface. I mean in general, because they don't have that long-term view, but they don't have this sort of vision of a system that they only
completely, completely agree. And this is why when it comes to that membership of the Center of Excellence, that's why you need that architecture community there as well to educate them and bring them into that journey. So everyone has got parts to play, and this is where I definitely don't think that our won't be expecting an user to know where that long-term vision is. This is where the architects play their part in that forum to bring the users with them on that journey.
So just to kind of square the circle, so the value of architecture as a service offering, not as in architecture service, but our critical value to the business is to be their critical friend and help them understand. We understand the implications of the things that might happen to the business. We understand that we might be able to architect certain ways for them to be able to better respond to things. But ultimately, we should be focused on the value that the business wants to drive. So having that conversation and saying, if you come and talk with us, we may not have the answer, but we may be able to help you think about that in a better way. So that kind of user centricity of bringing them to you. So why it's always why on earth would I go and talk to the architects? Well, I only talk to the architects that will get value of business, and then kind of working through it with them, how it makes it better for them, which is back to your points about why do they want to come? What is it that's really driving them to kind of think, are you actually effectively trying to implement an architecture that will affect the business ability?
Yeah. I mean, what we want to try and support is a fast response as well. I think one of the things that happens in this is user centricity is the journey of the customer. If you say they come with a product and they say, I want to use this, they've done all the work, but actually.
So sorry, I haven't touched on that one. We're running out of time, and our next session is definitely going to encourage more conversation, talking about some of these challenges we see in the industry as well. So I think I'll hand over to for the next session. But thank you very much, everyone. And I believe you can actually answer what's in it for me for our customers.
Right, thanks, Subhendu. So good news and bad news. The good news, I've only got 2 charts. Bad news is that for the people in the room, and I don't know what the attendees online are going to do, that's their choice, but for the people in the room, I'm standing between you and a beer. So it's your choice, but I think
technically you're not.
I'm hoping this will be a nice little debate, right? That you'll enjoy, but we can choose how long to go on. We kind of wanted some debates in this thing, and we will try to in this event. We will try to facilitate the online attendees as we have been doing all afternoon. I'll ask a couple of questions to quickly understand their profiles. I think what I'm going to touch on here resonates an awful lot with what we've been dancing around and touching on for the last couple of sessions. I think some of the last couple of sessions have been excellent, which is that shock horror architecture of different shapes and forms is more than solution design. Hold the front page, yeah.
And sometimes we don't articulate that brilliantly, and enterprise architecture sometimes resonates and sometimes does not. I want to talk to you about industry. So, quick poll of hands in the room and a quick poll of words if you wouldn't mind typing online, please. 3 options. The one option is don't answer it because you don't think it's appropriate. If you don't relate to the question. At this point in your career, would you think of yourself as being a single industry person or a multi-industry person? Okay. Well, if you don't resonate with that, then fine. Just keep your hand out for a moment. So, a single industry person. Hands. 3, 4 in the room. Any online?
Multi-industry.
Okay, and who is a multi-industry person for the vast majority? Okay, so the vast majority of people here online and in the room are multi-industry. That's interesting. So, for a long time in my career, I worked for a big 5 consulting. Actually, we've all been admitted that we used to work for IBM. Not recently, it's a bit of a trend this afternoon. So, okay, it was all IBM. And for an awful lot of decades, they had this big thing that, as well as your technical specialism in Linux or whatever it may be, industry specialism was a big thing. That's how you would advance your career, yeah? And an awful lot of people, frankly, went into financial services, but that's fine. And some people went into retail, didn't you, Duncan? And some people went into blah, 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 blah. But industry specialism was a very, very big thing. And I grew up in my 20s and 30s or whatever, thinking that is how I need to be developing my career. Crikey, which industry do I need to choose? I just don't know. I actually find it quite a difficult choice, to be honest with you. Fast forward a little bit. Earlier this year, personal story briefly. I'm not going to do most of the talking in the session. I'm going to shut up about this, but I was going to tell you a personal story. I went back into the health sector. I'd worked in the health sector before, and then I stepped out for various reasons, and I went back. And I thought this is great because it's really the value for me because I know some of their IT systems and the processes that those IT systems deliver and the reality of those processes. I know some of the tech standards and expectations. I don't know the goriness of all of the standards, but I know what they are and why they're there and what they do. I know the overall business model, and I know some of the silent expectations. You with me? I kind of had a spring in my step, and in some respects that is proving useful. But I also attended a meeting with some fairly senior people fairly early in the career, and the conversation, for reasons it doesn't really matter, got into the contingency planning of the energy sector by health leaders. And I'm thinking, why is the national CCIO of the NHS asking me about the contingency planning that the energy sector do? And the fact that they don't do it in real life, and an awful lot of it is paper-based, and I won't detail the conversation too much, okay? Because I had just come from the energy sector. Now, I won't reveal any more about the conversation because it probably shouldn't do, but it just showed that it's not the case that people universally, as IBM had drumbeated into me 2 decades ago, to be fair, it's not the case universally that people in one sector just want you to be an expert in that one sector. Why is that? And I want to kind of have a little bit of thoughts about that. So my analysis of this, thinking about it, was if you're a specialist in one sector, you have competitive insights or competitive positioning. You know how your bank is better and worse than the other 2 banks, for example, right? You know the regulations, you know the standards, as I just said, you know the systems. Do you know how to innovate? I mean, Dal has just given really a summary of a masterclass that he has documented in how to innovate in banking regulations and how to be at the forefront of that. So I find it more intuitive to relate to how to achieve those things as a single industry person. So just to prompt you of what I think we could discuss, which is kind of these things: innovation, regulations, competition, undocumented norms within an industry or without an industry. I want to give you some more of my sort of thoughts of the counter in terms of the multi-industry, but let me just pause. Go around the room, I want to open it up.
Just an observation.
Duncan, then Lorne.
Sorry, just an observation, Mike, is so I did choose by pure fluke to go into retail and ended up being the retail CTO for the UK. But I think the interesting thing was I was part of the industry team, of which comprised of people like me with industry specialization. And we were a layer, and we all went out, went on the pub together and spoke and chatted, and we knew each other really, really, really well. So
it wasn't just you.
It wasn't. So I had the vertical industry knowledge, but I knew who to talk to, and we swapped ideas all the time. So I think there's a bit of nuance to it, even though I don't just speak to retail people.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Ron, you.
Well, it's interesting to talk about IBM. I was part of PwC, which got bought by IBM in 2002. And I remember having this discussion with the most senior consulting partner, because I said, I'm a telco guy. And he said, well, you're dead. Your career is dead, which is true. It was. And they sort of encouraged me to leave 5 years later. But what's interesting to me is that I think the consulting industry changed in around 2005 to the multi-industry model, because it didn't have enough work in some of the industries where it piled it high and was selling it cheap. And it was easier to transport somebody who needed financial services into, well, in fact, at that stage, the telco industry collapsed. So it was easier to take people from the telco industry and put them in banking or something like that. And so they were encouraging their clients to take people from other industries for all the reasons you've given. You know, there's diversity and different thinking, and they've got a common set of skills. And I haven't seen that change since. So I think there's a structure there that was laid down in the mid-2000s that has allowed consultants, essentially, and consultants to businesses, which is often in-house EAs, to actually be allowed to not have those deep industry skills. Having said that, I know people who've stayed line management, not gone consulting, and have had their whole career through the industry and have done very well on it. Yeah. And I think that, EAs, have almost become an extension of the consulting industry in a lot of ways, although there's a lot of in-house EAs. And so they're allowed to move around, and it's important. And I think there's a lot of benefit in your energy example, to move around. I mean, so that's my perspective.
Okay.
So I jumped between healthcare and retail, and I did a little stint in manufacturing. So for me, it's pattern spotting. So the things that we were doing in healthcare were the things that actually a lot of retailers are now looking at. Okay, I want a single view of the customer. Well, we were looking at a single view of the patient 10, 15 years ago. Absolutely. I think the other thing that's not necessarily on there is empathy. And actually, there's the interesting chat here. Okay, so I can build up empathy as an EA in the industry of like just listening to the chatter of what's going on. Okay, what are the day-to-day concerns? What are these guys thinking about? Because they will have a surface layer, like saying. But so, for example, you're saying about the energy consumption, right? So I started my life in healthcare. I can absolutely tell you why they're worried about that, right? Because we won't go into the details.
Yeah, right.
But it's not a surface layer thing. But some very specialist person will be really worried about it. And it's having that kind of ability to go, yeah, it's not just this thing. It's the deep conversations, the deep empathy. Now, interestingly, those deep conversations then go across into other places. So the worry about energy and can I keep all the operations going? It's the same for retail, but with a slightly different spin on it. So I'm trying to make profit versus I'm trying to keep people alive. But that, so you can kind of transplant some of that stuff and learn from one place to the other.
Right. So pattern spotting and the sort of transplanting or transposing whatever of related scenarios. It was running that hand. I thought it was. Yes.
I think on the back of empathy as well, there's personality. So some people just love a certain industry, so they'll just stay in the industry regardless of what they do. Others' personalities, they get bored quickly, so they want to go challenge themselves in something else. And one of the things that's changed in the last 5-10 years, I don't know, maybe it's life or whatever, is if you stay too long in one place, then your CV is seen as what's wrong with you. You're not relevant. You don't move, so you do move around, pick up other skills, because again, it comes back to something on mine is about you can learn the technology, you can learn the regulations to move that fast. It's the people side skills, the soft skills that you need to be able to kind of take that information and use that information in a value-added positive way. So you have to be.
I'm just going to do a counter, but let me go to you first.
I was just going to actually come back on that. So it's an interesting bimodal distribution there, right? So we also see the opposite, the emergence of the functional consultant solution architect. They want to stay with a technology and a particular solution vendor because actually they built their career on moving around within
Right, so you Microsoft CRM or Salesforce.
yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Right, right, right.
So it's difficult with getting those guys to come flip the other way.
And the other counter I was going to make, just because this is a debate, so we're going to have some little bit of countering, right, irrespective of what I think, I'm going to say what I think and also counter against what I think. Where was it?
Countering yourself.
Your point about you can pick up the regulations. Some of the regulations, I mean, God, now financial services. Some of the regulations ain't exactly trivial when you take them as totality, right? I mean,
I think.
Are they?
No. So I've read a lot of the Hong Kong stuff coming out of Hong Kong, China, and those two actually still. I mean, the regulations are specific for operating in those countries, but even if you want to do business in China, those regulations still apply because they don't allow you to send data out of the country. You've got to use Alibaba if you're going to go cloud. So a lot of the stuff is. I was looking at that from within the industry and from other industries. There's common patterns in those regulations. You know, every joke is moving to the cloud at the moment, because
Right, GDPR is cross-cutting, sure. And I was making it in the industry specific ones, not your GDPRs.
yeah, I think regulations, you read them in one industry, and the odds are they will apply in another industry to some extent.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean,
Right, 3 hands, I think. Here.
I suppose one aspect to this you've not got there is time, because when you join an industry, you need time to learn about that industry, and it might actually take you 3-5 years to join, complete the project or the program that you've been involved in, and get to the point where you go, okay, I'm now ready to move on. So I think depending on where you are in your career as well, you might feel you've been in one industry, but it might just be the fact that you need to complete that phase of your career.
I was actually going to mention that. I deliberately asked, at this point in time, do you think your career is multi-industry or single industry? Because I do, and so you've made my point for me, thank you. You can go through your career being one and then the other. And there's lots, I mean, Lorne actually sort of hinted as to some scenarios to do that. And you just made some others. You may want to see something through before then moving on and fancying a change, for example.
Yeah, and it's often a question I get into interviews like, why are you moving on? And actually, you kind of have got to sometimes, particularly in our role, you have got to sort of stop and go, well, there was a natural reason to move.
Yes.
Because it sounds bad if you said, well, I've got halfway through something and I didn't like it.
Yeah. So I think we can definitely conclude you're not one or the other for life, right? Yeah. Sorry, can I go here and then I'll come to you?
Yeah. The top layer of Dahl's model was about business models. If you want to build some skills in understanding that, I think you probably do have to go across industries. I mean, I went from financial services to academia to government. All of them are basically knowledge working type environments. And I went from there to chief architect at an airline. Boy, was that a shock, because you realize that the cost of one A380 swamps, you know, that's 10 times what your IT budget is. It's a completely different world compared with the more service-oriented world that you've got. And if I hadn't done that, I really wouldn't have grasped as much about the different business models and what they mean to the way an organization ticks. So I think if you want to build those skills as an architect, it's really valuable to me.
I'm sort of thinking what you're referring to just now, but it's actually more than just innovation. It's some of the bread and butter as well as innovation, isn't it?
Can I go to the back and then down here?
I think my point was on the basis of business operations, because I've worked in organisations that for a long time, farm in the native way, there's loads of money, loads of profit. There was the luxury of having architects that could focus on long-term plans. Since I've worked for companies that have had 3% maximum profit, construction industry, they never had any luxury of having anybody looking out for, you know, in the distance, or they can't afford it, and they haven't had the investment. So I think I could almost say construction is quite like retail. They slimmed down their profit over the years. So the different, you know, the way you work is almost linked to the business operation model. Profit and that moves up and down over time.
Next.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I think this is an important question about where you are in your career. Because
when I first started out in IT, I worked with 2 different consultancies, Logica, in case anyone else did as well. But then when I decided to have children, I just found that it wasn't really flexible enough for me. So I moved to education, and that's where I'm working now. And I just find it easier to work in education and sort of balance my work and life.
Right, it's a personal reason.
So, but
rather
also,
than-
I think some industries it's easier to work flexibly, and
Yes,
that's
yes,
that's,
yes.
yeah,
That can be an important factor.
and that's
surely.
not to say that I won't remain in this industry. I might then decide I don't need so much flexibility, and I might move back to where I was before.
So, your hand was at the time.
No, I'm putting my hand up. Yeah, what's interesting we haven't discussed is function. I did a job at BT earlier in the year, and I'd worked in BT 25 years before, and I went to my new boss and I said, I used to work here 25 years ago, and I designed the BT organization unit code, which is still going on. It's still embedded in the emails in BT, to which he turned around and said, but have you ever done any marketing? And I think there's a fact that EA does get glued to IT, and we're seen as IT people. And I think one of the other, if you like, moves that we can take in a career is moving out of IT or IT-centric functions and into others. In IBM, I did sales, and I had done quite a lot of marketing. So I think that it's another dimension that takes your career forwards, which shouldn't be ignored.
Indeed, and where that I think in my head goes is sort of where I was wanting to close this. I'll put this out now for the last round of discussion, perhaps, which is sort of, if we're not 99% solution design, which I don't think we are, we're enterprise architects, not solution architects. Where's the value? Can we summarize where the value is? And is there always one answer to that question? There might not always be always one answer to that question. As you just said, and that's it. Intensive industry is very, very different to a consumer-based industry, and perhaps there should not be the same answer.
So I would argue that the value is a perception. So if we look at, I've been looking at what happened during COVID, and looking at what organisations actually did. The EA function, believe it or not, there's not a single job advertised for an EA. So basically what I'm saying is the value is the perception to the organisation.
Yeah.
And the best way to measure that value is in extreme times. And the most extreme time we've had is COVID. So the whole EA practice, when times are good, people will fund it. When times are bad, they chop it.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is to do with people not really understanding what EA is and what the value of it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
But isn't some of that the value of EA in COVID? The seed should have been sown about 5 years earlier, and the organisations that had a good EA practice 5 years earlier might have been more flexible to be able to respond to it.
When your organisation is suffering, in other words, you're not generating sales, the first thing you're going to do is, if you're looking for efficiency savings, you're looking for all kinds of other things, and EA is seen like, I don't know, it's seen like it's a luxury. Let's worry about strategy and all. So
I think that's an important word, strategy. Don't fear strategy and architecture.
Yeah.
And I think that when costs come in and you're strategizing ad absurdum, then it's a good way to be asked to be building. So I think that's possibly why.
It's come to you and then go on.
I was going to say, so kind of bringing those points together, the value of enterprise architecture should be, okay, how do I help you respond to your strategy and other changes, right? You're absolutely right. It tends to get buried into IT and thought of an IT thing. If we take the bedrock of back to the earlier talking about, the kind of centers of excellence, those kind of things, where actually we're here to help business solve business problems. And if we become too distracted and become that ivory tower purely, and actually we don't have that card to play when it gets to the hard times. Well, actually, I know enough about what you think. I can empathise with you, and I can help you work through how we respond to this best as a business rather than as an IT function.
I'll learn that.
Yeah, I think one important function for architecture, as I said, is the longevity of it, or the continuity of it, and that's where innovation comes in, because quite often you need to help your clients cope and anticipate possible disruptions, and a lot of the disruptions these days are coming from digital forces and stuff like that. And for me, when I train both in industry and in academia, about innovation, I always start with the point of, empathy with the users, or feeling the pain points and actually getting to know them quite accurately, and then exploiting opportunities offered by modern technologies and just developing an insight that connects these two together. And I think a lot of that thinking doesn't matter which industry you go into, because it's got this mindset of connecting the dots and looking for insights that emanates from pain points, knowledge, as well as potential technology.
I mean, there's several ways of doing innovation. Clearly, we won't unpack that now. But I do sort of a conscious that as well as innovation, I wish I kind of put strategy on there, and as well as regulations, I wish I put technical standards. So maybe I've been a little bit too succinct in this chart to get some to stimulate. But that was on. So we can have another.
So for the first sort of 20 years of my career, across a number of different industries, usually doing major global transformation type activities, gradually working through the ranks. Then I went into consultancy. Whilst I was doing EA type work in both of those environments, the role remains the same, is to provide a catalyst for good change. But as a consultant, what I have found actually is that whilst there are often EA practices within organizations, because they are inside the organization, they look down into their own landscape, their own IT function, their own business. One of the reasons why I love consultancy is because I get to come in and share experiences from outside of that, outside of their organization, outside of their industry, and enable them to think in other ways.
Yeah.
And that for me is the real value. Certainly EA from a consultancy perspective. And a really good adept EA will be out there looking, researching, understanding, finding out different ways of doing things. That's the real value.
And I think what we're touching on now is that we could definitely articulate. So there's been some two good sessions this afternoon about role profiles and so forth. I really respected some of those, but I think we can build on those further. And you're touching on what is sometimes regarded as the internal, external consultants, or whatever they call it, which I've heard several times. Some organisations will employ people to do that. Some organisations will absolutely not employ people to do that, frankly. That is one example that we could pursue. So we're going to, when we wrap up in a few minutes, we're going to actually mention how we could follow on debates without having the conference. Let me very quickly, we can try and come to a close.
I was just going to counterpoint. So for me, the value of internal EA is living with the consequences. I've been a few places where you've had an external party in and they never have to live with or understand what's going to actually happen. The long term, to your point, and the long term position, going, that didn't work because, or that didn't land because. Right?
Yeah, so I mean, I've done, Derek knows, I've worked on programs for 3 to 5 years for customers as an external consultant. So I definitely have lived with the consequences of my decisions. So yeah, that's a counter to your point. I've been an external person, but I've been outside of their political melee, which is the value of
that. Depends on the nature of the engagement. Increasingly, you see shorter term EA engagement. I think that's the challenge. If you're sitting alongside, then it's
I was going to say around innovation and empathy and what have you. I found in my career, working with different organisations, actually spending time with business users, the worker bees and the low level. To find out what their managers tell you isn't true. And I've been told by, and then you see spreadsheets going around all the place and have you, really, is that true? But also innovation wise, you get to see where the issues are that they haven't told you about, and often when business users are dependent on technology to give them solutions, they're not that keen on saying, well, this isn't really what I was expecting, because they've still got those guys to support them. But if you can see it for yourself and live it, and you can then start thinking about that innovation, because you've got the empathy and you see the pain they're going through, polarized, double swivel chairs. And all that.
So thank you. I don't want to offer any kind of conclusion to the debate. I think there's been several good points that have been made, and I valued that, thought that was interesting. I think the conclusion, if any, is there is some debate that we could shape or form now or later. So I've got some drinks, and we can hopefully carry on for those that can stay and have to talk about this or something else. But let me hand over to Lorne and Dan. And one of the things that is how we could actually continue debates when we're not all together, and other matters that you wish to